Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Order. Order. If members can take their seats quickly and quietly, I'll call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1, proposed Joint Select Committee on the Centenary of Parliament in Canberra.
Give the call to the Honourable the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I move the motion relating to the appointment of a Joint Select Committee on the Centenary of Parliament in Canberra in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Mr Speaker, this year Australia is celebrating 125 years of federation, and I was with you and other members in Melbourne to commemorate that event of the first sitting of Parliament, and it was a very good celebration of our history, which is worthy of celebrating. In 2001, we had reenactments and a great celebration there in Melbourne as well for the centenary of Federation. Now, the next year is, of course, another really important commemoration, one which we should celebrate as a profound national achievement and the beginning of a string of world firsts, of course. We were the first country on earth created by the free and peaceful vote of its people. We were the first democracy where women could vote in elections and stand for Parliament. And we were the first Parliament anywhere in the world where a Labor Party formed national government. Australians sometimes think of ourselves as a young nation on an ancient continent, yet by global standards, of course, we are one of the oldest and strongest democracies in the world. And next year will mark an important anniversary, the 100th anniversary of Australian democracy making its home here in Canberra, our national capital. 100 years since members and senators from across the country took their places in what was then called the Provisional Parliament House. It is important that we mark this milestone as a parliament and as a country, and to do so in a way that deepens Australia's understanding of our democracy and the pride that all of us can take in its ongoing resilience. And I know there's a great affection for the old Parliament House, as we call it now, and the history that it holds. And next year I propose that our Parliament hold a special sitting in the old building down the hill so that we can pay tribute to its service to Australia and reflect on how what was debated and decided there and then continues to shape the life of our nation here and now. I'm pleased the Leader of the Opposition has agreed, and members that I have spoken to have agreed to join this Joint Select Committee on the Centenary of Parliament in Canberra. It will be chaired by the Deputy Speaker, the member for Newcastle, and the former Deputy Prime Minister, the member for Riverina, will be the Deputy Chair of that committee. We've tried to bring together a group of people who would represent what Parliament looks like today and would contribute. I note the member for McPherson, who's a former attendant in Parliament House, has agreed to be one of the members of that committee as well, and that's a good thing. The member for Canberra, Alicia Payne, will be, of course, a member of that committee as a local member as well. And we have a broad cross-section of people who will work together to get through the detail, together working, of course, with the Speaker and the President of the Senate. The Museum of Australian Democracy, under Barry Cassidy, the Chair, has written to me already, making suggestions, including the sitting of the Parliament. We'll work through so that we'll make sure that there's constructive debates, if I can put it that way, on the day as well. This isn't a day for partisanship. It will be a day for celebrating what unites us as a nation. And included in that will be a question time in both chambers. Parliament has not been expanded since 1984, so people squished in there for those years, and they'll be very close to each other on that time as well. But this is an important opportunity as well. The terms of the debate take it up to November the 30th of 2027. So it may well be that the members of the committee come up with different ideas as well to celebrate and engage. I note that Senator Jana Stewart will be a member of the committee as well. That's pretty important, because one of the things that didn't happen 100 years ago, of course, was to recognise First Nations people and their role in this country, and that will be important. Shout out to the member for Mayo as well, who will ensure that crossbench members can be engaged, but as well someone who's passionate about it. Tells me about her constituent who 108 years old, who travelled as a very young boy from South Australia with family for the opening of the first Parliament. These are the sort of stories, and who's still there, and we hope is able to attend again. We might fly him across, I'd suggest, at this time, but that would be remarkable as well. But we need to tell our stories. We need to have pride about who we are. This is a great democracy, and this is an opportunity for us to celebrate it. Can I also say that the national capital here in Canberra, sometimes denigrated, is a fantastic achievement. This planned city, because it is planned, perhaps because of disagreement between Sydney and Melbourne and all those debates, but it's turned out that if you plan a city, you can actually have a very functional and livable city as well. And that is what we have here with all of our national institutions based here as well. One of those national institutions is the Museum of Australian Democracy. It's where a whole lot of students go through as well. And I think that the range of activities that people come up with, one of the appointees to this committee with this motion is Senator Walker, elected on her 21st birthday last year. I thought it would be a pretty good idea to get a young people's perspective as well. And so Charlotte will make a contribution as well, as I'm sure will all of the members of the committee constructively. Senator Kovacic will also be a member. She actually grew up in Canberra as well. So we've tried to put together a group with, I thank Michael McCormick in particular, with Sharon Clayton for the engagement that we've had over recent weeks to try to work through these proposals constructively. Everyone will go into this with a sense of goodwill, and I commend the motion to the House. So I really look forward to Sharon and Michael's leadership on this, together with he's already organising things, Mr. Speaker, together with your fine leadership, Mr. Speaker, as well. This will be a really important moment for the nation to bring us together, and we need more of that, not less. These can be troubled times and turbulent times globally, you know, at a time where democracy around the world is actually, if you look at the global surveys, is in retreat, both in terms of the way that people perceive democracy as a system, is absolutely critical that we celebrate this, and I commend the motion to the House.
The call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. And on behalf of the Coalition and the federal opposition, it gives me great pleasure to support the proposed resolution moved by the government. We warmly welcome the establishment of the Joint Select Committee on the Centenary of Parliament in Canberra. Speaker, our history must be remembered. Our history must be protected, and our history and the stories associated with it must be celebrated. And that includes, of course, the history of this great parliament and the old parliament just down the hill. Because in the end, the parliament is the people's house, and the parliament is very much about the history of Australia and the Australian people. And as we've just heard from the Prime Minister, our parliament is absolutely central to our wonderful democracy, the greatest democracy in the world, in my view, and long has been. Speaker, it was in 1927 that the federal parliament moved from Melbourne, where it sat for 26 years. Much better location here, I'm in agreement. It did take up a beautiful sheep station, but it has become a great city. And it came to a provisional building, of course, as we just heard, in the new capital of Canberra. It wasn't very provisional, of course. I'll come back to that. But that building that we now refer to as Old Parliament House was opened on 9th of May that year. And that building would remain the site of the federal parliament for 61 years until 1988, when it moved to this building, of course. During the opening of the first federal parliament in Canberra, the King's message was read, expressing his pride in the new capital city. His son, the Duke of York and future King George VI, was there in person. He captured the aspirational spirit of the Australian people when he said, "One's own life would hardly be worth living without its dreams of better things, and the life of a nation without such dreams of a better and larger future." Prime Minister Stanley Bruce delivered an address in which he said, "May those who enter this open door govern with justice, reason and equal favour of all. May they do so in humility and without self-interest, and may they think and act nationally. May they speak with the voice of those who sent them here, the voice of the people." Speaker, that day, Australian soprano Dame Nellie Melba sang "God Save the King," our national anthem at the time. There was a band. A crowd of about 1,000 people gathered. It was one below expectations, given the shortage of accommodation in the new capital. I think it was largely restricted to tents at that point. Consequently, the over-catered event reportedly saw a large quantity of sergeant's meat pies left over. Legend has it they were disposed of in a pit where the Treasury building now stands. I think the productivity's gone up since then. Sometimes I wonder. RRAAF planes flew overhead. Indeed, the celebration that day was sadly marred by tragedy. Flying Officer Francis Ewan, swept from flying formation, crashed and was killed. Now, Speaker, of course, it was a great moment despite that tragedy. And there will be much to remember and celebrate next year, the centenary of Parliament in Canberra. And I'm sure all in this place look forward to that special sitting of the Parliament in Old Parliament House to commemorate the occasion, and I warmly welcome that opportunity. I feel lucky enough to have sat in the public gallery there in the 1970s with my two grandparents, who lived just on the other side of Red Hill at the time in Garran. And I was young and I didn't fully understand what was going on. How could you in this place? I'm still working it out, Mr Speaker. I'm still working it out, Mr Speaker. But what I did know about what was going on is it was important. It really did matter. And in fact, it inspired me to want to be part of this place in the future. What has happened down at that old Parliament House is worth celebrating, and it will be a true honour to be sitting there. I'm sure it will be a very civil question time, but an important event. Maybe it won't. I'm being told by the Manager of Opposition Business. I'd ask the members of the Joint Select Committee one thing, though, which is to ensure that our national anthem is sung at the event. And that didn't happen at the Australian War Memorial recently. It is important at these events. This matters, and it is crucial that that occurs. But it is an important commemoration, and on behalf of the Coalition, I support the proposed resolution. It is a big issue. I will take that interjection. It really does matter. I do support this resolution. It's important to be bipartisan and important we work together to make it a great event.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye, against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Amendment of the resolution of appointment for the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade.
Call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move the motion relating to the proposed amendment to the resolution of appointment of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
I move that subparagraph 6b in paragraph 1 of the motion be amended to read, opposition member as its deputy chair who shall act as chair of the committee at any time when the chair is not present at a meeting of the committee. Speaker, the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade has had a very, very long tradition of having a government chair and then a chair from the vice chair, deputy chair of the opposition parties, given its long-term standing and importance to the nation. As a former diplomat, this is a committee which has always worked in the national interest, which has carried out incredibly important work on behalf of the nation, and on the whole has always acted in a very bipartisan way. And I think it's really important that continues, and I would hope that the government will support this amendment, which continues that long tradition of making sure this very important committee can continue to do that important work. Of course, there will be hefty debates within the committee about various things, but what we would like to see is that long-term tradition of a member of the government and then a member of the opposition as chair and deputy chair, and that's why I'm moving this amendment. And I made sure that we had notified the Leader of the Government Business that we would be doing this. Thank you, Speaker.
Is the motion seconded? Give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I second the motion, and just to support the Manager of Opposition Business, this is a worthwhile amendment to the motion, and one that respects the long-standing traditions held in relation to the conduct of this committee. And to further support that, I say that there should be no watering down or walking back from the important role that government and opposition play in this place, and we should maintain the integrity of those two roles, particularly on the important business of committees such as this.
Manager has moved and it's been seconded by the Chief Opposition Whip. So the question before the House is the amendment agreed to? Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. This is an amendment about who the Deputy Chair should be and whether they should be a member of the opposition. The Deputy Chair of the committee is a member of the opposition. It's Senator Dean Smith. As a result of this resolution, this changes other parts of the committee. It doesn't demand a new election of the Deputy Chair. And I know there's a lot happening in the opposition these days, but my understanding is that Senator Dean Smith is still a member of the opposition and is still Deputy Chair.
The question is the amendment be agreed to the motion. Move. Order. In debates you don't get a second chance. That's not how... Yeah, I know. That's just not how this works. If someone wishes else to speak, they may, but yeah. All right, I'll put the amendment to the House. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Sorry you lost that letter. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
Why is it that the Parliament never...
Lock the doors. Question is the amendment be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 38, noes 101. The matter was resolved in the negative. I will now put the motion to the House to be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order. If members can return to their seats quickly and quietly. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
I move the motion relating to the powers and proceedings of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Defence in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 4. Proposed amendment to Standing Order 127.
Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, if I can be granted a brief indulgence, because I'll be moving a particular procedure. There are always, when the government seeks to have a debate management motion, there's always discussion in the House as to whether or not that is reasonable. In order for us to make sure that we can respect all 150 members of the Parliament, there are a number of things that members ordinarily do. One is follow the advice of the clerks in terms of when amendments can be grouped together, and I would note the opposition, even though it could be disruptive for them to do otherwise, I have, in every situation where amendments can be grouped together, they seek leave to do so, and leave is granted, and we get constructive debate. Similarly, people make strategic decisions when they know the outcome of a division as to which divisions are called for and which are not. I think it's fair to say that that sort of respect that is ordinarily there, regardless, it's nothing to do with the gravity of the issue, it's just an acknowledgement that each of us is 1 out of 150, to make sure that we are conscious that if everybody acted the way we might want to act in a particular moment, the House could itself become unmanageable. I have been asked by some people for further consultation on this. I would make clear to the House that the motion that I put on the notice paper remains the government's position, but I've been asked to have further conversations about it, which I am happy to do, but I want to be absolutely clear. No one should pretend that this is a gag or a denial of democratic process or anything like that. The reason for this is we cannot have a situation where any one member of Parliament acts like they're the only person in the room. That's what we can't have. And it takes a lot for me to point to the opposition as an example of being constructive. But can I say, yeah, don't talk me out of it. But the concept of amendments being grouped together and being sensible about deciding whether or not divisions need to occur means that there is a standing order that was put in place at a time when there were fewer than 5 crossbenches. Does not quite work now that the crossbench is so much larger. And we will have a point where we have to reckon with that. But as a matter of good faith for the requests that have been made to me, I will instead, under Standing Order 45C, move that we move to the next item of government business. But you might, if you want an indulgence, you have to seek the indulgence.
The manager has indicated that he is seeking indulgence, and I shall grant that in that spirit.
Speaker, this is obviously an issue between the Teals and the government. There's obviously been some disagreement about how the House should be managed. Our hope is that the Teals and the government will be able to work it out, and with this issue won't further delail the Hills.
I know how the manager is very consistent on correct titles in the House, as we indicated last week during question time. So I know he's particular about that. So if we could perhaps just we just refer people by their titles or members in the House, I think it'd be a lot easier for the debate.
Thank you, Speaker. The crossbench and the government, our hope is that this won't delay the House any further, that they'll be able to work it out, and then we'll be able to move on with the business of the House. So thank you.
The member for Indi is also seeking a brief indulgence.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to acknowledge the Leader of the House and thank you for considering this in light of a conversation with us. I think the crossbench has become a large crossbench because of the way that we engage with legislation in a very detailed way and seek to collaborate and seek to improve legislation. We do that in good faith. I acknowledge that the workings of the House have to continue in a way that makes sense and that progresses things through the Parliament without losing the parliamentary tools that we all have at our disposal. The crossbench uses those parliamentary tools, I think, in good faith, and I welcome the opportunity for us to discuss with you how we do that in a way that doesn't diminish that, but that enables the House to get on with its work. And I just want to point out to the opposition, this grouping the crossbench into nomenclature which makes no sense, frankly, doesn't assist in having really good parliamentary process, which is something we're all very, very committed to.
Don't want to detain the House anymore, but the member for Ryan briefly.
leave to make a brief statement. I also acknowledge that it's a very good idea that we do have a conversation about this because it's a critical thing, and we here on the crossbench are representing our constituents and we are giving them a voice here in this parliament, and any potential suppression of that is a suppression of the voices of our constituents. And I'm very concerned that other constituents across Australia with this kind of motion and this move would not understand how their own representatives had voted. And I think it's really critical, particularly on very, very important and life-changing bills like what we saw yesterday with the NDS, that individual constituents in those electorates actually understand what their MPs have voted on or voted against. So I think it's really critical for the retention of democracy and the voices of the millions of people that we represent to make sure that our voices are still heard in this democracy. Thank you.
Given that we have had interventions since, I might just invite the Leader of the House to move that motion about 45C and which item that he would wish to go to, given that we've had those interventions.
That's right, because 45C technically gets put immediately. So, Mr Speaker, under Standing Order 45C, I move that we proceed to Order of Business number 5.
The question before the House is that we move to Order of Business Notice number 5. Yep. Yeah, that's fine.
Notice number 5.
No problem. The question before the House is that we move to Notice number 5. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 5, Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026.
Give a call to the Minister.
Mr Speaker, I present the Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call on the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to interactive gambling and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill will introduce a meaningful and impactful suite of reforms to protect Australians, particularly children and young people, from gambling harms. It will help minimise children's exposure to wagering advertising while also reducing the overall saturation of advertising on radio and television and the targeting and saturation of advertising online. This bill also contains provisions to disrupt illegal gambling operators, strengthen BetStop, the National Exclusion Register, and crack down on damaging and emerging online lottery products. The reason is clear. Gambling advertising restrictions have not kept pace with community expectations. People are seeing too many ads, particularly during children and family programs and live sport events. For Australians who don't want to participate in gambling or see gambling ads, they have become inescapable and constant. The Albanese government wants Aussie kids to be able to participate in sport, whether that's cheering on their team, knowing the stats of their favourite player, or having a kick down at their local sporting field. And we want them to be able to do this without being bombarded with gambling promotion. With this bill, the government is acting to reduce children's exposure to gambling ads, reduce the targeting and saturation of advertising online, and breaking the nexus between sport and gambling. The Gambling Reform Bill 2026 comprises 5 schedules that deliver on the government's commitments. Schedule 1 is a comprehensive package of restrictions to tackle the proliferation of gambling advertising, helping keep our kids' eyes and ears free from those ads. This includes legislating a ban on the broadcast of wagering ads during live coverage of sporting events between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. and banning the broadcasting of odds. It is clear that there are too many ads on TV. In 2024, the number was as high as 8 ads in a single hour. This is why we are making sure people are no longer saturated with gambling ads by capping the number at 3 per hour between 6 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. We are also ensuring our kids won't be hearing gambling ads on the drive to or drive from school by banning advertising on the radio during those times. And when these ads are broadcast, we will ban advertising content that includes harmful or misleading information. The government will also ban gambling ads online. This ban applies to any online site, including on social media, news websites, Spotify and podcasts, streaming services, YouTube, and in search. The only exception will be if you're logged in, are over 18 and have an option to opt out of seeing those ads. This triple lock approach means kids won't see ads online, and it means that people who don't want to see gambling ads online, whether they are watching a streaming service, scrolling Instagram, or searching for a recipe on Google, can opt out of seeing them. It will be up to online platforms to implement these restrictions, and if they choose not to, then the rules are clear. They can't show gambling ads at any time to anyone. The government is determined to act on the nexus that has formed between our love of the game and the push to gamble. Our sports stars have gambling logos on their uniforms. There are banners promoting gambling on the field. Australians love their sport, but they don't love constantly seeing gambling advertising throughout the game. This bill will put a stop to that. We will legislate rules to ensure no ads appear during play at any time of day. And we will make Australian sport a gambling ad-free space by banning ads on sporting uniforms and at sporting venues. This includes at training, at press conferences, and at amateur and grassroots sport events. Gambling companies are regularly finding new ways to advertise. The Albanese government reforms will address this. We will ban notable people, including athletes, celebrities, and influencers, from promoting gambling. We have used broad definitions in the legislation to reflect the fact that the nature of celebrities is changing. We know gambling companies are targeting young people through influencers on social media. The changes in this bill will put a stop to that. It doesn't matter how many followers they have or which platform they use. Under this law, a gambling company cannot enter into an arrangement with an influencer to promote gambling to their followers. Schedule 2 provisions will enhance the ability to disrupt illegal gambling services. We have already taken action against these gambling services, which operate outside Australian law without the important consumer protections that exist here, with more than 1,700 illegal gambling websites blocked since 2019. But the current settings are unwieldy and inhibit the independent regulator, ACMA, from investigating and responding rapidly. The amendments in Schedule 2 will improve the government's ability to tackle illegal gambling through 4 key mechanisms. 1, placing an obligation on financial institutions to block transfers from Australian bank accounts to accounts that belong to illegal gambling operators. 2, enable ACMA to share information with financial institutions to assist them to block transactions. 3, placing an obligation on digital services, including search engines and app providers, to block access and advertising to illegal gambling services online. And 4, enabling ACMA to issue 24-hour takedown notices to these digital services and influencers to assist it with weeding out the promotion and access to these illegal gambling services. Schedule 3 will strengthen the operation of BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, an important piece of the government's gambling harm reduction measures. BetStop enables people to self-exclude from all Australian licensed online and telephone wagering providers. Since its launch in 2023, BetStop has had over 63,000 registrations, with over 39,000 Australians currently self-excluded from gambling, many of whom have spoken about the positive impact it has had on their lives. But this critical service can be even stronger and even more effective. The world is changing rapidly, and gambling companies are taking advantage of this. The changes in this bill will ensure BetStop can keep up with emerging and future technologies, so when people opt out of marketing, it isn't just email and texts, but also includes apps and push notifications. BetStop will also be empowered to adapt to new ways that these companies might seek to market information in the future. It will deliver on all the legislative recommendations of the statutory review of BetStop and improve clarity, user experience and safety outcomes. Schedule 4 introduces amendments to tackle harmful online lottery-style products. Many people in this Parliament have spoken of the harm caused by problem gambling on poker machines. Of great concern to the government is the opportunity for that harm to extend into people's pockets on their phones. That is why the government is committed to banning online keno through this bill. These pocket pokies have a rapid draw format, high frequency of play and high spending limits. They have a capacity to cause significant harm, with people able to lose up to $1,000 every 3 minutes. There is no community benefit from people participating in these games online, and we make no apology for taking a strong stand. This bill also takes decisive action against foreign matched lotteries by banning them from operating in Australia. 8 years ago, this Parliament came together in a bipartisan effort to ban what was then the primary form of foreign lottery operations in our market, lottery betting services. On the initiative of the former coalition government, the Parliament rightly recognised that these foreign operations undermined crucial income streams, not just for state governments, but for thousands of small businesses across Australia. They threatened our newsagents, pharmacies, pubs, RSLs and community clubs. As then Minister Fletcher observed at the time, in relation to foreign lotteries, they provide little taxation revenue, no benefits to the thousands of small business owners across Australia. Since those important reforms, new players have entered the market and are using loopholes to find their way around the laws this Parliament delivered. Under the new operating model, instead of offering bets on the outcome of a foreign lottery, these companies act as a middleman, offering to buy a physical ticket in the foreign lottery on the customer's behalf. If an Australian customer wins, the company claims the prize overseas and they say they'll forward the winnings back home. While the mechanics have changed, the threat to small businesses remains the same, and that is unacceptable. The government is also deeply concerned by the opaque arrangements underpinning this foreign-matched lottery model. Media reports reveal that one Australian operation was acquiring its US tickets through a single establishment, the Pit Stop Sports Bar and Grill on the outskirts of Portland, Oregon. According to media reports, a single individual, acting under a power of attorney, was responsible for making every single winning claim. We have profound concerns about this model. First, the US operators of these lotteries do not want the participation of offshore buyers or lottery couriers. In fact, a number of US authorities have actively amended their rules to explicitly exclude them and prevent winnings from being paid out to these entities. If an Australian citizen were to win a major jackpot, we cannot have any confidence these rules would not be invoked to deny the payout. Second, even if a major win were technically permitted under the rules, a jackpot of magnitude would raise serious questions about whether these opaque contractual arrangements would actually be honoured. Third, if there is a default and those winnings are withheld, an Australian winner would be left stranded with potentially no viable legal remedy to recover their money. It is simply not clear that the companies offering these lotteries in Australia have the balance sheets to make good on a $1 billion jackpot if the overseas operator or agent cannot or will not pay. An unchecked default of this scale would shatter the trust the Australians place in regulated lotteries, including those run by states and territories and by Australian charities. This would flow directly through to thousands of small businesses, potentially having a catastrophic effect on those relying on foot traffic and commission from lotteries conducted in Australia. This Parliament cannot and should not sit idly by and wait for that to happen. This bill ensures that we close the loophole, protect consumers and back our local small businesses. Just as we are taking action on foreign-matched lotteries, we are also acting on fake domestic lotteries. In recent years, we've seen a proliferation online of fake lotteries operating under the guise of trade promotions. They are fake because, unlike an official lottery, the rules are never clear. There are genuine lotteries that operate under trade promotion rules. For example, McDonald's FIFA World Cup ticket giveaway, or a competition to win free groceries when you spend at a supermarket chain. The difference is these genuine lotteries are focused on promoting actual goods and services, and you don't have to buy a ticket in the lottery if you just want to buy the product. Fake lotteries ask you to enter a lottery as a requirement to gain access to the thing they are promoting, whether that's discounts, extra services, or entry into the lottery itself. They have murky payment arrangements where people can become trapped in monthly fees that are hard to extract themselves from. And worse, we have seen cases where these lotteries aren't operating properly under state laws, meaning that even those that win these lotteries are losing out. We saw this in South Australia where a woman thought she had won a $3.5 million property through one of these fake trade promotion lotteries and couldn't actually access this win because the company was operating without the proper state licences. The harm done to entrants from these fake lotteries is one thing, but there's also the broader harm to our society through the impact they are having on charities. Charity lotteries estimate these fake lotteries diverted more than $60 million from the charity sector in 2024. These vital charities are suffering, and that's why we are acting. The common thread through our action on foreign match and fake lotteries is the recognition that the right to run a lottery in Australia is a privilege. Governments have long recognised that, while the chance of winning a lottery may be low, it should not be zero and it should be fair. Because otherwise, running a lottery becomes a licence to print money and the consumers are the losers. Madam Deputy Speaker, Australians love their sport. We are a sporting nation. But Australians want to know they can sit down and watch their favourite sport or their favourite show without being inundated with gambling advertising, either on the TV, online or on the field. These are important reforms, and we are proud as a government to be reducing gambling harm. There will be views from some members who, while they agree with the reform direction, will say it does not go far enough. My message to them is this. If you believe in banning online keno, if you believe in supporting charities, if you believe in supporting local newsagents, and if you believe in reducing gambling ads, support this bill. Finally, I'd like to say a few words about someone who was a valued member of the House and a close friend, not only to me but to many of my Labor colleagues. Peter Murphy was a passionate advocate for her community on issues from healthcare to employment, women's sport, gambling harm reduction. The work she did as chair of the inquiry into online gambling and its impacts on those experiencing gambling harm has had a significant impact on Australia, including through the strong measures that we deliver today. I thank the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the member for Page.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And I give the call to the Minister.
I present the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Amendment Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Clark.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Act 2019 and for related purposes.
Thank you. Minister for Communications.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I move that the National Self-Exclusion Register Cost Recovery Levy Bill 2026 be now read a second time. The recent statutory review of BetStop, the National Self-Exclusion Register, tabled in February 2026, found only 1 in 4 people were aware that BetStop exists. And among people who placed a bet in the last 12 months, it's still only 1 in 3. We need to make sure every Australian knows about this vital service. We also need to place the onus on gambling companies, not taxpayers, to fund this work. The Interactive Gambling Amendment, Gambling Reform Bill 2026, also includes a number of provisions to strengthen the operation of BetStop. This bill will expand the cost recovery framework to ensure it covers the full range of activities that ACMA and the department undertake to ensure the effectiveness of the register, including promotion and awareness-raising activities. I thank the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to member for Page.
Debate be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. And Clark.
Government business, notice number 6. Cash distribution and framework bill 2026.
And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I present the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum to this bill and the Cash Distribution Framework Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
And I give the call to the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to support and regulate the provision of cash distribution services and providers of those services and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today I introduced the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026, another important step in the Albanese government's plan to protect Australians' choice at the checkout and ensure no community is left behind as payments change. We have already made it mandatory for major supermarkets and fuel retailers to accept cash for essential purchases, because Australians who want or need to use cash should not be forced out of the economy. This bill backs that commitment with practical safeguards to keep cash moving, particularly for regional communities, older Australians, small businesses and those who rely on cash during emergencies and outages. Guided by recommendations from the Council of Financial Regulators and the ACCC, it will ensure the cash distribution system continues to serve Australians for years to come. Cash plays an important role in promoting economic inclusion, payment system resilience and as a store of value, particularly in times of uncertainty. But declining transactional cash use is placing pressure on the economics of storing, processing and transporting cash around the country. The framework will keep cash distribution working in the public interest by promoting fair and transparent commercial arrangements between providers, financial institutions and Australian businesses, while also supporting the long-term viability of cash distribution services. It will support the government's cash acceptance mandate by helping businesses access cash at reasonable prices so they can continue accepting it as a means of payment. And it will strengthen a system that remains essential for many Australians, particularly those in regional Australia. The framework has three key elements. The first provides powers to the Reserve Bank to designate entities that have a significant role in the cash system or those that provide critical cash distribution services. Limiting regulation to critical entities will keep the framework proportionate, targeting areas of greatest benefit while avoiding unnecessary burden on smaller providers or new entrants that do not provide critical services. The second enables the ACCC to oversee designated entities, including fair and efficient pricing of cash distribution services, which is essential to maintaining access to cash. ACCC oversight will support fair, transparent and reasonable pricing outcomes while helping maintain the long-term economic viability of the sector. The bill creates obligations for designated entities when negotiating cash distribution service and access agreements and allows the ACCC to approve standard terms for classes of agreements. It also establishes arbitration to resolve negotiation disputes and enables the ACCC to determine dispute resolution requirements for designated entities. The ACCC is also empowered to establish service-level standards to support fair and reliable access to cash across Australia. These standards may cover factors such as availability and timeliness, with the ACCC having regard to the bill's objects and the public interest. The third gives the RBA powers to ensure continuity of critical cash distribution services and help prevent disruptions before they occur. While transactional cash use has declined, many Australians still face genuine hardship if cash became harder to access or use. That is why the Reserve Bank needs appropriate powers to act quickly and decisively to sustain critical services and resolve a crisis. The bill provides the Reserve Bank with crisis and resolution powers, including directions, appointing a statutory manager, or transferring business assets or shares of a cash distribution service provider in crisis. It also enables up to $400 million in funding support to ensure the continuity of critical cash distribution services. Funding support is intended as a last resort, limited to situations where an entity's resources and recovery tools are insufficient to address losses or threats to cash availability. Any unrecovered funding would be recovered from major users of cash distribution services, recognising their role in enabling cash access for businesses and the community. The crisis and resolution powers are subject to clearly defined triggers for intervention and are distinct from the Reserve Bank's day-to-day monitoring and regulatory functions. They are consistent with crisis and resolution frameworks applying to other critical services in banking, insurance and clearing and settlement. The bill also establishes criminal and civil penalties and provides information gathering and enforcement powers to regulators to support compliance. Together, these powers create a coherent framework to support the continued availability and long-term viability of cash as a means of payment in Australia. I thank the businesses and community members who engaged in the extensive consultation on the proposed framework. I note the Legislative and Governance Forum for Corporations was notified in relation to the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026 as required under the Corporations Agreement 2002. Full details of the measures are contained in the explanatory memorandum. As payments methods change, the government is making sure the system works for everyone, not just those who can easily move away from cash. The bill keeps cash available for the people and businesses who rely on it, while building a stronger and more resilient payment system. I commend the bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned, and I give the call to the member for Page.
I move the debate be adjourned.
So the question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting. All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move under Standing Order 143 that the Interactive Gambling Amendment Gambling Reform Bill 2026 be referred to the Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs for consideration and advisory report by 11 August 2026. 3 years ago, this Parliament received the Murphy Report, You Win Some, You Lose More, the product of a meticulous, evidence-based inquiry into online gambling. And I sat on that committee. We heard from people whose lives had been torn apart by an industry that is addictive by design, marketed aggressively, and that disproportionately harms young people and vulnerable communities. We heard stories like this one from a woman struggling to make her marriage work. Gambling harm has already completely eroded and killed my relationship with my husband. I started out empathetic and compassionate to help my husband overcome this mental health condition that is gambling addiction. But my help and compassion were preyed upon and made harder by the relentless onslaught of gambling available in Australia. We would get on top of going to pokies in venues, and then online pokies became available. Sports betting became easier through apps. There really is no escape from this nightmare now. My husband's pay can go into his account in the middle of the night, and by the morning it's all gone from the comfort of his phone. The addiction is flamed harder because it is now so readily available and solitary in nature. It fuels secrecies and betrayals in marriages. There is no avenue for spouses to step in and restrict gambling harm by placing blocks on apps. No avenue to call up customer service at these companies and request this person be denied an account. Our nightmare never ends. There's nowhere to help us. The only option presented seems to dissolve the marriage and the family. Gambling only brings misery and destruction to the lives of vulnerable people, their families, friends, colleagues and further afield in communities where their contributions can be far more impactful if they didn't have the temptation of gambling. The once long-held dream of mine to find a partner to do life with, buy a house, build a home, have children, go on holidays, build long-term wealth and prosperity, and now replaced with anxiety, financial insecurity, spousal abuse and depression. We also heard stories like this one. Many years ago, I went to pick up a friend for an outing. She lived in one half of a single house divided into two separate dwellings. She got on well with the quiet single working man next door. This particular morning, she was devastated and in shock. The man had hung himself in the shed where she found him, and left a note listing all the people he owed money to, including the amounts. She was one of them, of course. He stated his reason for suicide was because he just couldn't stop gambling and knew he would never be able to repay all these people. Or stories like this one. My town is suffering. The people here are suffering. Gambling addiction means there's no food on the table and no money to pay bills. I see here in Alice Springs exactly who is hardest hit by the gambling culture, and it isn't white fellas and it isn't anyone who can afford to lose the money. Our report made 31 unanimous recommendations. Its central finding was unambiguous. Australia needs a comprehensive ban on gambling advertising phased in over time. It took this government nearly 3 years to respond. In that time, nothing changed for the roughly 550,000 high-risk gamblers in this country. 16% of them have experienced suicidal thoughts. 2/3 have faced serious financial hardship, including going without meals. Almost 1 in 5 people whose partner gambles weekly or more experience intimate partner violence. This is a public health crisis. It's been playing out in lounge rooms across Australia, and it's been allowed to fester for years and years while gambling companies spend millions perfecting the art of keeping people hooked. Gambling is Australia's blind spot. So when the government finally produced a response, Australians had every right to expect it would match the scale of the problem, and it does not. On my count, this bill fully addresses only a handful of the Murphy Report's 31 recommendations. There is no national regulator. There is no restriction on inducements. And the flagship measure, the advertising restriction, is not the comprehensive phase-out the report called for. It is 3 ads on an hour on television with no cap at all after 8:30 p.m, the time at which the government has apparently decided every Australian child is asleep. The so-called safeguard for online ads is an opt-out function. We already know how that performs in practice. SBS has run an opt-out model and, based on publicly available figures, less than 0.1% of subscribers have used it, even though 3 in 4 Australians say they wanted gambling ads banned altogether. The government knew this when they designed this measure. An opt-out nobody uses is not a protection, it is a fig leaf. The evidence on partial bans is already in. When advertising restrictions were tightened in 2017, gambling ads on television increased. Half measures do not reduce harm, they reroute it. This bill, as drafted, repeats that mistake at a moment when we finally have the chance not to. That's the case for proper scrutiny on the substance. The case is even stronger on process. The government gave stakeholders representing millions of Australians affected by gambling harm a single 45-minute consultation session on the exposure draft, with written submissions due the next day. Emeritus Professor Mike Daub, who took part in that session, described it afterwards as a charade. When he asked what evidence supported allowing unlimited advertising after 8:30 p.m, he was told it was a political decision, not an evidence-based one. That's a remarkable admission for a bill that follows the most rigorous evidence-based inquiry this Parliament has conducted into gambling harm in a generation. People with lived experience of gambling harm, researchers and public health experts have had almost no opportunity to be heard on legislation that will shape how this country deals with a predatory industry for years to come. The gambling lobby, by contrast, has had ample access. That imbalance should trouble every member of this House, regardless of which side of politics they sit on. A short, structured inquiry by this committee after years of inaction could fix that. 5 weeks is not a radical ask. It's the minimum required for a public process that actually deserves that name, allowing submissions from the people the Murphy Report was written for. Those with lived experience, clinicians, researchers and community organisations who have been locked out of the conversation so far. And let us be honest about what this would actually cost the government in practical terms. Nothing. This House is not scheduled to sit again until 11th of August. There is no version of events in which this bill passes both houses in the next 5 weeks, regardless of what this Parliament does today. A referral to committee does not delay reform by a single sitting day. It simply ensures that when this bill does come back before the House, it's been tested against evidence rather than against a 45-minute Zoom call and a deadline of vested interests choosing. Now, I understand that a committee may have been established in the other place, and I welcome this news and the work of the opposition, the Greens and independents to get that done. But I hope too that the committee that prepared the original report, the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee, can consider this package of reforms. If the government is confident that this bill reflects the Murphy report and the public interest, it should have nothing to fear from a committee process that tests that claim in the open. If it is not confident, that is precisely why this scrutiny is needed. I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion.
And I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I second this motion and commend the member for Curtin's motion to refer the Interactive Gambling Amendment Bill to the House Standing Committee on House Social Policy and Legal Affairs. Deputy Speaker, this should not be a controversial request. It's a sensible and reasonable solution and suggestion from the crossbench and is exactly what legislation of this significance deserves. Australians have waited more than 3 years for meaningful gambling reform in the wake of the Murphy report. That's 1,000 days of inaction from this government, 1,000 days in which young Australians, the Australians that we represent, have been harmed by that inaction. Australians have continued to lose their savings, their relationships, their homes, and in some tragic cases, their lives, because of the inaction of this government. After this sort of delay, the government has no excuses for not getting this legislation right. But it's rushing to introduce legislation that has been denied input from the public. The families that we represent, the young people who are being taken advantage of by predatory gambling industries, have been given no ability to have input into this crucial legislation. The government's released an exposure draft, but has not decided to conduct appropriate, open, transparent public consultation. Instead, it's held targeted conversations with the broadcasters, with the sporting codes and with the gambling industry. What about the families who live every day with the consequences or the ongoing challenges of harm caused by gambling? What about the parents who are concerned that every time their kids open the AFL app, they see the sports bets? What about the clinicians? What about the researchers? What about the public health experts and the community organisations who have spent years documenting the devastating impact of gambling addiction? Some of them have been given days to review this complex legislation and feedback on it in very limited extent. Some have been given no opportunity at all. A community inquiry would allow us to hear directly from those people who have been most affected by this legislation, to test the evidence, to identify the potential unintended consequences, to improve the legislation. That's what this place and the committees associated with Parliament are supposed to do. They're questions that deserve careful examination. The Murphy report was pretty clear. It recommended a comprehensive ban on gambling advertising, including online advertising. The government has not responded to that recommendation appropriately. Its proposals fall well short of that. There are ongoing and serious questions about the extent to which this legislation will provide any support or any protections for children and for vulnerable Australians. The Parliament is showing a willingness to legislate on digital harm and to act on the digital environments. The government has constantly trumpeted its social media ban, which is not working. But the government is not taking action to protect young Australians from a harm, a danger which is just as significant and which is in front of them every single day. Peter Murphy was a friend of many people in this House. She was closer to members of the government than she was to the crossbench of the opposition. We shouldn't have to keep reminding the government of the extraordinary work done by one of their own. We know that members of the government feel conflicted about their inaction on this point. We know that it upsets them and angers them when we raise the question of Peter Murphy's contribution and how strongly she felt about this. We shouldn't have to do this. We shouldn't be having these difficult, tortured conversations. We should just be doing what is right for the people that we represent, the communities that we represent, and in the best interest of not just the Parliament, but of the constituents who come to us every week and raise this issue. That's their spirit. Their belief in the democratic process should not be disrespected by this Parliament. We've waited more than 3 years. We can wait another 3 or 4 weeks and scrutinise this legislation properly. If the government believes that this legislation is worth doing, then it should subject it to the scrutiny that it deserves, and that includes giving the public an opportunity to feedback on something which will change their lives, which is one of the most significant public health crises that the country is facing right now. For those reasons, Deputy Speaker, I urge the House to refer this bill immediately to the House Standing Committee on Social Policy and Legal Affairs, so that the Parliament can properly examine the evidence, so that the Parliament can hear from those Australians affected most by this legislation, and so that Parliament can ensure that these long overdue reforms are as effective as they can possibly be.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
I move that the question be put.
Okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those... Just one moment. The question is that the question be put. All of those opinions say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. Believe the ayes have it. Okay, division required. Ring the bells. Thank you. Close the doors. Close the doors. Right. Close the doors. No, not yet, not yet. Lock the doors. Right, the question is that the question be put. I call the members for Werra and Bean for the ayes, and the member for Ryan and Clark for the noes. Ayes to the right of the chair, noes to the left. What's the... Okay, the result of the division is has been resolved in the affirmative. Ayes are 72, noes 12. And the question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. Okay, I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell. 1 minute. doors. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes will part to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I call the members for... There's a few of them. Okay, I'll call the member for Bean and wherever as tellers for the noes, and the member for Curtin, Clark and Bradfield and Curtin as tellers for the ayes. The result of the division is ayes 13, no 78. The question is resolved in the negative. I call the clerk. Is that right? No? Is he going to... to leave the chamber as quickly and quietly as possible, please. I call the member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I seek leave to move the following motion, that the House 1 notes that this morning the government introduced useless legislation which will do little to prevent gambling advertising and protect vulnerable Australians
and children from gambling harm, and B, calls on the Prime Minister to personally explain to the House and to all Australians why protecting gambling companies, media companies and major sporting codes is more important to him and his government than protecting the interests and lives of Australians.
Is leave granted?
Leave's not granted. If the member chooses to give the same speech through a suspension, we won't interrupt the speech, but immediately after the speech we will be moving that the business of the day be brought on.
Okay. We've got the call, yeah.
Business for that. So I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Clark moving the following motion. That the House 1 notes that this morning the government introduced useless legislation which will do little to prevent gambling advertising and protect vulnerable Australians and children from gambling harm, and 2, calls on the Prime Minister to personally explain to the House and to all Australians why protecting gambling companies, media companies and major sporting codes is more important to him and his government than protecting the interests and the lives of Australians. Deputy Speaker, sadly, this is not my first rodeo. We've been here before and we've already seen into the heart of the Labor Party in Australia. Deputy Speaker, you recall in 2010 to 2013, my first term, I had a written contract with the Prime Minister back then that there would be widespread and deep gambling reform in the country.
Sorry to interrupt you, Member for Clark. I just asked that members would either take their seats or leave the chamber. Member for Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yes, you'd remember in my first term I had a written contract with the Prime Minister for widespread and deep gambling reform in this country. But of course the gambling industry applied the blowtorch to the government. I assume the factions applied the blowtorch to the Prime Minister, and ultimately the Prime Minister refused to honour that deal, and the government went on its own path with much weaker gambling reform. Of course, that didn't save the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Gillard was eventually toppled by the factions, in fact, and it didn't save the government because the government lost in a landslide to then opposition leader Tony Abbott. Now, I'm not saying that the government's behaviour at the time was the result for that election loss, but I will assure you, Deputy Speaker, it was in the mix. It was one of the significant factors among a complex set of factors why the Labor Party lost power in 2013. And here we are again. Here we are again. An opportunity for a Labor government to enact meaningful gambling reform, very meaningful gambling reform, and in fact to implement the 31 recommendations of the so-called Murphy Inquiry, which is without doubt the best blueprint for gambling reform this country has ever seen. And it's not like 2010-2013 when it was a power-sharing parliament and things were difficult for the government back then. This time's completely different. The government has a thumping majority in the House of Representatives, and if it was to try and legislate and enact strong gambling reform, I don't doubt it would have the support of the Greens in the Senate. In other words, this time around, the government, the Labor Party, has a clear runway. There is no obstacle in the way to finally doing it. So we've got to ask ourselves, Deputy Speaker, why is the government acting in this way? Why is the government determined to run a protection racket for the gambling companies, for the media companies and for the major sporting codes? Is it because the government is gutless and scared stiff of the gambling companies, the media companies and the sporting codes? Or worse, Deputy Speaker, is it because the government is complicit? It's a fellow traveller with the gambling companies, the media companies and the sporting codes. Or maybe even worse than that, is it because the government has no humanity, does not care about the human cost of gambling in this country? It's not just the financial cost. It was interesting, we had a counter out yesterday put out by the Australia Institute, and it shows the amount of money lost to gambling in this country since the Murphy report was given to the government has now exceeded $100 billion. I'll say that again, Deputy Speaker. In Australia, more than $100 billion with a B has been lost by gamblers since the Murphy report brought down its the committee brought down its report. How can we tolerate that? How can we tolerate that? And it's not just a financial cost, it's a personal cost. Who knows how many people in Australia are battling gambling addiction or are at serious risk of developing a gambling addiction at the moment. I remember back then, 2010-2013, the figure just for poker machine gambling addiction was over 100,000. Now with the avalanche of gambling addiction from online and sports betting, we can safely assume it's hundreds of thousands of Australians are either addicted to their gambling, or they're at serious risk of developing an addiction. And we know from very, very good research that for every gambling addict in this country, between 5 and 10 other people are affected by that person's addiction. Mums, dads, brothers, sisters, sons, daughters, work colleagues, friends, people in the street who are victims of crime. I mean, the gross number of Australians who are affected by this is easily measured in the millions. And what does the government do? It brings out this half-assed set of reforms in this bill this morning that will do very little to address gambling addiction in this country. It has completely ignored the flagship recommendations of the Murphy report. It has completely ignored that there be a phased-out but ultimately complete ban on gambling advertising, just like three-quarters of Australians desperately want. It has completely ignored the recommendation that there be an independent national regulator. Instead of this complete nonsense where a part-time regulatory body in the Northern Territory of all places, populated by officials who have connections to gambling themselves, they're regulating all of these online and sports betting companies Australia-wide. What a complete nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense. The government has completely ignored the use of inducements by the gambling and sporting companies. And I'll tell you why, though, Deputy Speaker, and I want to actually speak in support of a lot of my colleagues in this place, a lot of backbenchers. There are a lot of good people in the House of Representatives. There are a lot of good people in the other place. But they are being stopped by their leadership. I'll talk in detail about the Prime Minister in a moment, but briefly to talk about the opposition. I don't think the opposition leader gets it. I don't think he understands the enormity of the problem. I don't think he even understands the politics of it, that he's finally got an issue that he can polish up the brand of his party because support for reform extends from the far left across to the far right. You know, if you want to just talk raw, grubby politics for a minute, why are we doing all right? Because we focus on the issues the majority of people care about. So I say to the opposition leader, do your research, talk to your backbenchers and get on side. But I say to the Prime Minister, who ultimately controls the government, stop blocking reform. Stop going into your caucus and telling your caucus members what they will do and what they will say and how they will vote. Listen to your membership, because everyone in this place, opposition, crossbench, government, we are all confronting every day people calling for reform. Every day we're meeting with people who are battling addiction. We're meeting with families who have had someone in their family suicide because of addiction. They say that at least 400 people suicide a year on result of gambling addiction in this country. And we know that the prevalence is probably chronically underreported. In other words, since the Murphy report was provided to the government, more than 1,000 Australians have suicided because of inaction by politicians and governments. How can we live with that? How can we sleep at night? How can the Prime Minister sleep at night? I say to the Prime Minister, if you're not going to fix this, then get out of the way and let the Parliament fix it. Give us a free vote. Let us decide this. Let us represent our communities. Because until we fix this, we are complicit. This Parliament is a fellow traveller with the gambling companies, the media companies and the sporting codes, who are like jackals feeding on the carcass of gambling addicts. This is intolerable, Deputy Speaker. I call on the government to put aside that rubbish bill that was tabled today, or at least let it go to a committee, as was moved by the member for Curtin earlier today, and to fix this, and to fix it for once and for all, and to be seen as a government with integrity. OK, stare down the media companies, stare down the gambling companies, stare down the major sporting codes, but represent the majority of your community. And you know what? You might even be rewarded politically. It sure didn't help Julia Gillard in 2012 when she ditched these reforms. It was in the mix when she was toppled as leader and defeated at the polls. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Seconded. I call the Leader of the House.
Under Standing Order 45C, I move that notice number 7 be brought on immediately.
Okay. Yep. So I put the question. All those opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the doors. Lock the doors. Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Clark and McKellar as tellers for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 71, noes 12. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 7, Cash Distribution Framework, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
I call the Minister.
I present the Cash Distribution Framework, Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026.
Okay. So, just one moment. I don't have any of this. I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to deal with consequential and transitional matters arising from the enactment of the Cash Distribution Framework Act 2026 and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Today, I am also introducing the Cash Distribution Framework Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026. This bill makes consequential amendments and transitional provisions to support the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026, which seeks to maintain access to cash across Australia and support businesses and financial institutions to continue offering cash services. Importantly, it gives the ACCC an interim transitional power to help ensure continuity of cash distribution services while the broader framework is implemented. The Legislative and Governance Forum for Corporations was notified as required under the Corporations Agreement 2002. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum. For all the reasons I outlined in my remarks on the Cash Distribution Framework Bill 2026, I commend this to the House.
Right, the debate must now be adjourned.
Move the debate be adjourned.
Okay, the question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All those opinions say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 8. Treasury Laws Amendment Strengthening Accountability for Tax Advisor Misconduct and Other Measures Bill 2026.
I call the Minister.
I present the Treasury Laws Amendment Strengthening Accountability for Tax Advisor Misconduct and Other Measures Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation, competition and consumers and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. This bill amends Treasury legislation to strengthen the integrity of the tax profession, to make a range of improvements to our tax system, deliver targeted refinements to Australia's merger regime, and give force of law to current national competition principles. Schedule 1 to the bill amends the Tax Agent Services Act 2009 to strengthen the Tax Practitioners Board sanctions regime as part of the government's response to the PwC tax leaks matter, announced on 6 August 2023, to crack down on tax advisor misconduct and rebuild people's faith in the systems and structures that keep our tax system and capital markets strong. The reforms also implement recommendations from the 2019 independent review of the Tax Practitioners Board. The reforms complement a broader suite of government reforms to strengthen integrity and accountability across the tax system and professional services sector. This includes work to progress further targeted exceptions to tax secrecy rules and enhancements to the Australian Tax Office and Tax Practitioner Board's information gathering powers outlined in the 2026-27 budget. And just yesterday we released an options paper into the regulation of accounting, auditing and consulting firms in Australia. It builds on earlier reforms such as the Treasury Laws Amendment 2023 Measures No. 1 Act 2023, which strengthened the Tax Practitioner Board's powers and improved transparency within the profession. The Treasury Laws Amendment Tax Accountability and Fairness Act 2024, which expanded the ATO's ability to target promoters of tax exploitation schemes, increased penalties, enabled referrals of misconduct to professional bodies, and strengthened whistleblower protections. The Tax Agent Services Code of Professional Conduct Determination 2024, which enhanced obligations on practitioners and lifted baseline standards for practitioner behaviour. These reforms will enable the Tax Practitioners Board to impose a suite of new and expanded regulatory sanctions that escalate in severity in response to more serious contraventions of the law and respond to misconduct, including poor and unlawful tax advice, in a timely way. The changes include new criminal penalties for unregistered preparers, new civil penalty provisions and increased maximum civil penalty amounts for tax practitioners and unregistered preparers, new powers that enable the Tax Practitioners Board to issue infringement notice penalties, enter into enforceable voluntary undertakings and impose contingent and interim suspensions of registration, and an increase in the maximum duration of termination of registration from 5 to 10 years. These reforms will improve protections for taxpayers by driving better behaviour, addressing and deterring misconduct, and maintaining community confidence in the integrity of the tax system. Schedule 2 to the bill strengthens the foreign resident capital gains tax CGT regime. This reform ensures foreign residents pay their fair share of tax when selling assets with a close economic connection to Australian land and our natural resources, while providing generous concessions for investments in renewable energy as set out in Schedule 3. The schedule has 4 elements. First, it clarifies the definition of real property on which foreign residents are subject to CGT. This confirms that assets with a close economic connection to Australia, such as energy infrastructure, transport and telecommunication assets and water entitlements, are in scope of the foreign resident CGT rules. This responds to a long-standing area of uncertainty, which has been compounded over time by the absence of a clear definition of real property in the Commonwealth tax law. It also addresses the interactions with state and territory property laws, which have increasingly produced unintended outcomes, with infrastructure assets being taxed differently depending on the jurisdiction in which they are located. From commencement, this measure will ensure the Commonwealth tax law determines which assets are subject to the foreign resident CGT regime. This will support certainty and ensure consistent tax treatment across the nation, so investors can make long-term decisions with confidence. It also restores the integrity, fairness and sustainability of the tax system. Second, the measure confirms when the Commission of Taxation can amend a past assessment for matters relating to the foreign resident CGT regime. The legislation limits the ability of the Commissioner to amend an assessment where the taxpayer's limited amendment period has ended, except in cases of fraud or evasion, or where the taxpayer objected to their assessment prior to 10 April 2026, which is the date of the exposure draft consultation for this schedule. This effectively means that where a foreign investor had previously paid and settled a historical CGT liability, they will be unable to have their assessment amended because the Commissioner will not be able to extend the review period. This will protect existing revenue by preventing foreign investors from seeking opportunistic windfall gains by taking advantage of recent federal court decisions to reduce their previous tax payments. Third, the schedule introduces a new requirement for foreign investors to notify the Australian Tax Office, ATO, before they dispose their interests in an Australian entity where the transaction is valued at $50 million or more. This ensures the ATO has more visibility over high-value transactions in which a foreign resident claims they are not subject to CGT because they are disposing a non-Australian real property interest. This new notification supports tax compliance. And fourth, the schedule enhances the integrity of the principal asset test. This test determines whether the value of a foreign investor's interest is mainly from Australian land or land-like assets and therefore subject to CGT.
Hear, hear.
Foreign investors are now required to apply this test at any time during the 365 days before the CGT event instead of just at the time of the disposal. This is consistent with the Organisation for Economic Cooperation and Development's practice. The schedule includes 2 instrument-making powers to balance compliance costs for investors. It is intended that these powers would be used to exempt certain foreign investors from having to notify the Commissioner of certain public transactions, and to provide an alternative testing approach for certain investors in how they value their interests in complying with the principal asset test. These details will be subject to consultation. Schedule 3 of the bill is a transitional concession for foreign investors in the renewable energy sector. It provides a 50% CGT discount on the disposal of eligible assets until 30 June 2030. This recognises the importance of foreign investment in the renewable sector, helping support our clean energy objectives. This concession balances ongoing government support for Australia's practical action on climate change with the need to ensure the tax treatment of these assets aligns with the treatment of other assets in the longer term. The targeted, time-limited concession will apply to grid-scale renewable assets excuse me, such as battery storage systems, wind turbines and solar panels. Schedules 2 and 3 were informed by extensive consultation with stakeholders. The schedules will commence on the first quarter after royal assent. Schedule 4 to the bill amends the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 to deliver targeted refinements to Australia's merger regime. The government has heard from businesses, advisors and regulators about how the regime is working in practice and what needs to be fine-tuned. First, the amendments adjust the legal consequences when merger parties fail to notify the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, ACCC, when they should have by making such acquisitions voidable instead of automatically void. This minimises unintended consequences, especially for innocent third parties, where the existing voiding provisions would otherwise automatically unwind transactions while still providing the incentive for parties to notify when appropriate. Second, the amendments introduce a mechanism for merger parties to seek extensions from the ACCC for the period in which they can put an approved acquisition into effect. The extensions can be up to 6 months each. Multiple extensions may be granted. This will also apply to transactions already approved in the 12 months prior to commencement of this bill. Third, the amendments better target when an acquisition needs to be notified. Parties will not need to notify acquisitions that are unlikely to result in a practical ability to influence competition, as originally intended. For example, it will benefit venture capital investing in startups. Overall, these amendments will reduce the regulatory burden on industry while preserving the integrity of the regime. They support a faster, more transparent and risk-based regime. These amendments also reflect the government's commitment to listening and responding to stakeholder experiences to ensure the merger regime continues to promote competition and economic activity in the interests of Australians. Schedule 5 to the bill amends the Competition and Consumer Act 2010 and the Productivity Commission Act 1998 to give legal force to the current national competition principles and regulatory structures which were agreed by the Commonwealth and all states and territories in November 2024. The measure substitutes references to the Conduct Code Agreement and the Competition Principles Agreement from 1995 with references to the 2024 Intergovernmental Agreement on National Competition Policy and introduces definitions of public interest test and competitive neutrality arrangements. To future-proof these amendments, the measure also introduces powers for the Minister to specify any new agreements to be the NCP agreement and new arrangements to be the competitive neutrality arrangements. Schedule 6 to the bill amends the tax law to specifically list the Ross House Trust, Tanara Social Purpose Limited and the I4Give Foundation Limited as deductible gift recipients and extends the existing listing of the Australian Academy of Law and Cambridge Australia Scholarships Limited. Schedule 7 to the bill amends the tax law to change the name of the philanthropic funds known as ancillary funds to giving funds. This better reflects the purpose of these funds and implements a recommendation of the Productivity Commission's philanthropy inquiry. Schedule 8 to the bill makes minor and technical amendments to the tax law to give effect to the Australian Taxation Office's current administrative treatment to ensure tax credits arising from amounts withheld from the disposal of Australian real property can be claimed in an assessment for the same income year that the disposal is recognised for tax purposes. Finally, the Legislative and Governance Forum on Corporations was notified in relation to the amendments in Schedule 4 to the bill as required under the Corporations Agreement 2002. Full details of the measure are contained in the explanatory memorandum.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. Call the member for Marinara.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is now that the resumption of the debate be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government business. Notice number 9, Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicines Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026.
I thank the clerk. The Minister has the call.
Thank you. On behalf of the Minister for Health and Ageing, I present the Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicines Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
I give the call to the Minister. The clerk reads the bill first, the title.
First reading, a bill for an Act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989 and for related purposes.
I thank the clerk. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I introduce a therapeutic...
You could just move that the bill now be read a second time.
Mr Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I introduce a Therapeutic Goods Amendment, Medicine Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026. This bill amends the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989, the Therapeutics Goods Act, to implement several important public health measures, including in relation to the management of medicine shortages and discontinuations. Medicines are essential for the health and well-being of Australians. This means that shortages and discontinuations of medicines can cause significant impacts for Australian patients and the health practitioners and systems that support them. Interruptions to the supply and availability of medicines in Australia can occur for various reasons, and unfortunately some supply disruptions can be unavoidable. Medicine supply chains are complex global systems, and there are numerous points in a supply chain where problems can cause a medicine supply disruption, each requiring a different response. Although many improvements have been made since the introduction of the Mandatory Medicine Shortages and Discontinuations Reporting Scheme, the Australian Government is continuing to make improvements to the way that supply disruptions are monitored and managed to further reduce impacts. The Government has undertaken extensive consultation over the past 2 years to better understand the most pressing challenges and barriers experienced by individuals and businesses in Australia relating to medicines shortages and discontinuations. This bill introduces legislative changes designed to address key challenges raised by stakeholders across the medicine supply chain in their consultation feedback. These legislative changes will strengthen key aspects of the mandatory reporting scheme under the Therapeutics Goods Act to enable Australia to be better prepared for shortages and discontinuations of critically important medicines. Specifically, this bill includes amendments to require sponsors to notify the Secretary of the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing of any decision to permanently discontinue the supply of reportable medicines in Australia at least 12 months in advance. This will provide more time for health practitioners and patients to make plans for ongoing treatment where needed. The existing clause, or as soon as practicable after the decision is made, will be maintained, acknowledging that unforeseen circumstances can impact a sponsor's ability to report a discontinuation 12 months in advance. Further, sponsors who give such notice will be required to update the Secretary if there is a change in the initial approach, including if the supply is no longer proposed to be discontinued or if the discontinuation is to occur at a different time than previously notified. The bill also enables the Secretary to require all sponsors of approved medicines to provide upon request information about the availability and any shortage or discontinuation of their products in Australia. Currently, this information can only be requested about a subset of approved medicines that are designated as reportable medicines. The bill will enable this information to be requested regarding any approved medicine, not just reportable medicines. This is important as shortages of any approved medicine can have a significant impact on the health and well-being of people in Australia. In addition to the medicine shortages and discontinuations measures, the bill makes several other important amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act. The bill enables the Secretary to determine common biologicals groups so that similar biologicals can share a single entry in the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, the Register. Currently, a sponsor must navigate duplicative processes. This includes maintaining a separate entries in the register for biologicals that are essentially the same but have minor differences, such as minor formulation changes or extensions of indications. They must bear the costs of maintaining multiple listings for essentially the same product. They may also be required to cancel existing entries when a new product with only a minor change in indication or intended use is approved, resulting in avoidable cost, delay and administrative burden. This amendment will allow sponsors to combine their entries in the register, avoid duplication and reducing costs and regulatory burden for industry. Additionally, the bill makes a technical amendment to confer clear legal powers on authorised persons to enter, search and inspect clinical trial sites. Such inspections will ensure that unapproved therapeutic goods supplied and used in clinical trials are in accordance with the applicable exemption and approval schemes and will safeguard the rights, safety and well-being of clinical trial participants. This will be implemented by moving existing powers from delegated legislation to primary legislation to ensure that the legislation operates as intended. The bill also enables the instrument made under Section 30EJ of the Therapeutic Goods Act, known as the Medicines Watch List, to incorporate other documents as enforced from time to time. This instrument lists certain medicines for which a shortage or discontinuation in Australia would be of critical impact. This amendment will ensure that the list of critically important medicines specified in the instrument remains as current as possible at all times, for the purposes of mandatory reporting requirements and timeframes. The bill includes other minor consequential and technical amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Act, including improving consistency, remove outdated provisions and correct errors. The bill is complemented by the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026, which makes associated amendments to the Therapeutic Goods Charges Act 1989 to allow the prescribing of annual charges for the inclusion of grouped biologicals in the register. This will ensure that the common biologicals groups measured in this bill is able to operate as intended.
I thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. I give the call to the member for Marinara.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
Well done. The question is now that the resumption of the debate be made in the day. Hey, one of your finest hours there, brother. At the resumption of the debate be made at an order of the day for the next sitting. And I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Now, therapeutic goods. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Therapeutic Goods Charges Act 1989 and for related purposes.
And I give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move that this bill be
Well
now
done.
read a second time.
Minister has the call. Well, we've come a long way.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I introduce the Therapeutic Goods Charges Amendment Bill 2026. This bill amends the Therapeutic Goods Charges Act 1989 to allow the prescribing of annual charges for the inclusion of grouped biologicals in the Australian Register of Therapeutic Goods, the Register. The amendments in this bill are related to the Therapeutic Goods Amendment Medicine Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026, which amends the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989. They implement several important public health measures, including to enable the Secretary to determine common biologicals groups so that similar biologicals can share a single entry in the register. The amendments made by this bill, together with the associated amendments in the Therapeutic Goods Amendments, Medicines, Shortages and Other Measures Bill 2026, will reduce costs and regulatory burden for industry.
Thank the Minister. The debate must now be adjourned. Don't stuff it up.
I move that the debate be adjourned.
The question is The question is that the resumption of the debate be made in order the day for the next sitting, and we'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Now, I give the call to the motion. The clerk.
Government business, notice number 10. Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation, decommissioning of the National Research Cyclotron Facility, Camperdown.
I give the call to the Minister.
I move that in accordance with the provisions of the Public Works Committee Act 1969, it is expedient to carry out the following proposed work, which was referred to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works and on which the committee has duly reported to Parliament. Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation, decommissioning of the National Research Cyclotron Facility, Camperdown.
The Minister has the call.
The Australian National Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation seeks parliamentary approval to decommission and demolish the National Research Cyclotron Facility located near the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital in Sydney. These works are required to meet the organisation's end-of-lease obligations to the Sydney Local Health District. The total estimated cost of the works is $17 million, excluding GST. The proposed works were referred to the Public Works Committee on the 3rd of March 2026. Following its inquiry, the committee has recommended that the House of Representatives resolve that it is expedient to carry out the proposed works. Subject to parliamentary approval, the works are expected to commence in January 2028 and be completed by August 2029. On behalf of the government, I would like to thank the committee, ably chaired by the member for Macon, for undertaking a timely inquiry. I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the Speaker, and we'll put that question. All of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I have to report that the Defence Legislation Amendment RCDVS Implementation and Related Measures Bill No. 2 Bill of 2026 has been fully considered by the Federation Chamber, has been agreed to without amendment. I present a copy of the certification of the bill. The question is now that this bill be agreed to. Any debate on that one? We'll just put that question. I'll put that. All of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill has been agreed to. Minister?
Ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Is leave granted?
Come on, Dave. You can do it.
Leave is granted.
I believe in you. I move that this bill now be read a third time.
Aye. Put that question. All of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the law relating to defence, veterans affairs and military rehabilitation and compensation and for related purposes.
Now, thank you. I have to report that the Statute Update Bill of 2026 has been fully considered by the Fed Chamber and has been agreed to without amendment, and I present a certified copy of the bill. The question is that the bill be agreed to. I'll put that question. All that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill's been agreed to. Minister.
Ask leave of the House to move the third reading immediately.
Leave is granted.
Well done. Minister.
I move that this bill now be read a third time.
I put that question, all of that opinion for the bill to be read a third time, say aye. Aye. They can say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to make minor and technical amendments of the statute law of the Commonwealth to repeal certain obsolete acts and for related purposes.
Lovely. The member for Corangamite seeking the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Joint Standing Committee on the National Disability Insurance Scheme, I present the committee's report, incorporating dissenting reports entitled Integrity of the National Disability Insurance Scheme, and I ask leave of the House to make a short statement in connection with the report. Thank you.
I'll give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you.
Is leave granted? Sorry?
Stole my thunder.
Leave is granted. Leave is granted.
Thank you.
Member for Corangamite has the call.
Deputy Speaker, the NDIS is one of the most significant social reforms in Australia's history. It has changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of Australians with disability and their families by giving people greater choice, control and access to the supports they need to live the lives they choose. This is why protecting the integrity of the scheme is so important. The NDIS was built on trust. Trust that participants would receive the right supports, trust that providers would act in the best interests of the people they support, and trust that public funding would be used for its intended purpose. As the scheme has grown, the risks facing it has also evolved. The committee heard that for a number of years the integrity settings around the NDIS did not keep pace with the rapid growth and increasing complexity of the scheme. The result was a scheme where important foundations, including market stewardship, provider oversight and information sharing arrangements, require further strengthening. Since 2022, significant work has been undertaken to address these challenges and strengthen the integrity of the NDIS. This includes a greater focus on fraud prevention and detection, stronger oversight of providers, improved collaboration between agencies and reform to better protect participants. During the committee's inquiry, it has been highlighted the importance of such continued work. This report builds on the government's integrity reforms and sets out further measures to strengthen the foundations of the scheme, including better identity verification and data sharing, stronger collaboration between agencies, improved provider accountability and greater capacity to identify and respond to risk and fraud. A key part of this is ensuring that people delivering supports have the right skills, qualifications and professional standards. Participants and their families deserve confidence that the workers entering their homes and providing essential supports are appropriately trained, properly supported and accountable. That's why the report supports stronger workforce standards, including consideration of an NDIS worker registration scheme, focused on entry requirements, qualifications and ongoing professional development. Deputy Speaker, a strong, stable workforce will help protect participants, support quality providers and ensure the scheme continues to deliver the high standard of care that Australians expect. The report also recommends stronger protections against misconduct and exploitation, including tougher action and penalties against fraud and criminal behaviour, and measures to prevent conflict of interest and inappropriate practices. Deputy Speaker, it should be noted that throughout this inquiry the committee made clear that choice and control are the foundation of the NDIS and they must remain at the centre of any reform. Deputy Speaker, during this inquiry the committee heard from people with disability, families, advocates, providers and experts. Their experience and the insights they have provided are critical in shaping this report and recommendations I table today into the integrity of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I thank all those who contributed, and I thank my colleagues on the Joint Standing Committee for their work and constructive engagement. I also thank our Secretariat. Thank you for your hard work and diligence throughout the course of this inquiry. Deputy Speaker, the NDIS is a reform of national importance. Our responsibility is to ensure it remains a scheme that Australians can trust, one that delivers high-quality supports, protects participants and is sustainable for generations to come. I commend the report to the House. Thank you.
I thank the member for Corangamite for an excellent report. We'll call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Health Insurance Amendment, Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill 2026, Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by the member for Lindsay.
The original question was that the bill now be read a second time, and to this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is that the amendment now be agreed to, and with that I give the call to the most honourable member for Gorton, who's been waiting patiently.
Our green and gold Medicare card means opportunity, Deputy Speaker. It means receiving high-quality healthcare regardless of your bank balance. And I'm so proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government who is committed to strengthening Medicare for generations to come. And this bill is an important part of exactly that. Labor has always and will always fight for accessible healthcare. Medicare is one of the reasons I joined the Australian Labor Party when I was a teenager. We have more than 50,000 families across my electorate of Gorton, and new ones moving in, building their homes and their futures in Melbourne's western suburbs. And these families are feeling the cost of living when paying their bills at the checkout or at the Bowser. With competing cost of living pressures, these families shouldn't be worrying about the cost of seeing a doctor as well. These families deserve regular access to affordable GP appointments, and that's why this bill matters. The bill before us provides a clear legislative framework for our primary care incentive payment programs. Programs like the Medicare Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program, which is increasing access to free GP appointments right across the country. This bill is about strengthening the accessibility of healthcare for all Australians. It's about making sure that every Australian can access the care they need, no matter where they live. And it's another piece in a huge body of work by this government to ensure that quality healthcare is accessible and affordable for every Australian. Our introduction of Medicare bulk billing clinics is really making a huge difference in our communities across the country. I'm really proud to report, Deputy Speaker, in my community there are now 24 Medicare bulk billing practices, up from 13 before our bulk billing changes were introduced. That means that at 75% of our clinics in Gorton, you can see a doctor for free. 75%, and this is all thanks to Labor's single largest investment in Medicare ever, delivering an additional 18 million bulk billed GP visits every year so more Australians can see a GP for free. And with the Sunshine and Melton urgent care clinics nearby, our community can also access free walk-in urgent care. The Sunshine and Melton urgent care clinics have together seen over 46,000 visits since opening. This is massive. It means that in Melbourne's western suburbs, people in our community have access to free walk-in care when they need it. And with this budget, we're making urgent care clinics, like the ones in Melton and Sunshine, permanent. Deputy Speaker, urgent care clinics play a really important role in taking the pressure off our emergency departments. In the western suburbs, we have the Melton Urgent Care Clinic in the member for Hawke's electorate, and the Sunshine Urgent Care Clinic in the member for Fraser's electorate, and the Werribee Urgent Care Clinic in the member for Lawler's electorate. Urgent care clinics are making a real difference in our community in the West, with the Sunshine Urgent Care Clinic seeing over 12,000 presentations since its opening in August last year. And let me tell you about one of those patient experiences. A constituent of mine, Carl from Burnside Heights, recently visited the Sunshine Urgent Care Clinic. He had an injury at home on a Sunday night at about 9 p.m. He was at Sunshine Urgent Care Clinic by 9:15, seen by a clinician and had 6 stitches put in and was out by 9:40 p.m. How good is that? Carl was able to access walk-in care close to his home in Burnside Heights. That is exactly what we introduced urgent care clinics for, when you need urgent care and you can't possibly wait for a GP appointment, but it's not serious enough for the emergency room. This means that Australians are getting the care they need when they need it, without overloading our doctors and emergency systems. And it's not all we're doing to strengthen Medicare and our healthcare workforce here in Australia. We took healthcare to the election, and right across the board, we're legislating change. We've capped the cost of PBS-listed medicines at just $25, the lowest it's been since 2004 when I was in primary school, which has seen a saving of more than $14 million in my electorate of Gorton. We've doubled the number of medicines now available for 60-day prescriptions, and we've introduced new medicines to the PBS. We've launched the Medicare Mental Health Check-In, a free service connecting you with a professional mental health support over the phone. And for many in our community, this is a lifeline. We're growing the health workforce to deliver more doctors and nurses than ever before, including the largest GP training program in Australian history and hundreds of scholarships for nurses and midwives to extend their skills and qualifications. This includes incentives like the Commonwealth Prac payment, which means students on their mandatory nursing and midwifery placements will be paid for their work, making life easier for our nursing and midwifery students. We're also tripling the bulk billing incentive for people who need to see their GP most often, helping pensioners, concession card holders and families with children. And we're investing landmark commitments in women's health, working to reverse decades of neglect to women's health. We've now opened 33 endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics, and more than 380,000 women have accessed new, cheaper contraceptives in the first year of their listing on the pharmaceutical benefits schedule. Initiatives like these are saving Australian women and their families thousands of dollars on health-related costs across their lifetimes. And we're also backing men's health, because for too long, mental health in Australia has been overlooked. We've established and are expanding a network of Medicare mental health centres, helping Australians have better access to mental health care services. We're also delivering $11.3 million to provide men's healthcare training to primary healthcare workers and to develop a campaign to encourage men to visit the doctor. And that's in addition to $20.7 million in grassroots initiatives that support men's mental health and wellbeing in community settings. Today, we're establishing a clear legislative framework for Commonwealth primary care incentive payment programs, including the Medicare Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program. Primary care incentive programs encourage GP practices to deliver high-quality, continuous and accessible care through incentive payments. The Medicare Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program, established by Labor, is probably the most well-known program. But there are also several other programs accessible to practices and doctors that ensure Australians receive the best possible care. The General Practice and Aged Care Incentive is one such program that supports older Australians living in residential aged care. It encourages GPs to go out and visit their older patients at their residential aged care facility rather than seeing them at their own practice. This makes it easier for older Australians to access ongoing quality healthcare in a way that's most accessible to them. Supporting the health and wellbeing of older Australians and reducing the pressure on our hospitals by ensuring continuous, consistent care. The long-standing Practice Incentives Program encourages doctors to meet outcomes that plug gaps in the healthcare system and ensure accessible healthcare for all Australians. These outcomes include offering care after hours, making e-health services available, providing teaching sessions to medical students, servicing rural and regional areas, and more. This is complemented by the Workforce Incentive Program, which assists GP practices with the cost of employing a large range of health professionals from various disciplines, as well as encouraging doctors to provide services in regional, rural and remote communities, and helped attract doctors with additional advanced skills to work outside metropolitan areas. Improving access to quality and comprehensive medical, nursing and allied health services in regional, rural and remote areas. These programs are such an important way for us to realise quality, accessible and affordable healthcare for all Australians, to make seeing a doctor affordable, to attract doctors to where they're most needed, and to make sure that all Australians can access multidisciplinary healthcare that addresses their specific concerns, not just those who live in metropolitan areas. That's why this bill is so incredibly important. Currently, these incentive payment programs operate without a clear and consistent legislative framework behind them. That's a gap because it impacts their effective administration, including strong process around compliance and integrity. The bill before us plugs this gap, inserting a new part into the Health Insurance Act 1973, which provides a consistent statutory basis for the establishment and administration of these programs. This will improve the effectiveness of these programs in a few ways. It will give healthcare providers and the government more certainty by giving these programs a strong backing. It will create clear and consistent rules for how these programs are run, including how providers can participate, how often decisions are made, and how stronger protections to ensure decisions are fair.
and it will protect public funding by making sure the right rules are in place for compliance, using information and recovering overpayments in incentive payment programs. This bill also modernises the laws that underpin these programs, allowing some administrative tasks to be carried out automatically, while including safeguards to ensure the process is transparent, properly monitored and accountable as well. This will help manage large numbers of applications and decisions more efficiently, while still protecting people's rights to have those decisions reviewed. There'll also be very clear review processes as well, Deputy Speaker. Providers can ask for the decision to be reconsidered internally, and if they are still unhappy with the outcome, they can apply for an independent review by the Administrative Review Tribunal. This bill will do a lot to support the good administration of these programs, but it won't change them. Providers currently participating in these programs won't need to reapply, and there won't be any changes to substantive eligibility criteria or payment amounts, meaning that these programs can continue delivering good outcomes for Australians. Deputy Speaker, this bill is about protecting Medicare. It's about making sure these programs have strong legislative foundations they deserve. It strengthens integrity, it improves transparency, it gives providers greater certainty, and it helps ensure public funding is spent where it should be. Most importantly, it helps protect the programs that Australians rely on, programs that make it easier to see a GP, programs that support our health workforce, programs that make healthcare more affordable and more accessible, because every Australian deserves access to quality healthcare, no matter where they live, no matter how much they earn. That has always been the Labor way, and it's what this government is delivering. Stronger Medicare, better healthcare, and a health system that's there for every Australian. And I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the honourable member for the contribution. The question is now that the amendment before the House be agreed to. And is the member for Pearce seeking the call? Member for Pearce has the call.
Thank you. I wish to table my speech. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I understand that the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025.
That's correct. Thank you.
We'll receive that. I'll now give the call. I thank the member for the contribution. The question is that the amendment be agreed to, and with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I too rise to make a contribution, just as the member for Pearce just did, on the health insurance amendment, incentive payments and other measures. And at its heart, Deputy Speaker, is Medicare. Medicare is built on a simple but powerful principle, and every Australian should be able to access quality health care when they need it, regardless of their income, their postcode or their stage of life. It is one of this nation's, the Australian nation's, greatest achievements. For more than 4 decades, Medicare has been there for Australians during some of life's most significant moments. It's been there for young families, welcoming new babies. It's been there welcoming children into the world, for workers recovering from illnesses, for older Australians managing those chronic illnesses and diseases and conditions, and for communities relying on trusted local GPs and doctors. It reflects one of our most important national values. So healthcare should be available to everyone, not just to those who can afford it. Deputy Speaker, many people prioritise their health and paying their everyday essentials, and that is a fact. We know that people out there who wish to have private insurance, health cover, sometimes prioritise it, and it makes them feel safer, secure, and they know that if it's needed, it's there. So this Health Insurance Amendment, Incentive Payments and Other Measures Bill establishes that clear legislative framework for Commonwealth primary care incentive payment programs, including the Medicare Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program. Now, Deputy Speaker, while these programs have played an important role in our community, and an important role in supporting primary care, they've lacked a clear legislative framework, a clear direction. And that has affected some of the administration and limited the ability to effectively ensure compliance, maintain the integrity and support the full expansion that this bill obviously fixes that. It creates a stronger and more transparent framework for administering incentive programs that support GPs, nurses, clinics and the healthcare providers right across Australia. It strengthens accountability, it improves program integrity and it provides certainty for the future. Deputy Speaker, importantly, it ensures that financial incentives designed to improve access to healthcare continue to support those who need them most, and that's important. These reforms are part of this government's broader commitment to strengthening Medicare and make healthcare more affordable and accessible for every single Australian. That commitment is not just simply a slogan, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is being backed by the biggest investment seen in this country in Medicare in the nation's history. An investment of $8.5 billion to strengthen bulk billing and to support the training of more doctors and nurses in our health system. And this is absolutely transformational investment that will make a difference. It represents a recognition that strong public health care is not just a cost to be managed, but a necessity. It is an investment in healthier people, stronger communities and more, which means we will have a more productive nation. The key part of this investment has been the expansion, as I said earlier at the beginning of the speech, of bulk billing incentives and Medicare. On the 1st of November, the government expanded the general practice bulk billing incentive to all Australians. And at the same time, practices that bulk bill all their patients now receive an additional 12.5% incentive payment. That is an incentive, that certainly is. So they're saying to GP clinics around the place, if you bulk bill, if your practice bulk bills their patients, you'll now receive an additional 12.5% on top of the incentive payment. And that's being taken up. It's been taken up by clinics around the country. That reform was designed to make it easier for general practices to continue offering that affordable care while ensuring patients can access treatment without worrying about those out-of-pocket expenses. And it was a worry. If you had a family, you were working, mum was working, dad's working, kids are at school, if you have to be out of pocket every time you visit a doctor, it is a worrying thing. And sometimes that decision could be made where you forego your healthcare needs in order for the economics of your family. And that is a dangerous position to be in. We want people to be able to access the needs, the health needs that they require. Deputy Speaker, and we know that this 12.5% incentive is working. It's working, and the last quarterly figures show that the national bulk billing rate reached 81.9% between January and March this year. An increase, an absolute increase that's going upwards, an increase of 4.6 percentage points compared to the same time last year. Every single state and territory across the nation, across Australia, has experienced an increase in bulk billing. In my home state alone, bulk billing has risen to 80.4% across the state, representing one of the strongest improvements in the country. We heard the other day other statistics around the country. They are all increasing, and this is a good thing. It means people are having to fork out less out of their pocket when visiting a GP. And these aren't just the statistics, Deputy Speaker. There's thousands of Australians who are now able to walk into a doctor's clinic to their GP, receive the care they need, the advice that they need, the prescriptions that they need, and walk out knowing that they've not been burdened with that additional cost. And the success of these reforms is also evident in the growing number of fully bulk billed practices across Australia. Now, what do we mean by fully bulk billing practices across Australia, 100% bulk billing within their clinic. There's now more than 3,800 Medicare bulk billing practices operating nationally across the country. And what makes this particularly significant is that more than 1,400 of these were previously mixed billing clinics. What does that mean? It means that sometimes they bulk billed depending on the patient, sometimes they didn't. What they're doing now is they are bulk billing every single person that walks in that front door into their clinic seeking medical advice, seeking treatment, seeking prescriptions, and that is really important because that gives the confidence to those people that I spoke about earlier, those families that are doing it tough, that may have previously considered whether they received the healthcare that they really required and was a necessity, or whether they put food on the table. And this makes a real difference to those working Australians, people that are doing it tough on low incomes, paying the bills, and of course, together with the tax incentive that they will be receiving, that they received as of yesterday, this plays a big role as well, and that's something I'm very proud of on this side of the House. It also means that practices that once charged some patients are now able to bulk bill everyone, as I said, and it's a remarkable shift from where we were to where we are. It means that Australians are seeing real improvement in access to healthcare. Indeed, around 97% of Australians now live within a 20-minute drive of a bulk billing practice. 20-minute drive of a bulk billing practice. That doesn't include the out of hours Medicare centres as well that have been set up all across the country. Now that really matters because healthcare accessibility should never depend on your postcode, your income, or where you live. Whether you live in a major city, a suburban community, or regional areas, you deserve access to affordable healthcare close to home. Now, we're not saying everywhere is exactly the same. There are areas where we have to focus on and ensure they as well get the services for whatever reason could be lacking in their areas, and we should be focusing on that, concentrating on that to ensure that what we've seen generally across the country is actually taken to every single town and regional area and suburbs of the cities across the country. Because, as I said, healthcare is so important. So the bill before us supports the ongoing operation of the Medicare Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program itself. This program is helping to create stronger primary care systems by ensuring clinics that commit to bulk billing their patients are appropriately supported. So what the government is saying, you bulk bill, we'll support you. And it's an important message to our medical doctors. It reinforces the central role that primary care plays in our healthcare system. Because when primary care works well, everyone benefits. People receive treatment earlier, chronic illnesses are managed more effectively, hospital admissions are reduced, and pressure on our emergency departments are eased. So every dollar invested in effective primary care saves costs elsewhere in the system while delivering better health outcomes for Aussies. Deputy Speaker, the government's commitment to healthcare extends beyond traditional general practice. It also includes record investments in, as I said earlier, the Medicare urgent care clinics. And as we've heard before in this place, the government's investing $1.8 billion over 5 years with ongoing funding secured into the future to ensure that Australians have access to urgent healthcare when they need it most. Now, in my home state and in my seat of Adelaide for South Australia, this provides certainty for a network of 9 operational Medicare urgent care clinics. And no matter where you live within the federal electorate of Adelaide, you are no more than 20 minutes away from either a doctor that is bulk billing or a Medicare urgent care clinic. We have 4 of them, one on Jepps Cross, just on the border of my electorate, one in Norwood, one down at Marion on the southern end of the electorate, and in the western suburbs in Albert Park towards Port Adelaide, which means my entire electorate is surrounded north, west, east and south, which is really good for those that require after-hours treatment, etc. And the impact is already clear. Since the network commenced in 2023, South Australian clinics have delivered more than 172,000 fully bulk bill visits. 172,000, Deputy Speaker. That means more than 172,000 occasions where individuals and families have been able to receive urgent medical care without needing to attend an emergency department, the public hospitals, and without facing out-of-pocket costs. And these are important for parents whose child develops a fever at odd hours, for workers who suffer minor injuries, for older Australians needing that urgent care. These clinics provide peace of mind, they provide convenience, and they provide access. Healthcare is ultimately about people, Deputy Speaker, and behind every statistic is a story. A parent who can afford to take their child to a GP, an older Australian managing their health with confidence, a family avoiding a costly emergency department visit, a healthcare professional able to focus on treating patients rather than navigating administrative uncertainty. And that is why, Deputy Speaker, this legislation really matters. It's not merely about creating administrative frameworks, it's about changing the system and strengthening the foundations of one of the most important necessities, and that is healthcare. And it's about ensuring incentive programs are transparent, effective, accountable and sustainable. And it's also about, Deputy Speaker, ensuring Australians continue to receive the health care that they deserve. The bill also includes an important symbolic change. It amends the short title of Health Insurance Act 1973, renaming it to Medicare Act, a much more appropriate title. And that is fitting because for Australians, Medicare is far more than just a program. It is an institution and it is a promise that healthcare will be there when people need it. And it's a promise that quality care should never depend on the size of someone's bank account. So this bill strengthens that promise, Deputy Speaker. It strengthens bulk billing, it strengthens primary care, it strengthens accountability, and it strengthens Medicare itself. At a time when Australians are concerned about the cost of living, the government is ensuring that access to a doctor remains affordable. As I said, it's a necessity. Deputy Speaker, a strong Medicare system is one of the greatest expressions of who we are as Australians. And it says that healthcare should never be a privilege reserved for a few, but a right available to every single Australian, regardless of where their postcode is, regardless of what their income is. The bill strengthens that principle, strengthens Medicare, and ensures that future generations can continue to access the quality, the affordable healthcare that they deserve.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The question before the House now is that the amendments be agreed to. And with that, I give the call to the most honourable member for Werriwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's easy to take the Medicare card for granted. All Australians above 15 years of age can obtain a card of their own. And despite the system not being perfect, it really is the passport to the world's best universal healthcare system. Medicare is uniquely Australian, and it is something that as a nation we can be very proud of. The antecedent of Medicare is Medibank and was the promise of a previous member for Werriwa in 1972, and our community still values health above anything else. Prior to Medibank and Medicare, I remember the conversations around the table about whether my parents could afford to take both or one of us to the doctor, and the home remedies that were tried and often failed before a doctor's visit was planned. My parents and our country were excited for Medibank. There would be no more bankruptcy to stay healthy. The disdain for the universal healthcare system from those opposite was established from the outset, as far back as 1975. When Malcolm Fraser took office, Medibank was changed any number of times, to the point that it eventually in 1981 ceased to exist at all, except in the guise of Medibank Private. Thankfully, the return of Labor under Bob Hawke saw the reinstatement of Medibank, this time in the form of Medicare in 1984. And, as they say, the rest is history. 42 years after Bob Hawke reinstated it, Medicare continues to be the envy of the rest of the world. Interestingly, despite constant attacks by those opposite, Medicare has never been stronger or more supported by the Australian public. Indeed, Medicare and the PBS are among the most trusted federal public services in the country. Central to Labor's philosophy and DNA is Medicare. We will always defend it and strengthen it. To that end, the matter before us today is yet another step in the Medicare story. The bill establishes a clear legislative framework for the Commonwealth Primary Care Incentive Payments Program, including the Medicare Bulk Billing Practice Incentive Program. It does this while leaving operational detail to the Incentive Payment Program rules. At present, Deputy Speaker, these programs lack a clear legislative basis which impacts their effective administration, including robust processes to enforce compliance and protect program integrity. By introducing these amendments, the government will strengthen the way it provides financial incentives to primary care providers and ensure the integrity of existing and future incentive programs. At its heart, this bill supports the Albanese Labor government's $8.5 billion commitment to expand bulk billing for all Australians, which includes the incentive programs for practices that bulk bill every patient. The success of this initiative has been nothing short of phenomenal. The latest quarterly bulk billing data shows the national bulk billing rate at 81.9% for the January to March quarter. This is 4.6 percentage point increase for the same period last year. Further, as a result of this initiative, there are now over 3,800 bulk billing practices around the country. Previously, more than 1,400 of these were mixed billing practices. The upshot of this means that approximately 97% of the population are now within a 20-minute drive of a bulk billing practice. Across New South Wales, the bulk billing rates stand at 85.4%, up 4 percentage points. But in Werriwa, the numbers are even better. There are 32 bulk billing practices in Werriwa, which is an increase of 7. This means that well over 90% of all GP consultations in Werriwa are bulk billed. Personally, I find it extremely gratifying to travel through the electorate and see the distinctive green and gold Medicare bulk billing signs which identify a fully bulk billing practice. Complementing this huge lift in bulk billing are the additional number of Medicare urgent care clinics across the country. Since the urgent care clinic network commenced in 2023, there have been over 623,000 bulk bill visits in New South Wales. In Werriwa, the newly opened urgent care clinic in Austral has seen thousands of patients, both helping those who need to see a GP as well as taking the pressure of our stretched public hospitals. I received feedback over the last weekend about how well the Austral Urgent Care Clinic is working. Chris is a constituent who has used the Austral Clinic and wrote to me with the following feedback. I used the Austral Urgent Care Clinic around 6 weeks ago as I had a severe cut to my finger, not enough for hospital, but more than I could take care of myself. My local GP was booked out and may not have been able to treat it even if they weren't. The Austral Clinic was excellent in treating me. Short wait time, great staff and a successfully stitched finger. Follow-up care was provided by my GP clinic. I'm writing to give feedback that these urgent care clinics are a great initiative and, at least for me anecdotally, provide a great service to the community. I'm happy that Labor put forward these clinics and will support them going forward. And that's a solid win for this policy and our government in my eyes. The upshot of the Medicare incentive program is that our universal healthcare system has never been stronger or more popular. Time today does not permit me to speak on the other parts of our health system, particularly the pharmaceutical benefit scheme and this government's support for our public hospitals across the country. But suffice to say that along with the pillar of bulk billing, the picture looks wonderful. Australians look to their government, and especially this parliament, to support them with the services and programs they need most. Of these, perhaps none is more dear to Australia's heart than Medicare and bulk billing. The bill supports the provision of this most important program. It should be noted, Deputy Speaker, that Medicare incentive program also supports our primary healthcare professionals, most notably GPs. After years of neglect, the incentive program ensures that our GPs are appropriately remunerated for their skill and dedication. And I'd like to give a shout out to all the GPs in my electorate who've embraced the incentive program and in doing so are now supporting bulk billing. To stand here as a member for Werriwa to speak about this bill and Medicare is a privilege. The cost of living pressures in the electorate are real, but the Medicare incentive program makes a real difference to thousands in my electorate, and it means they don't have to think twice about seeing their GP if they're unwell. I commend the bill to the House and thank the Minister for bringing it forward.
I thank the member for Werriwa and I call the Minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the member for Werriwa for her contribution, but for her really strong support for everything we're doing to make Medicare stronger and make medicines cheaper. I thank all members for their contributions, Deputy Speaker, to the debate on this bill. As the member for Werriwa said, Medicare is the very best of Australia. It allows Australians to receive high-quality health care regardless of their bank balance, and that was the mission that Bob Hawke had in mind. The Albanese government is strengthening Medicare, the heart of universal health care, to make it easier for Australians to see a GP for free. This bill establishes, for the first time, a clear and enduring legislative framework for Commonwealth primary care incentive payment programs. These programs are a central part of how the government supports access, affordability and quality in Australia's primary healthcare system, including particularly in rural and regional communities. Primary care incentive programs represent more than $1.4 billion of annual government investment. Yet a number of significant programs currently operate without a dedicated legislative scheme tailored to their establishment, their administration, compliance and review. The bill addresses that gap by inserting a new part into the Health Insurance Act 1973, creating a consistent statutory basis for incentive payment programs while allowing detailed program settings to be dealt with in rules. That approach gives providers and the government greater certainty while preserving the flexibility needed to keep program settings up to date as health system needs evolve. Importantly, the bill does not change the underlying policy settings of existing programs. It does not alter substantive eligibility criteria or payment amounts, and existing participants are intended to transition into the new framework without needing to reapply. The bill also supports efficient, high-volume administration by enabling specific administrative action to be undertaken with the assistance of computer programs, subject, of course, to oversight, transparency, substituted decision safeguards and review rights. Importantly, this bill provides stability so patients can continue to benefit from the outcomes of these programs and strengthened access to primary care. A further important feature of the bill, Deputy Speaker, is the amendment to the short title of the Health Insurance Act 1973 to the Medicare Act, with a transition period to support the consequential amendments and system changes that are required across Commonwealth, state and territory frameworks. This is a foundational reform that will strengthen the administration, the integrity and sustainability of Medicare incentive payment programs and help ensure that government investment in primary care is delivered effectively. And I commend the bill to the House.
Hear, hear. I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Lindsay has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question, therefore, is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Aye. Think the noes have it. Division required? I think there were two voices. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lucky whispers count.
Lock the doors. The question is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Lindsay be agreed to. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tell us for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Yep. Just straight down. Order. The result of the division is ayes 39, noes 92. The matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is, this bill be read a second time? I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no? I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 and for related purposes.
Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately? I give the call to the manager.
The leave is granted.
I thank the member for Wannon, the manager of opposition business. I give the call to the Health Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Health Insurance Act 1973 and for related purposes.
Sorry. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Universities Accord, opening the doors of opportunity, Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Barrera.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord opening of the doors of opportunity, Bill 2026. I'll start by saying this. I was amused to hear the Minister tell me last week what my own position on this bill is. Apparently, I oppose the bill and so does the Coalition. Well, I hate to disappoint, but the Minister is wrong on that. We haven't finalised our position on this bill, and that's because the Coalition takes this bill seriously. We approach it seriously, and we will refer it to a Senate committee for inquiry and report and make our decision based on the evidence. We want the committee to examine this bill closely. That's the right course of action. It's the sensible and orthodox course of action. It's the course of action you take when the detail matters, when the drafting makes a difference. You examine it closely. And it's worth spending a minute on this because I'll tell you what we're hearing already. We're hearing that the universities didn't see this bill before it was tabled. We're hearing there are elements of the drafting that have surprised the sector. We're hearing the decision to avoid an exposure draft was deliberate. We're hearing the consultation was so thin that it disappears when you view it from side on. We're hearing about stakeholders being shown a PowerPoint presentation and extraordinarily a non-disclosure agreement. It's not the type of process Labor promised in opposition, but it is the type of process they've delivered in government repeatedly. So as I said, we will give this bill scrutiny. I'll also say this, and let me be very clear, both for the benefit of those in this building and those in the sector who are watching. I will talk to the government. There is a world in which the Coalition ends up supporting this bill, but there's also a world where the Coalition ends up opposing it. If I could summarise it this way, the whole structure, design and intent of this bill is to hand unprecedented powers to the Minister. That is the inevitable consequence of moving the university sector into a centrally planned economic model. It is a return to Moscow on the Molonglo. This is not a bill about equity, it is a bill about power, about ministerial power, and it's antithetical to my liberal instincts. It's not about using competition and deregulation to drive innovation and growth. Instead, it ends financial independence, competition and, by necessity, autonomy within the sector. But on the other hand, The message Vice-Chancellors and the university sector have sent so far is this is what they want. You do not want to have the freedom to compete. Those institutions do not want to have the freedom to compete, to attract the student pool that they want to attract, to run their institutions in the way they see fit. This will instead be in the hands of the current minister and any future minister. And more importantly, the powers are so far-reaching they actually offer a pathway to resolve desperately pressing problems outside the university sector. Labor's uncontrolled migration and the pressure it's placed on housing, infrastructure and services, the fracturing social cohesion that has its very roots in the university sector, insufficient support for private higher education, neglect and limited economic opportunities in the outer suburbs and regions. This bill gives a pathway to address all of these issues. If this bill comes to a vote in this chamber before the committee hands down its report, which I should indicate would not be my preference, we will not oppose it here. We will finalise our position based on the committee findings. Let me then turn to the bill itself. Apart from the fact that it has a terrible name and should have been called the Managed Growth Bill, what do we know about this? Well, it's a bill that does four basic things. First, it allows the minister to determine the pool of Commonwealth-supported places, which will then be distributed by the ATEC. Second, it allows the minister to determine the pool of international students, which will then be distributed by the ATEC. Third, it confers extensive powers on the minister to allocate places directly, including to individual powers, to give binding directions to the ATEC and to impose conditions on universities and other higher education providers. And fourth, it establishes the needs-based funding system to support students from identified backgrounds in accordance with guidelines that are to be determined by the minister. There's a common thread that links these 4 points. It's not the ATEC, it's not the student places, it's not opportunity or increased spending in the sector, it is the minister. And that should be no surprise because despite the sales pitch about dollars and university places, this is a bill that is designed to centralise power over Australian universities in the hands of the minister. In passing, it's worth briefly commenting on the sales pitch because it was all we heard about was the dollars of additional funding the minister's announcing and additional university places he'll buy. The minister said it in his second reading speech, an additional $3.6 billion over the decade and a further 230,000 university places. $3.6 billion and 230,000 new university places. He said it in his press release. He said it in the media. But he didn't say that in the explanatory memorandum. On the very first page of the explanatory memorandum, the minister tells us that the bill, quote, supports an additional investment of $2.5 billion by the Australian government in the higher education funding system over the medium term and is expected to result in an extra 200,000 commencing domestic students at university over the next decade. In the financial impact statement of the EM, he went on to qualify that quote. Those measures were announced in the 2024-25 mid-year economic and fiscal outlook. The government will invest an additional $2.5 billion in net funding over 11 years from 2024-2025. It's an extraordinary discrepancy. Why the sudden jump from 2.5 to 3.6 billion? Where does the extra 1.1 billion come from? Where did they find the extra 30,000 places? Why is there a $1.1 billion discrepancy between the minister's second reading speech and the explanatory memorandum he tabled on the very same day? It's not the first time the minister has changed the figures he uses in announcements. On March 25 this year, the minister stood in front of this chamber to talk about some other expenditure for which he was responsible, this time on schools, not universities, and told us he was spending, quote, an extra $16.5 billion over 10 years. 9 weeks later, on the 27th of May, the same minister, referring to the same expenditure, stood in this chamber and told us he was actually spending, and I quote, $20 billion over the next decade. There's no new spending decision, but there was suddenly an additional $3.5 billion in the 9 weeks to May. The minister has never given an explanation. It was concerning back in May in relation to schools, and it's concerning again today in relation to universities. It goes to the issue of whether the government is being transparent with the Australian people. Why do the relevant MyEFO papers show $2.5 billion spending over 11 years when the minister's announcing a $3.6 billion spend over a decade? If numbers change, why didn't the minister include that update in this year's budget? How can Australians trust that the $3.6 billion the minister is talking about today won't become a higher number tomorrow? What prompted the minister to contradict his own explanatory memorandum in his speech and his press release? Where's this money coming from? Was it offset through the government's savage cuts to research, or simply more debt to be added to Labor's $1 trillion pile? All these things are for the Minister to explain. Coming back to the central theme, though, this bill is not really about funding. The funding decisions about the amounts to be spent on the sector and the number of places to be purchased were all made separately as part of the budgetary process. They were in my EFO 18 months ago and perhaps should also have been in this year's budget. But that's not what this bill deals with. The budgetary decisions and the legislative drafting are related but separate. A decision to spend money to increase university places in particular could have been made with or without this bill. The Minister could have increased funding under the current model. Equally, he could have switched to a managed growth model without changing the funding envelope. So in examining this bill, it's appropriate to put any budgetary decisions to one side. They can and should be examined on their own terms. Instead, let's look at the statutory mechanisms that are introduced by this legislation, and let me be very clear, as I said a few moments ago. This bill is about centralising power in the hands of the Minister. Because under this bill, nearly every aspect of the future financial viability of our higher education institutions will be in the hands of the current Minister and every future Minister. The Minister, whoever he or she happens to be at the time, will control the size of the domestic student load and will control how it's allocated both indirectly and directly. The Minister will, for all intents and purposes, not only have the power to set an overall cap on international student numbers across all institutions, but can also control how they're allocated. The Minister controls needs-based funding grants through the needs-based funding grants guidelines that he will write, which will in substance determine how much funding will be delivered and to whom. In effect, this bill ensures the Minister controls student fees and Commonwealth contributions, which are the financial lifeblood that allows our institutions to keep operating. And it's worth noting aside that the Minister has increased reliance on that lifeblood by cutting research funding elsewhere. A $2.2 billion cut to research from the Economic Accelerator, a $925 million reduction in the research capacity program compared when the Coalition left office, the end of hundreds of millions in research investment through trailblazer universities, and a myriad of other cuts. The government has slashed the sector's other sources of income, reducing income diversification and concentrating reliance on allocated student places, which will now be determined by government. Deputy Speaker, through you, and I want to speak to all the University Vice-Chancellors who are either watching this or will be reading this later when I say, I'm surprised you signed up for this. You told us you wanted managed growth. I'm surprised you don't also want your independence. On the theme of independence, those in the sector who are watching or on the crossbench of this Parliament may have been told that many of the decisions about funding will be the domain of ATEC, and that's okay because ATEC's independent. Let me say a few words about that. Independence is when you can't be sacked, when your funding can't be taken away, and when you're not subject to direction. That's how we've guaranteed the independence of judges since at least the Act of Settlement. But that's not how the ATEC is set up. ATEC commissioners are subject to termination at the satisfaction of the Minister under Section 67 of the ATEC Act. All that's required is for the Minister, whoever he or she may be, to be satisfied that the Commissioner's performance has been, quote, unsatisfactory for a significant period of time. What constitutes unsatisfactory performance and a significant period of time are not defined. That's not independence. As for remuneration and resourcing, the remuneration of ATEC commissioners is of course determined by the Remuneration Tribunal, but the resourcing of ATEC is highly dependent on the Minister. The ATEC Act makes it clear there's no ability for the ATEC to employ its own staff. Instead, the ATEC Act specifically stipulates in Section 22, quote, that the staff assisting the ATEC are to be APS employees in the department whose services are made available to the ATEC by the Secretary. Indeed, other staff able to assist the ATEC only where the relevant agency head agrees. And the ATEC cannot even engage its own contractors or consultants. Section 24 of the ATEC Act says this must be done by the Secretary on behalf of the Commonwealth on terms and conditions that the Secretary determines in writing. This means that ATEC commissioners are completely dependent on resourcing allocated to them by the Minister and the Secretary to perform their functions. That's not independence. And as for freedom from direction, well, there's no such thing. ATEC commissioners are explicitly instructed by statute to take account of the Minister's short and long-term priorities, which are set out under Section 15 of the ATEC Act. The ATEC is also directly subject to ministerial direction about how they carry out their functions, with a couple of minor caveats under Section 71 of the ATEC Act. And just because those caveats turn out to be a little too constricting, just in case those caveats turn out to be a little too constricting, this bill introduces a new special power for the minister to stipulate, quote, matters the ATEC must comply with in relation to the allocation of international students. I'll come back to that. And to drive the point home, the words independent or independence only appear 5 times in the ATEC Act. 2 of those occurrences describe statutory reviews that must take place after 2 and 5 years. The other 3 occurrences relate to a requirement for commissioners to be independent of tertiary education providers. None of them describe any requirement for the ATEC or its commissioners to be independent of government. The Coalition did not support the establishment of ATEC. We thought it was a wasteful, unnecessary and duplicative bureaucracy, bad in principle. And more to the point, this bill allows the minister to bypass the ATEC in a number of significant respects, effectively making it irrelevant. He can do this in a number of ways. First, he can decide to directly allocate places to institutions. This is because the minister has the power to allocate demand-driven higher education places under the new section 3055 of the HESA. He can allocate those places in specific courses to specific institutions. He also has the power to decide under section 3060 whether a course is a demand-driven higher education course. And the ATEC does not have the power to allocate demand-driven higher education course places. This means the minister can take places out of the hands of the ATEC and allocate them himself. Of course, the minister also has the power to determine the total allocation pool. He can pause any growth in that pool. He can then ensure any future growth in student numbers comes from demand-driven places which he controls. In theory, he has the power to exercise total control over future domestic student growth. Of course, like all good regulatory tools, it's likely he would never need to exercise those powers. But their mere existence, the threat of an adverse ministerial decision, would almost always be sufficient to bring a recalcitrant sector into line. But the power is just there, just in case. And that is just one of the powers the minister would acquire under this bill. A future minister would have those powers too. The second area in which the minister can bypass any ATEC independence is in relation to decisions about international students at all. The minister decides the number of students available. He can control how they're distributed. He can do that by making an international allocation pool determination and then giving directions to ATEC under the new section 46B of the ESOS Act. It's worth saying that as a matter of drafting, it appears likely that the minister has the power to make course-level caps. This is either because the drafting refers to the minister's power to make allocations in relation to, quote, a course of education, or because his power to stipulate matters the ATEC must comply with when it allocates students is completely unconstrained, doesn't require consultation and is not disallowable. This means the minister has huge flexibility to determine the quantum, the location and field of study for any future international student growth. Third, the bill gives the minister unilateral power to impose conditions on higher education providers under the new section 3665 of the HESA, which is introduced by this bill. The current version of section 3665 of the HESA requires there be an agreement in place with the provider. The new version does not. It appears the minister can at any time for any provider in relation to any matter whatsoever impose a condition on that provider for the purpose of a Commonwealth grant, which they are required by law to comply with if they take the Commonwealth-supported places in that year. This power appears to be limited only perhaps by the Australian Constitution or administrative law statutory interpretation constraints as to the scope of the primary legislation. There's no requirement to consult. There's no requirement to involve ATEC. This so-called system steward, ATEC, can be bypassed at any time by a minister choosing to exercise this power. And again, this means universities are, under this bill, subject to extraordinary control by this minister or any future minister. Fourth, the ATEC is not involved in decisions about needs-based funding, which instead is controlled by the minister. Under the new section 3915 of the HESA, institutions receive needs-based funding grants that comprise 2 components, the total equity component and the total regional component. The coverage of the equity component is unclear. It covers international students, but whether or not a person is otherwise eligible depends on whether they can satisfy criteria under the needs-based funding grant guidelines which are to be issued by the minister. And it's unclear how much they'll be paid. The legislation sets a base amount, but this is multiplied by an equity modifier amount. The equity modifier amount is again specified in the needs-based funding grant guidelines. Presumably, in theory, any future minister could simply determine that the equity modifier amount is 0. A similar arrangement applies for the regional component. In short, the amount of equity and regional funding you will receive under the needs-based funding grant guidelines are within the control of the minister. The ATEC is not involved. To the Vice-Chancellors, I say, this is how you will be funded into the future. It's worth noting a few points about oversight and review of the decisions made under this bill. In this bill, the minister's decisions about domestic student pools are not disallowable. The minister's decisions about international allocation pools are not disallowable, as I mentioned. The minister's decisions about the allocation of places for demand-driven higher education courses are not legislative instruments and therefore not disallowable. A determination by the minister to impose a condition on the specified higher education provider is not a legislative instrument and is therefore not disallowable and is not subject to merits review. Conditions imposed by the minister in relation to needs-based funding grants are also not legislative instruments and therefore not disallowable. And ATEC decisions about core student load, additional growth allocation, transitional places and a range of other things are not subject to merits review by the Administrative Review Tribunal. Presumably, if you're a university and you get a bad decision, then your only recourse is judicial review litigation or a constitutional writ. It's not a great option when the target of your litigation will be the minister who will make the future decisions that shape your ongoing financial viability. Again, I say to the university vice-chancellors that called for and welcomed this bill, I'm surprised you signed up to this. I'm surprised you welcomed this legislation. These are matters that go directly to your institutional independence and autonomy. This is apparently what you wanted, though. And let me say this clearly, if it's not what you wanted, I do not think degradation of your independence and institutional autonomy can be fixed through piecemeal amendments. Ministerial control over the sector is embedded in every part of this bill. You cannot remove it through keyhole surgery. If you do not like it and do not want to accept it, you will need to persuade both the Coalition and the Greens that the bill should be opposed. So that's the laydown on the bill. This bill is quite extraordinary in the amount of power it confers on the current minister and indeed any future minister. But let's be honest, from this side of the chamber, or indeed any part of the chamber, I doubt there's a politician in this place who would say that all is well with the sector. From concerns about quality to how universities are grappling with the challenges of artificial intelligence, the shocking failures in relation to anti-Semitism, the problems around international students and a general slide in rankings, the problems of our higher education providers are manifold. The suite of powers in this bill provides a pathway to fix many of them, and it provides a pathway to address some broader societal challenges as well. First, on migration. When I spoke at the Universities Australia conference earlier this year, I said this: Australia's migration program must be designed to restore our standard of living and protect our way of life. Our migration settings must be appropriately balanced against the capacity of our housing, our infrastructure and our other services. Currently, the pressure on infrastructure, services and housing, particularly in our cities, is being felt acutely across the board. International students make up the largest component of net overseas migration. In any attempt to address the norm, international students will play a part. I said very clearly, I understand the value of international students to Australia. And I also said this: we will want to make changes to the settings around international students, but I want the sector to know that we want to work closely with you to develop those policies and announce them in due course. This bill provides a powerful pathway to bring down the norm. In effect, it transitions the international student temporary migration program from a capped to an uncapped system without needing to engage with the complexities of the Migration Act or the visa system. To get a student visa, you need a confirmation of enrolment. Unless a university is allocated international student places, they will not be able to issue that confirmation. Now, the ATEC must consult with public universities before making an international student allocation. It is not required to consult with private providers, and in any event, it must comply with the matters specified by the minister. The minister doesn't have to consult. In short, this is a powerful tool to bring down the norm in the way we've outlined. Second, on social cohesion. Blind Freddie could tell you that the universities have been one of the key sources of social destructive trends, particularly around anti-Semitism in the progressive left, but also in relation to the broader adherence to Australia and its values. In February this year, and I commend the Minister for saying this, he rightly called for schools to teach students that Australia is, quote, the best country in the world. You will never hear that in our universities. He said that Australian kids should be taught Australian values, which he defined as democracy, the rule of law, basic freedoms and a fair go. This bill would give a future minister the power to ensure that universities teach national pride and Australian values as defined by the minister as a funding condition for receiving a Commonwealth-supported place. This should not be controversial. It is what the minister should do, and it's what any coalition minister would do. The new condition-making power in section 3665 of HESA allows the minister to impose conditions unilaterally on providers. As a condition of being allocated Commonwealth-supported places, this power could be used to require a recalcitrant university or higher education provider to adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism. It could be used to require the teaching of Australian values as defined by the minister of the day, rather than a divisive progressive agenda. And the control that the minister can exert over international students could no doubt have the same effect indirectly, if not in name. And to any who object, I say, state your case. Why should our universities not teach pride in our country? Why should a minister not have the power to enforce that? Why would a responsible minister allocate international students that allowed Hizb ut-Tahrir and the Socialist Alternative to run encampments and take over the student representative councils? Why would we want to export our problems to the world by exposing international students to the worst aspects of woke ideology that have run amok on our campuses? My colleague and friend Senator Bridget McKenzie recently gave a speech where she outlined concerns about the state of the sector, concerns that I know are shared by many parents, many students and my coalition colleagues, about students spending years being grounded in woke ideology and even anti-Semitism, and those ideas being passed on to the broader society. This bill empowers the minister to turn back the tide. Third, on private higher education and sector reform, this bill allows the minister to prioritise growth, both for Commonwealth-supported places and international students, outside the public universities. It envisages Commonwealth-supported places going to private sector institutions for priority classes of courses. This is a new notion which replaces the much less flexible notion of a national priority that's in the existing legislation. New sections 3035 and 3040 of the HESA make clear that the minister can easily list a particular course as a priority for the specified non-table A provider and thus open a gateway to CSPs. The pathway is much simpler and gives the minister a much more granular level of control than is currently the case. The minister simply needs to amend the Commonwealth Grant Scheme guidelines. For effective and efficient private providers who do the right thing, why should they not play a part in educating our future students? You never hear about the Socialist Alternative taking over the campus of a private provider. You never hear about them having a problem with anti-Semitism. You never hear about them teaching our students to be ashamed of Australia. Why shouldn't we take some of the taxpayer funding that goes to public universities and give it to much better private bodies? Fourth, on economic opportunities in the outer suburbs and regions. I'm sitting next to a former leader of the National Party at the table today. The suite of powers in this bill would allow a future minister to prioritise economic growth in these key areas by directing our student load and international cohort where it's needed, out of our CBDs and into the regions and the bush. This could be done by any of the following: giving directions to ATEC under Section 71 of the ATEC Act to prioritise student growth in those areas, determining that specified courses are not higher education courses in the hands of ATEC, but are instead demand-driven, allowing domestic places to be allocated directly by the minister, or directing ATEC to prioritise the allocation of international students to outer suburban or regional campuses under the new 46B of the ESOS Act. This gives the future minister the ability to respond much more flexibly to the economic and future workforce needs of our vital regions in the suburbs and the bush. In short, the powerful tools in this bill provide a pathway for a future coalition government to respond to broad societal changes in the national interest. Let me again say to the Vice-Chancellors, is this what you really want? Those things aside, there are also clearly reasons to oppose this bill. This bill is not the way that we on this side of the chamber would approach university reform. We believe in competition and deregulation as formidable tools to drive innovation. That philosophy is not found anywhere in this bill. In fact, this bill ends competition between institutions, bringing them under the heel of the minister and his ATEC. I want to say a few words about that. Bizarrely, this bill appears to be premised on the idea that competition between universities is a bad thing. Indeed, the minister made this his centrepiece. The Hunger Games are over, he said. For those who've read The Hunger Games or watched the movies, we know the idea of the Hunger Games was that different districts were made to compete by selecting champions who would then fight to the death to win food for their hometowns. It's a sloppy metaphor when we're talking about universities. It only makes sense if the students are the food. In marketplaces, competition is the friend of the consumer. In a competitive marketplace, you win consumers by offering a higher quality product at a better price. The winner's the customer. That's the whole purpose of competition policy. In higher education, universities compete to attract students. They compete on academic prestige and research output, on student experience, on career outcomes. A university attracts students because they have a stronger offering. Competition means universities are incentivised to improve what they're offering to students. What the Minister is saying is he wants to end that incentive. It's bizarre because it puts the interests of students second to the interests of institutions. Now, I understand the point. There are mega universities which are rapacious and the viability of the smaller players is under threat. But that's an argument about market power and relative size of the big institutions. The answer to a misuse of market power is to address that conduct, not to end competition altogether. Another concern is that this bill strips institutional autonomy and independence from our universities. Higher education providers under the managed growth regime become highly reliant on the largesse of the Minister and subject to a range of intrusive powers. The billions of dollars in cuts to research funding limit the ability to rely on alternative sources of funding. A further undesirable aspect of the bill is the strange rejection of efficiency and productivity in the sector, demonstrated by its antipathy to over-enrolment. Now, university fees are made up of two components: Commonwealth contributions and student contributions. Under the current system, if a university enrolls more students than they're funded for, they don't receive the Commonwealth contribution, but may still receive the student contribution. This allows universities to innovate and find economies of scale that allow them to educate more students for the same amount of taxpayer dollars. This is referred to as over-enrolment. However, this bill significantly disincentivises over-enrolment. If a university goes more than 5% over their cap, they'll not only lose their Commonwealth contribution, but also the student contribution. It's a de facto financial penalty. Why would we want to penalise universities for finding ways to educate more domestic students for the same amount of taxpayer money? And why would we want to deny students their first choice to prop up competitor universities that they simply don't want to attend? How is this fair to students or their families? It's wrong-headed and inexplicable. A further issue is that there appears to be unqualified financial risks in this bill. Under the current arrangements, universities receive a maximum basic grant amount and they load planners determine the types of places they'll offer. This bill changes from capped funding to capped places, but the places cost different amounts depending on the course. The Commonwealth contribution to a history degree is $1,316. Agriculture costs $32,400. Could a university which typically teaches history be allocated 100 places? I seek the call again, Deputy Speaker, to finish my remarks.
Is that granted?
Only 30 seconds.
The call?
We've done a few.
An extension of time?
Could a university which typically teaches history be allocated 100 places and decide to convert them to agriculture? Would this increase the financial risk to the Commonwealth? In theory, it's possible. Given the regulated nature of the industry, it seems unlikely, but it needs to be explored. Finally, because the needs-based funding grant guidelines are so dependent on the Minister, they too appear to represent an unknown budgetary expense. That's something that should also be examined. All of these matters are things that we will consider through the committee stage. The pathway forward, Deputy Speaker, is simple. We refer the bill, we will listen to the sector, we will think about the good of Australia and Australians and how the Coalition would use these powers in the bill in the future, and we will make a decision in the best interests of the country. I thank the House.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I am proud to speak in support of this bill because it continues the Albanese Labor government's reforms to help build a better and fairer education system for our country. Its title, the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill, alludes to a statement made by the Prime Minister 4 years ago after Labor won government. The Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I want every parent to be able to tell their child, no matter where you live or where you come from, in Australia, the doors of opportunity are open to all of us." Speaker, to illustrate my passion for ensuring equal opportunity for all Australians, I would like to tell you about an amazing person in my electorate of Whitlam who has done incredible things with their education. I spoke about this person in the Federation Chamber earlier this week. I spoke about Dr. Jodie Edwards, a Yuin-Darrawal woman who has dedicated her life to community, culture and language across New South Wales, including in the southern Illawarra region of my electorate of Whitlam. Jodie grew up in the southern Illawarra and experienced much of the structural disadvantage that impacts so many First Nations Australians. Jodie left school in Year 10 to support her family after her father was injured in a workplace accident. However, Jodie is a determined woman and decided she wanted to pursue her education. She returned to high school at the age of 26 to complete her HSC, the first in her family to do so. Speaker, Jodie did not stop there. Against all odds, Jodie was awarded her PhD from Macquarie University in 2021. Dr Jodie Edwards now works at the University of Wollongong, where she is the Vice-Chancellor's Senior Indigenous Research Fellow with the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security. 2 years ago, the Albanese Labor government invested in the University of Wollongong's Unbroken Whispers project, which is led by Dr Jodie Edwards. Blending Indigenous research and modern science, Jodie and her team are tracking southern right whales, humpback whales, orcas and dolphins along Australia's east coast. Jodie's project draws on stories and knowledge from the world's oldest living culture to better safeguard our incredible ocean environment. In 2022, Jodie was named Shellharbour Woman of the Year and Illawarra Regional NAIDOC Aboriginal Community Person of the Year for her enormous contribution to many organisations and initiatives within our community. And in 2023, she was nominated for the New South Wales Aboriginal Woman of the Year Award. Dr Jodie Edwards has made an absolutely extraordinary contribution to our community. And Speaker, in large part, this contribution has been made possible because Jodie was able to access an education. But her path was not easy. We want to make pathways for people like Jodie easier so that every Australian gets a chance to give back to the community, to achieve their potential, to be a leader in our community just like Jodie has. Speaker, I'm proud to say that I come from a family of public school teachers. My father, auntie, sister and husband are all public school teachers, and I'm proud to have been educated in public schools. I'm very passionate about public education because without it, I wouldn't be where I am today. My mother was raised in Housing Commission in Dundas Valley, near Parramatta in Sydney's western suburbs. I come from humble beginnings, but thanks to our public education system, I got an education. My parents were determined that my sisters and I would go to university. When I started law school at the University of Wollongong in the mid-90s, all I had was a dream that my parents fostered, that there was no reason I could not achieve whatever I longed for. I was proud to become a lawyer and to work as a public interest and human rights lawyer for the Public Interest Advocacy Centre. I've had so many opportunities to give back to the community, working in the not-for-profit sector and for government. And here I am, 30 years later, after starting my studies at the University of Wollongong in Federal Parliament. I'm very grateful for the education I've received, first at Hazelbrook Public School, then Springwood High School, and then the University of Wollongong. Part of what drives me is the inherent knowledge that there are talented people everywhere in our community. Your postcode does not dictate your ability to contribute and give back. As a Labor government, we know this to be a fact, and we want to ensure that every child, that every adult, has an opportunity to get an education and to thrive and to reach their potential. I'm a passionate advocate for public education because it safeguards Australia's great tradition of fairness and equal opportunity, and because I understand that education is critical to opening the doors of opportunity for every Australian. I'm proud that earlier this year, the Albanese Labor government reached agreements with every state and territory to put all public schools in Australia on a path to full and fair funding. This means about $20 billion in additional Commonwealth funding will be invested in public schools across the country over the next 10 years. This represents the biggest new investment in public schools by an Australian government. This bill focuses on tertiary education and will open the doors of opportunity for many thousands of Australians who might not otherwise have had the opportunity to study at university. Because young people who grow up in families with less money or outside our big cities are less likely to have the opportunity to study at university than other Australians. And if they start a university degree, they are less likely to finish it. The data indicates that they are up to twice as likely to drop out after their first year at university than other students. The Albanese Labor government wants to change this. The genesis of this reform can be traced to the Australian Universities Accord, which was established by this government in November 2022. The Accord was led by a panel of eminent Australians, and its objective was to devise recommendations and performance targets to improve the quality, accessibility, affordability and sustainability of higher education in Australia in order to achieve long-term security and prosperity for the sector and the nation. The Minister for Education asked the Universities Accord to look at 7 priority areas. Australia's knowledge and skills needs, now and in the future. Access and opportunity. Investment and affordability in higher education. Governance, accountability and community. Connections between the vocational education and training and higher education systems. The sustainability and quality of higher education. And new knowledge, innovation and capability for Australia. The Accord released its final report in February 2024, and it provides a valuable blueprint for higher education reform over the next 2 decades. A key recommendation is that Australia needs to increase the number of people in the workforce with a certificate, diploma or degree. When the final report was released 2 years ago, 60% of working Australians had a certificate or a diploma or a degree. The Accord reported that this needs to increase by about 80% by 2050, which is a significant jump. To achieve this target, to deliver on Australia's future skills needs, we need to take action now. The Universities Accord recommended adopting a new funding model for higher education that is planned and managed by the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. It also recommended increasing the number of higher education students from underrepresented backgrounds, matched by a focus on the success for these students. The Universities Accord found that 69% of young Australians from wealthy families had a university degree, compared with only 19% from less wealthy families. The Albanese government has responded to the Universities Accord by making a substantial financial commitment. That commitment is an additional $3.6 billion in funding for Australia's higher education system over the next decade. This investment will increase the number of students at university and help to meet Australia's future skills needs. Speaker, this bill enacts our commitment through a new funding system. It amends 5 pieces of legislation to do 3 core things. First, it embeds the new system to support growth in domestic students, including those from low socioeconomic and regional and remote backgrounds. Secondly, it establishes mechanisms to support students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, First Nations students, and students studying at regional campuses. And thirdly, it formalises the role of the Australian Tertiary Education Commission in allocating Commonwealth-supported places. Our reforms are expected to result in an extra 230,000 domestic students commencing at university over the next decade. There will be an additional 16,000 places for students in the system each year for the next 3 years, and this increases to 19,000 additional places each year from 2030. Our new system will effectively uncap the number of places for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds and from regional areas. We'll also provide that extra funding to support students who come from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, First Nations students and students studying at regional campuses, and that support will go a long way. This approach is similar to the Gonski model for school funding, which provides schools with extra funding based on where they are located and the needs of the students they educate. The needs-based funding will provide universities with additional resources for tutoring, mentoring, academic assistance, scholarships, and emergency financial support for these students. Speaker, I'm proud of the steps that Labor has taken to try and make universities and further study more accessible and affordable for students from all walks of life. And we've taken a range of measures which have been outlined in the Accord. For example, Labor has cut 20% off HECS debts. We introduced paid prac for the first time, which provides financial support for eligible teaching, nursing, midwifery and social work students when they do their practical training. We've increased the number of free university bridging courses, which are an important link between school and university. We've introduced the National Student Ombudsman, a national code to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. We've made demand-driven Commonwealth-supported places available to all First Nations students, where they get the marks to get in. Previously, this was only available for Indigenous students living in regional and remote Australia. The Department of Education estimates that over the next decade, this initiative could double the number of Indigenous students at university. Speaker, we need to take action now to help set our tertiary education system up to deliver on Australia's future skills needs. That means more people at TAFE and more people at university. The Albanese Labor government has implemented more than 30 of the Accord's 47 recommendations in full or in part. Speaker, as I mentioned previously, these changes inject an additional $3.6 billion in Australia's higher education system over the next decade to increase the number of students at university and to meet Australia's future skills needs. This bill enacts that commitment through a new funding system. The new system will address existing issues in the higher education funding system and will better align Commonwealth funding with enrolments. Importantly, higher education providers will be supported to transition to the new funding system. Under this new needs-based funding system, the amount of funding per student will more than double next year in some cases. Universities will be able to put this extra funding towards things like tutoring, mentoring and other academic supports, direct financial assistance like scholarships and grants, and offsetting the higher costs of campuses in regional and remote areas. Speaker, I am pleased these reforms will mean that more local kids from my electorate of Whitlam will get a chance to go to university, people like Jodie, and they'll get the supports they'll need to stay there. They'll then go back to give back enormously to our community through the professions of their choice. Speaker, I am proud of the Albanese Labor government's commitment to education at all levels, and I commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I always admire the person in Labor Central Command who writes the titles of the bills before the House of Representatives. This one, the Universities Accord, Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026, as if you couldn't oppose it. Opening the doors of opportunity. It's always so often the way with Labor that it comes in here, has the government of the day with a 50+ seat majority and feels the need to word its bills in such a way that if you opposed it or went against it, you would be the worst of the worst. Now, the Coalition, as the Shadow Education Minister, the member for Barara, said, has not finalised its position on the bill. And there are reasons for that. And one of the reasons for that is, once again, Labor's lack of consultation. The Coalition has concerns from the sector itself about the consultation process, including, but not limited to, the fact universities have not seen the bill before it was tabled. There are elements of the drafting surprising the actual sector. No exposure draft being released. Probably no surprise there, Deputy Speaker. Stakeholders being shown only limited material under confidentiality arrangements. This is so typical of Labor, that it comes in here with legislation without the proper consultation being done. And just this week, we've seen in the online legislation, the legislation designed to protect children, where the work, the research, the backgrounding, the consultation was not done prior to the initial bill being put forward, and I supported that particular bill. I was in favour of children under 16 not being able to access certain social media platforms. I do believe that children should be allowed to be children. And we saw it in the veterans legislation, whereby there is now going to be a $5,000 cap on allied health for veterans to be able to access important services. And the Labor Party said, trust us, we'll do the consultation over the next 12 months. Not good enough. The consultation should have been done prior to the budget, prior to the legislation, prior to our veterans being unnecessarily alarmed by what the budget changes could entail. And they've got every right, Deputy Speaker, to be concerned, to be worried, in some cases to be fraught with anxiety, because it's their livelihoods, it's their quality of life. It's all of that at stake because of changes being brought about by a government which doesn't do the consultation. And the thing is, this government has a huge majority. It shouldn't need to decide on a policy and then ram it through this House. It should be doing the consultation, because irrespective of what legislation it brings before this place, it's going to get it through. It doesn't need to ram it through. But it does need for those stakeholder groups across industry, across Australia's society, to do the proper groundwork, to consult. Now, the Coalition believes that this bill should be, has to be, must be referred to a Senate Committee for Inquiry and report. It should. And as the Shadow Minister for Education said in his report, in his contribution, in his speech, and I quote, "The equity modifier amount is again specified in the needs-based funding grant guidelines. Presumably, in theory, any future minister could simply determine that the equity modifier amount is zero. A similar arrangement applies for the regional component. In short," he said, "the amount of equity and regional funding you will receive under the needs-based funding grant guidelines are within the control of the minister." And Deputy Speaker, you no doubt would have heard me say often, I'm not against ministers being ministers and ministers having control. But there is some concern in this particular legislation in relation to this control of the minister. The Australian Tertiary Education Commissioner is not involved, the ATEC, to the Vice-Chancellors, and I'm quoting the member for Barrow here, "This is how you will be funded into the future." And he expressed surprise as to the fact that the Vice-Chancellors had so readily and so quickly signed up to this arrangement. Now, I represent the Riverina, and throughout the Riverina we've got many Charles Sturt University students. And the Charles Sturt University's genesis goes back to, would you believe, 1892 with the establishment of the Wagga Wagga Experiment Farm. In 1947, the Wagga Wagga Teachers College was founded, and in just 2 years later, the Wagga Wagga Agricultural College was established on the site of the experiment farm. And in 1972, the Teachers College reformed as the Riverina College of Advanced Education, which merged with the Wagga Wagga Agricultural College 4 years later. And in 1985, the Riverina College of Advanced Education was renamed the Riverina Murray Institute of Higher Education, with campuses at both Wagga Wagga and Albury-Wodonga. And in 1989, and I will remember this because I was the sub-editor, night editor of the local Wagga Daily Advertiser newspaper at the time, when this historic merger took place between Mitchell College of Advanced Education the Riverina Murray Institute of Higher Education into incorporating Charles Sturt University with campuses in Albury-Wodonga, Bathurst and Wagga Wagga. And I'm also proud to say that my 3 children, Georgina, Alexandra and Nicholas, are all products and graduates of CSU in teaching, accountancy and policing respectively. And I worry, and I am very, very alarmed at the fact that CSU has found itself in a very unfortunate debt situation. And Professor Renee Leon, the Vice-Chancellor, in a statement on 27 June last year, so just 12 months ago, said that CSU had announced to staff 3 days earlier and other stakeholders the need to remove $35 million from the university's operating budget between now and the end of 2027. And she wrote this: "As distressing as this decision is, it should not come as a surprise. In recent years, the Australian university sector has been in crisis, with jobs, courses and research jeopardised by needlessly restrictive and unsupportive government policies. We've been saying as much to those responsible, but those comments have fallen on deaf ears to the detriment of our staff and communities." And whilst that is worrying, it's not entirely government's fault that CSU has found itself in such a predicament, but something needs to happen and be done to support, more support, regional education. And the member for Whitlam, who gave a contribution prior to me, indicated, quite rightly and appropriately, how hard it is for young people in the regions to get that diploma from the university of their choice, because of socio-economic, because of distance, because of all manner of reasons. And she was right. The central issue in this bill is not only funding or student places. The bill centralises enormous power over universities and higher education providers in the hands of the minister, and yet, as the Shadow Education Minister indicated, the Vice-Chancellors have agreed to this. And I defer to CSU's Vice-Chancellor when indicating the debt situation that that university unfortunately finds itself in, and yet the Vice-Chancellors have agreed to a position which provides a centrally managed model. And the Minister and future ministers would gain extensive powers over domestic Commonwealth-supported places, international student allocations, demand-driven higher education course places, needs-based funding, conditions imposed on providers, priorities and directions given to ATEC. Now, these powers could be used by a future government to address serious policy problems. However, they do raise significant concerns about competition, and Charles Sturt University and University of New England and other country universities which provide a great service, and CSU does, and I'm fully supportive of that organisation, are in competition with the sandstone universities in our metropolitan cities. But there's significant concerns around institutional autonomy, efficiency, parliamentary oversight, ministerial discretion. And we have to make sure that our regional universities are thriving, because the success of our sandstone universities is also dependent on the success of our regional universities. It's like the hub and spoke model. Our cities can't survive and thrive without our country towns. They cannot. And it's the same with universities. Our sandstone universities, which have been very successful for a very long time, cannot continue to survive and thrive without the success of universities such as CSU and other regional universities. And I will champion those universities for as long as I have breath in me, because all too often in country communities, our best and biggest export are our children, are our young people, are those with the most potential. Now, I have to say, and I really stress this, just because you have a university degree doesn't make you better than somebody who doesn't. It does not. And some of our best and brightest people are those who would never go near a university other than to maybe fix the fridge or be a chippy or a sparky or something that doesn't require generally a university degree to do that job. And as long as you're contributing and you're contributing to the Commonwealth, then you know, good on you, as long as you're having a go. And I've always said a TAFE certificate is worth everything as much as a university degree, and it is. 100% it is. But we have to look at the model of universities. Labor claims that the Universities Accord bill before us is doing just that. I remain wary. I remain cautious. Whenever Labor says that it's opening the doors of opportunity or trust us, everything will be all right, I must admit it does send a shiver up my spine. Now, the Minister's public sales pitch has been $3.6 billion over the decade, 230,000 additional universities, places, all of this. Well, we will live in hope. But what the government must come to grips with is the debt problem faced by not just CSU, but also our regional universities. I say again, the sandstone universities are only as strong as the regional universities' success as well. We have to make sure that our country kids who want to go to university are able to go to a university in a regional setting, because the chances are in 3/4 of the courses and cases they will stay in that regional setting, and we won't be exporting some of our best and brightest to the cities, never to see them again in our country settings.
Thank you. And I call the member for Reid.
Thanks, Chair, and I seek indulgence to withdraw an unparliamentary remark that I made yesterday during the MPI.
So, leave granted?
Leave is granted.
Thank you very much, Member for Riverina.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. And in withdrawing that remark, I would also like to apologise to you and to members of this House. I used a word that was not up to the high standard that we would expect of this place and the high standard that I expect of myself. Apologise.
Thank you very much, Member for Reid. I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. At its centre, this bill is about whether a kid growing up outside capital cities can look at university, TAFE or any form of tertiary education and see a real path rather than a distant idea. It is about whether a young person in a country town, a regional community or a family without much spare money gets told that this door is open to you. I grew up spending time in Dungog and Merriwa in New South Wales. I spent time visiting family in Auburn in South Australia and Woy Woy on the Central Coast. Those places shape the way you see education, opportunity and distance. Because in country towns, distance is not just kilometres on a map. Distance is cost, it is accommodation, it is transport. It is leaving family, it is leaving work, it is moving away from the people you know, it is trying to work out whether you belong in a lecture theatre where no one in your immediate circle has done it before. Those communities are not short of ambition. They are not short of capable students, practical intelligence, or people who work hard. What they are often short of is access. Access to campuses, access to advice, access to financial support, and access to someone saying early enough and clearly enough that tertiary education is a realistic option. There is a phrase that often gets used: you cannot be what you cannot see, and there is truth in that. When a young person grows up seeing people around them go to university, apply for apprenticeships, finish diplomas, start careers, retrain and move between industries, their sense of what is possible grows. When they do not see it, that path can feel like it belongs to someone else. That is not about ability, it is about visibility. It is about confidence. It is about whether a system has been built with you in mind. Too often, it is not. This bill helps change that. The Australian Universities Accord sets out a long-term plan for what Australia needs from its tertiary education system over the next decade and the decade after that. One of the central conclusions is clear. Australia will need more people with qualifications, certificates, diplomas and degrees. It says we will need around 80% of the workforce to have a tertiary education over the coming decades. That means more people at TAFE. It means more people at university. It means more people getting skills for the jobs our economy will require. But we cannot reach that goal by relying only on the same students from the same suburbs going to the same institutions through the same pathways. If Australia needs more skilled workers, then Australia must widen the pool of people of who can get those skills. And that is the logic behind this bill. The Albanese Labor government has already implemented more than 30 of the Accord's 47 recommendations in full or in part. We've made HECS fairer, introduced paid prac, expanded study hubs, increased bridging courses, created the National Student Ombudsman, strengthened protections against gender-based violence, opened demand-driven places for First Nations students and established the Australian Tertiary Education Commission. This bill is the next step. It provides a new managed growth funding system. In plain English, that means we're moving to a system where growth in university places is planned and funded more sensibly. The Australian Tertiary Education Commission will have a formal role in allocating Commonwealth-supported places. That is important because the system should not rely on drift, guesswork, or a contest where universities chase enrolments without the Commonwealth funding being properly aligned. The bill also establishes demand-driven, needs-based funding. That phrase sounds technical, but the idea is straightforward. If a university enrolls more students from low socioeconomic backgrounds, more First Nations students, or more students studying at regional campuses, it will receive extra support to help those students participate and succeed. That funding can go to tutoring, it can go to mentoring, it can go to academic support, it can go to scholarships and grants, it can help meet the higher cost of operating campuses outside the major cities. In this bill, the base equity amount is $1,535 and the base regional amount is $1,398. Those amounts are more than double what some previous programs involved. But the real point is not a figure in isolation. The real point is what it lets universities do. It lets a university notice when a student is struggling and intervene earlier. It lets a regional campus provide support that would otherwise be stretched too thin. It helps make success part of the funding design, not an afterthought. For students from country areas, the obstacles do not end when they receive an offer. In some ways, that is when the real test starts. There is the cost of moving, there is the cost of staying, there is the pressure to work long hours, there is the pressure of being away from home, there is the feeling, sometimes unspoken, that university is a place built for someone else. It can decide whether a student asks for help or stays silent. It can decide whether they keep going after the first failed assessment. It can decide whether they feel like they have the right to be there. This bill says that participation and success are both part of the job. I know the value of this personally. I was the second person on one side of my family to go to university. That is not said as a complaint. It is said because it gives me a clear view of what opportunity can do when a door opens at the right time. My own pathway was not a straight one. I went to TAFE in Maitland to get into university. I later did a pre-apprenticeship in South Metropolitan TAFE in Beaconsfield before starting my electrical apprenticeship. Years later, I went to Murdoch University to study law, and none of those steps were inevitable. Each one gave me a rung on the ladder. Each one gave me the chance to build a life, develop skills, change direction and contribute in a different way. I am not who I am today without that opportunity. And that is why I do not see TAFE and university as competing ideas. I see them as part of the same ladder. For some people, the first rung is a bridging course. For others, it is a certificate. For others, it is an apprenticeship, a diploma, a degree, and a second chance later in life. Good policy keeps the ladder in place. Great policy makes sure more people can reach the first rung. That is why I'm less interested in reciting every number in the legislation and more interested in what those numbers mean when they land in the family living room in a regional town. They mean a student in Merriwar does not have to see university as something for other people. They mean a student in Dungog who has the ability, drive and curiosity has a better chance of finding a pathway. They mean a young person on the Central Coast or in country South Australia or in any regional community should not have to overcome the system before they even begin their course. And they mean that Australia gets the nurses, teachers, engineers, electricians, social workers, accountants, scientists and skilled workers that we will need. I often speak about my trade training and TAFE because that is part of my story. I became an electrician. I know the value of a trade. And I know that university is not the only path to a good life, and it should never be treated as the only respectable path. A good tertiary system is not university versus TAFE. It is not degree versus trade. It is about building a system where people can get the skills that suit them and where those pathways are respected. The bill also effectively uncaps the number of places for students from low socioeconomic backgrounds and regional areas through the new managed growth arrangements. The ATEC will be able to allocate additional places where they are needed. If the demand from those students exceeds the allocation pool, the ATSE can seek an increase. When a student has the marks, the ability and the determination, the system should be able to respond. This bill is also about stewardship. That is not always an exciting word, but it is a necessary one. For too long, parts of the higher education policy have been pulled towards short-term politics, institutional competition and funding settings that do not always meet national needs. The ATEC is intended to provide a more coherent view across the sector, including through mission-based compacts. When the Commonwealth invests in higher education, it should know what we are trying to achieve. More teachers, more nurses, more workers in areas of national demand, stronger research, viable regional campuses, and better pathways for students who have been locked out. This bill also contains provisions about international student places and modernises information sharing between the Commonwealth Ombudsman, the Tertiary Education Quality and Standards Agency, and the ATEC. Those provisions are important for administration and oversight. The machinery needs to work, even if the machinery provisions rarely stir the soul. For a young person in a regional town, a single closed door can be enough to stop them. The family cannot afford rent in the city. The student cannot afford to stop working. The campus is too far away. The course feels out of reach. The paperwork is confusing. The student starts but falls behind, and the support is not there. Each of these barriers can look small from Canberra. They do not look small when you are the one facing them. The purpose of government is not to pretend those barriers do not exist. It is to remove as many of them as we reasonably can. And it is why this bill is important. It funds growth in a managed way and attaches additional support to the students and the campuses that need it most. For the electorate of Moore, this reform also has a local significance. We have the Joondalup Learning Precinct with Edith Cowan University, North Metropolitan TAFE and the WA Police Academy. We know the value of education precincts that connect skills, training, employment and community. But this is not only about Moore, it is about the national interest. Australia cannot afford to waste talent because of postcode, family income or background. We cannot tell regional kids to dream big, then build a system that makes those dreams too expensive, too distant and too fragile. We need We need the child in the country school to know that university is possible. We need the apprentice to know that further study is possible. We need the single parent returning to study to know that support exists. We need First Nations students who earns a place to know the place will be there. And we need regional campus, we need the regional campus to know that its higher operating costs are recognised, not ignored. This bill does not solve every problem in higher education. No single bill does. Anyone who claims otherwise has either not read enough legislation or has read far too much of their own press release. But it does make real structural change. It moves us towards a system where growth is planned, funding follows needed, and opportunity is not rationed by geography. I support this bill because it reflects a principle Labor should always defend. Talent is everywhere, but opportunity is not. Government has a responsibility to narrow that gap. The child growing up in Dungog, Merriwa, Auburn, Woy Woy, Joondalup or anywhere else in Australia should be able to see a path forward. They should be able to pursue a trade, a diploma, a degree, a changing career without the system quietly telling them that ambition is reserved for someone else. I got chances because education and training opened doors for me. I will do everything I can to make sure more people get the same chance and bring more people up the ladder of opportunity that this bill helps build. It says that if you have the ability and determination, the country should back you. That is good education policy, it is good economic policy, and most importantly, is the kind of country we should be building. I commend the bill to the House.
And I give the call to the member for Lyon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Universities Accord Opening the Doors of Opportunity Bill 2026. I would like to acknowledge the member for Moore and his time he spent in the wonderful community of Dungog. It is a terrific place, and I know that the teachers and educators in that town do a wonderful job. So well done, well done. As the member for Lyne, I want to approach this debate from the perspective of regional Australia and in particular the Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales. For many Australians living in our major cities, attending university is often a matter of choice. But for many Australians living in regional communities, attending university is often a matter of opportunity, and that difference is important. In Sydney, Brisbane or Melbourne, students can choose between multiple universities within commuting distance of home. They can often live with their families while they study. For a young person growing up in Dungog or Taree, Wingham, Gloucester, Harrington, Tea Gardens, Bulahdelah, Forster-Tuncurry or the Manning Valley, or the many other small towns and hamlets in my electorate.
This debate is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43 and the debate may resume at a later hour and the member will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor MPs sitting around a table with Sportsbet at the Midwinter Ball last night, and this morning they introduced gambling reform designed to appease the gambling lobby. Gambling is a multi-billion-dollar industry built off the losses of everyday people. People are losing their livelihoods and their lives over this. The government is too close to the gambling industry, and these laws are not a serious response to the scale of gambling harm in Australia. There's no national regulator in these laws. Remember that reporting from last year that revealed the industry is effectively regulated by 6 people in the Northern Territory, most of whom have huge conflicts of interest. They're not fixing that with this bill. They're selling out our kids. An arbitrary number of 3 gambling ads an hour is apparently okay. Then they'll go to bed at 8:30, right? Very realistic to expect kids won't stay up to watch their favourite team. Kids will grow up thinking the link between gambling and sports is totally normal, and they've failed to do anything about inducements, which are truly insidious methods the gambling companies use to relentlessly target addicts for everything they have. The government should be ashamed of themselves.
Member for McEwen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As family, friends and our community gather at Hidden Valley right now, I rise to acknowledge the passing of my dear friend Jeremy Scrivens, co-founder of Love in Action in Wallen, a man whose compassion, faith and commitment to helping others transformed countless lives across our community, a gentleman of humility and wisdom, someone whose deep thinking was only matched by his generosity, compassion and human spirit. Jeremy was a rare gift to this world. He inspired, uplifted and set challenges for everyone around him. To me, he was a friend and a mentor. Over the many years, I've had the absolute privilege of learning from his example. He had an extraordinary ability to see the good in people and to bring people together in service of a common purpose. Through love in action, Jeremy and Sue quietly and humbly supported those facing hardship across the community. His loss will be felt by many. His family, Sue, Sarah, Michael and Ruby, have all lost a devoted husband, father and grandfather. The Love in Action family has lost their inspiring founder, and our community has lost one of its most generous servants. And I have lost a cherished friend. I extend my deepest condolences to his family, friends and all those who loved him. His legacy will live on in the countless acts of kindness that he inspired. I want to say thank you, Jeremy, for your friendship and your unwavering commitment to serving others. We could all learn by it, and our community is a lot better for having you.
Hear, hear.
Member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I recently met with members of Australia's Tibetan community who generously shared their stories and raised the alarm about the Chinese government's escalating cultural genocide against Tibetans. Of particular concern is China's new law on promoting ethnic unity and progress, which came into force yesterday. Its Orwellian title hints at its true intent to accelerate the assimilation of Tibetans and others into a single Chinese national identity. In essence, the law codifies and expands practices that have long undermined Tibetans' rights and freedoms, providing a new legal framework for policies that marginalise the Tibetan language, destroy Tibetan Buddhism, distort or eliminate Tibetan history and erode the foundations of Tibetan family and community life. This includes, most heartbreakingly, taking Tibetan children away from local schools and forcing them to attend Chinese language state boarding schools, in a clear attempt to sever connection to family, language and culture. What's more, this law also seeks to hold groups and individuals outside of China legally accountable for undermining ethnic unity and progress or inciting ethnic separatism. Deputy Speaker, this attempted cultural genocide and extraterritorial and transnational repression is appalling and must be resisted in the strongest terms. So I call on the Australian Government to act and ensure they do not put the relationship with the Chinese government ahead of the fundamental human rights and cultural survival of Tibetans. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Albanese Labor government is delivering the investment the Illawarra needs to be a true force in the advanced manufacturing and clean energy industries. Illawarra company Sakona Battery Technologies is pioneering the next generation of battery materials. Their innovative technology, born out of the University of Wollongong, will cut battery charging times by 40%, improve performance and create a sovereign battery supply chain in Australia. And it is compatible with existing lithium-ion technology, which means it can be used in everything from electric vehicles to drones, laptops and so much more. I am delighted that the Albanese Labor government is investing in Sakona with $45 million delivered this week through ARENA. This funding will help Sakona expand its production capacity by 300 times, taking the tech from pilot scale towards full commercial scale. As global demand for batteries continues to grow, particularly for energy storage and electric vehicles, this investment will unlock enormous potential across Australia and globally. Our region has the skills, capability and drive to lead the clean energy transition and strengthen Australia's advanced manufacturing future. Local companies like Sakona, Hysata, Green Gravity, GridSite, Gravitas and more are creating a cleaner, cheaper and more secure energy system. We're backing local jobs, backing local innovation and backing the future made in the Illawarra.
Member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For the last 25 years, even though we've had national laws to protect the places we love, our environment has continued to deteriorate. Experts say that's because our key environmental law, the Environmental Protection Biodiversity Conservation Act, is all about following processes and not about achieving outcomes. Last year, the government passed major reforms to try and fix this problem. The linchpin of the new law, a set of rules called National Environmental Standards. Now, these standards are supposed to set clear, enforceable limits on decision-making to prevent environmental harm and improve outcomes for our threatened species, our forests, our rivers, our wetlands and our oceans. So it's disappointing that the draft standards do not set clear outcomes for the environment. They're full of vague, non-binding language and they're all about process. To be clear, there are some good things in the draft standards, such as requirements to have community engagement plans and strengthened water protections. But when it comes to preventing the most important things like habitat destruction and degradation, they fall short. What we need are science-based limits on these drivers of extinctions, because koalas don't care whether companies and bureaucrats follow the right processes. They care about whether their trees are cut down. Environmental laws should do what they say on the tin, protect the environment, and I call on the government to strengthen the standards before tabling them in Parliament.
Member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, if you've ever sat in the car at the Coopers Plains crossing on Boundary Road, you know that it can feel like an absolute eternity. And it's been consistently named by the RACQ as one of the worst crossings in our entire state. Locals in my community have been waiting decades for the promised overpass to that rail level crossing. And that's why I fought hard to make sure that the Albanese Labor government invested an additional $99.7 million to make this long-awaited important project a reality. That's on top of the $179.5 million that the federal Labor government had already invested. But if you cracked open the LNP's budget last Tuesday, what you'd find as you sorted through the papers is that there was no commitment and no timeline to this important project being delivered, despite the state previously committing $179.5 million to the project as well. And Deputy Speaker, I've written to the Premier to ask him a few questions. Has their position changed? What's happened to the money? And what is the timeline? People in my community deserve to get home to their families faster and safer. And people in my community deserve to know the answer to these questions.
Member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, it is part of our role as decent human beings to shed light where human rights are being violated, even if it's not in our own nation. Today, I voice my concerns about the case of barrister Shadal Haq Suman, who is being held in custody in Bangladesh. This matter has been raised with me by many of my constituents on behalf of the Bangladeshi community in Dubbo and across Australia. I'm informed that Mr Shuman, known as Barrister Shuman, has been a prominent voice against corruption, injustice and abuse of power. He has worked for the poor and disadvantaged to improve their lives. Under the current interim government, he has been arrested and is facing multiple charges I'm advised are politically motivated. There are also concerns about the treatment of Barrister Shuman and other political figures facing charges while they're in custody. There are reports of people dying in custody following allegations of torture, extreme malnutrition and denial of adequate medical care. And many supporters of Barrister Shuman hold great concerns for him and his family who have been forced to flee Bangladesh. As a country, Australia is an advocate for human rights, including freedom of religion and belief. I would like the federal government to advise what representations they are making in relation to those reported cases and what further steps may be available. I represent the Bangladesh community of Dubbo in raising these profound concerns.
Member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday was the 1st of July, a day that saw significant reform from the Albanese Labor government implemented. Starting this week, the Labor government is delivering more cost-of-living relief for workers in Hughes. Every worker is getting another round of income tax cuts, saving the average taxpayer up to $2,800 a year, a tax cut that those opposite voted against. 3 million minimum wage workers will be getting a pay rise of 4.75%, a pay rise backed by those on this side side, but not backed by the three right-wing parties over there. We're banning supermarket price gouging to give Australians a fair go at the checkout, one they're not getting under the status quo that those opposite defend. We're extending paid parental leave to a full 6 months, giving families more time with their little ones and more support, because unlike those opposite, we believe in supporting parents as they raise the next generation. We're making urgent care clinics like those in Liverpool and Campbelltown a permanent part of Medicare, so Australians can get the healthcare they need when they need it, not when they feel that they can afford it. We're giving first home buyers a fair go, because when Australians work hard and save, they should be able to buy a home of their own. Lower taxes, higher pay, a fair go for families and first home buyers. That's the real change that matters to Australians, and it's the real change that we'll keep delivering, even if those opposite keep defending the status quo that hasn't worked.
Member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, during question time, twice the Prime Minister was asked directly to guarantee that the housing market in Australia wouldn't tank, and twice he refused to do so. So I rang a number of real estate agents in my electorate this morning, and I spoke with them, and I'm just going to record into Hansard what three of their comments were. The first one, interest has certainly softened. Inquiries are down to around COVID levels. It's like someone has turned a tap off to our industry. Second one, this week I've had 3 appointments for inspections, just simply didn't show up. I'm worried for my business and we can't sustain this. Scotty, you've got to get rid of this bad government so that our business can survive. The last one, Scotty, it's like a perfect storm of despair for us. Continued interest rate rises with more to come. Government policy designed specifically to devalue the family home and crippling consumer confidence. If the government wants to give kids a hand up, why don't they try building homes to suit the kids' budget? Don't raid the single largest assets of families by devaluing the family house. These are comments from real Australians, from real estate agents, from business owners who employ people in my electorate. They deserve better, Madam Speaker. The Labor Party can't come in here and say that they're doing everything. They're not. They're crippling our country.
Has the call.
Deputy Speaker, Labor was elected with a clear promise to back working families with real cost of living relief. And from July 1, we are delivering. Whether it's a young worker stacking shelves at Woolies while studying or new parents welcoming their first child, Labor is making life a little easier. From July 1, every Australian taxpayer will receive a tax cut, with the lowest tax rate dropping from 16 to 15%. Putting more money back into workers' pockets. We are making tax time simpler, introducing a new $1,000 instant tax deduction. We are expanding paid parental leave to 6 months, giving parents more time with their newborn. We are delivering payday super, meaning super is paid at the same time as their wages, and the minimum wage will increase to $26.44 per hour. This will see wages lifted by 4.75% for over 3 million Australians. While the opposition have advocated against these reforms, we know that these are practical policies that reward hard work, ease cost of living pressures and put working families first, because this is what Labor stands for. No one held back and no one left behind.
Member for Monash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a privilege to rise for my 100th contribution to this place. And in doing so, I want to address a barbecue stopper of a conversation topic in my electorate of Monash, and that is home ownership. And I'm deeply concerned because building approvals have dropped in May for the 3rd consecutive month. This is an impact of the budget housing tax changes. Clearance rates have tumbled and Australians are paying nearly $30,000 on their mortgage. 6.2% of income is household savings. People are dipping into their savings just to survive. The Victorian government's a great example of how to lower the housing market by taxing and regulating everything. The PM couldn't rule out, the Prime Minister couldn't rule out, in fact he was asked twice to, that prices would not tank further. You can measure the budget deficit of this government in numbers, but nothing compares to the deficit of trust it has created in Australia. We need to unlock supply and enable local infrastructure like in Druin in my electorate of Monash, Weebar Road, which I've been fighting very hard for. It's 60 years since Robert Menzies left office, and it is a proud achievement that he created the first standalone housing portfolio. He lifted taxes and he boosted supply, and that's why the Liberal Party will always be trusted to deliver housing ownership and affordability for more Australians.
Member for Menzies.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Labor stands for equality of opportunity, and at the heart of equality of opportunity is accessible universal health care. That's why from 1st of July we've delivered over $25 billion in additional funding for public hospitals over 5 years, including $5.8 billion in Victoria alone, for places like Box Hill Hospital, which do so much to support members of my community in Menzies when we need it most. At the last election, we promised we'd get bulk billing rates up, and that's exactly what we've done. In Menzies, we now have 29 bulk billing practices, up from 19 since just last year. And from 1st of July, 10 new medicines have been added to the PBS, including treatments for 5 different cancers, along with new listings for severe asthma, autoimmune disorders and growth hormone deficiency. Since we cut the maximum cost of PBS medicines to $25 and $7.70 for concession card holders, members of our community have saved over $600,000 at the pharmacy counter. Some of these medicines would have cost patients tens of thousands of dollars in out-of-pocket costs. Now they're the same cost they were in 2004 when Shannon Knowles' What About Me was at the top of the charts. I'd like to acknowledge our hard-working emergency doctors, nurses, GPs, pharmacists and every single health professional across Menzies and across the country. Better funded hospitals, more bulk billing, cheaper medicines and urgent care clinics. That's what the Albanese Labor government promised, and that's what we're delivering.
Member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Australians deserve honesty, and they don't deserve to be treated like mugs by their own government. But yesterday we saw the Prime Minister call those on this side of the floor the axis of grievance, while evading giving an actual answer to any question posed by the opposition on behalf of those we represent. But I think he misspoke, Deputy Speaker. Rather than axis, he meant to say apex. And I do understand, Prime Minister, they're easy words to mix up, because yes, we on this side of the floor are absolutely the apex of grievance. By definition, the apex of grievance is a legal phrase referring to the absolute peak or breaking point of a prolonged complaint or injustice. It refers to the climax of a dispute or a historical flashpoint. As representatives, we are here to make sure that the collective grievance of our constituencies are heard by those opposite, that their legitimate and real pressure points are being expressed and considered in the policies we create and not swept aside by spin and gaslighting. Because after 4 long years under this government, we are at a historical flashpoint when it comes to the erosion of living standards for the average Aussie. And they deserve a government that listens, answers and acts, not one that diverts, deflects and denies the problem exists.
Member for Solomon.
Deputy Speaker, yesterday marked 1 year since the Albanese government's landmark $3.9 billion National Access to Justice Partnership 2025 to 2030, the NAJP, commenced. It represented our government's largest investment in legal assistance. The NAJP is strengthening responses to family and domestic violence by investing in specialist service delivery models such as family advocacy support services, domestic violence units and health justice partnerships. The Albanese Labor government has committed funding of more than $320 million over 5 years for NT legal assistance providers such as Legal Aid NT and NAJA. These territory frontline legal services now have the stable funding required, providing Territorians with access to the legal support they need to get a fair go in the court system. I acknowledge and thank these local providers and the private sector practitioners supporting them for their professionalism, their expertise and their unwavering commitment. It is imperative the NT government fulfils its own responsibilities under the NAJP to ensure that the legal assistance provided matches the increased demand that is evident in the Northern Territory. Importantly, vulnerable individuals, including children, need to be represented in criminal proceedings. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Wilkreath.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, twice the Prime Minister was directly asked whether he could guarantee house prices won't tank as a result of his government's housing policies. Twice he refused to answer. Australians are entitled to ask why. For it was he who only months ago encouraged thousands of young Australians to enter the market with historically large mortgages. So people did what the government told them: buy in, stretch themselves, get a foothold. Now they're exposed to the real risk of negative equity if prices fall further. So, Speaker, my question is simple. Will the Prime Minister apologise to those Australians who followed government signals in good faith and now carry that risk? Can he guarantee his Treasurer's reckless spending won't continue fuelling inflation, pushing interest rates higher again and putting these homes at risk? At the same time, the government's own budget papers show rents are set to rise. Do those opposite realise that cheaper houses prices means nothing when the cost of living makes it impossible to save for a deposit? We already see young Australians locked out of independence, forced to live at home longer as rental stress worsens. Australians deserve honesty from this government, not spin.
Member for Maribyrnong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Saturday night, the mighty Melbourne Vixens are back in another grand final. They're fifth in 7 years and we're going back for back. 5 of these women also put on the green and gold for the Australian Diamonds, arguably the most successful national team our country has produced. But, Deputy Speaker, here's what gets me. More women and girls play netball than any other team sport. And on the world stage, we're very good at it. Yet it doesn't have the same platform that men's footy and cricket have had. And for generations of netballers who have represented our country, they've done so for next to nothing. Why? Because for too long we haven't valued women's work the way we value men's. And it's not just netball. It's early childhood educators, it's the carers and the nurses in my community who have carried this same story for decades. But this government is changing it. We're funding pay rises for female-dominated sectors like aged care and early childhood education, and the gender pay gap has been the lowest it's ever been. This week, paid parental leave grew to 26 weeks, and with super paid on top, so raising a child no longer costs a woman her career or her retirement. And we're making the biggest investment into women's health that this country has ever seen. This is what happens when you have a majority woman government and a gender-equal cabinet. We don't just see and value women's worth, we are delivering the real change that ensures that we have a fairer future for them. And I'd like to shout out my daughter Gwen, who's in the gallery today. We're doing it for you. And all the best of luck. Go Vixens.
Member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And after 4 years of the Albanese government, Australians are worse off and our nation is heading in the wrong direction with the standard of living in free fall. Now, the heart of the problem is very simple. The heart of the problem why Australians are worse off is because we're being led by a Prime Minister who simply can't tell the truth. This Prime Minister can't be trusted to tell the truth in any circumstances because the Prime Minister told Australians not once, not twice, but 50 times that he wouldn't change capital gains tax, he wouldn't change negative gearing or the treatment of trust. Then, we all remember when the Prime Minister fell off the stage and he said, and I quote, "Oh, no, I stepped back one step, I didn't fall off the stage." Now, Australians are still waiting, Deputy Speaker. Australians are still waiting for the $275 reduction in their power bills the Prime Minister promised 97 times. This is a Prime Minister who said, "I won't BS people." But in question time, we cannot get a straight answer out of this Prime Minister to any question. The Prime Minister told Australians, "My word is my bond." Remember that? The Prime Minister said, "My word is my bond." Australians just want to know when When will this Prime Minister stop breaking promises and just tell the truth for once?
Deputy Speaker, some in this House have asked how many cups of coffee can you buy with the Albanese Labor government's 1 July 2026 tax cuts. But I ask, how many cups of coffee can you buy with the money that you save from seeing a GP for free? How many flat whites, Deputy Speaker, from only having to pay $25 for medicines listed on the PBS, including the 10 new medicines listed from 1 July?
Order.
How many espressos, Deputy Speaker, if you only pay $7.70 for your medicines? Now, my coffee of choice is a long black with a dash of milk. How many long blacks can you buy with the money you save from 3 hours of free power during the day, or from no longer receiving an electricity bill because you have a cheaper home battery? How many cappuccinos, Deputy Speaker, can you buy now that 20% has been reduced from your higher education debt? What about the number of short Macs you can buy because your TAFE course in a critical industry was free? And Deputy Speaker, with meaningful paid parental leave, you can buy your little one a baby chino at your next parents group catch-up. With your $20,000 instant asset write-off, you can buy a coffee machine for your small business. Deputy Speaker, our cost of living measures pass the pub test and the cafe test. With all of these savings, Australians will be able to afford an extra shot.
Member for Opposition Business.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And we all remember the budget speech of this year, which had all those toxic taxes and broken promises, and those toxic taxes and broken promises are getting bigger by the day, especially the broken promises. Who remembers the Treasurer saying reforming and strengthening care? There's $3 billion to deliver more beds, more packages and better aged care for older Australians. Well, we all remember now what that better aged care is all about. AI bots to make sure that poor old elderly Australians who are waiting for home care packages cannot get their policies considered properly because it's all being done by an AI bot. That's what aged care is to those. That's what those opposite think about how you should conduct your policies when it comes to aged care. And it's worse than that. It's worse than that. What we've seen under the Albanese Labor government is 4,812 people die while they've been waiting for those home care packages. It's an absolute disgrace. More broken promises from those opposite, more taxes, more spending, and now you are crippling older Australians who are waiting for aged care. It's a disgrace.
Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, this has been a big week in Parliament and a big week for delivery by the Albanese Labor government. Solar Saver program started, 3 hours of power in the middle of the day. We expanded paid parental leave to a full 6 months. We opened the National Environment Protection Agency and we opened a new Veteran Wellbeing Agency. We're expanding the endo and pelvic pain clinics to include menopause. We've got a pay rise for minimum wage and award wage workers and payday super starts. We're banning price gouging at the supermarket. We're permanently extending the $20,000 instant asset write-off for small business, making urgent care clinics
has concluded. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors. In February 2026, a constituent of mine, Mr Austin, aged 98, had his aged care application reviewed by Labor's AI tool. Despite his age and having suffered a life-threatening fall, his application was assessed as low priority. His family wrote to the Minister only to receive a generic departmental response. The next day, Mr Austin unfortunately died. Will the government now support the Coalition's bill to provide human oversight of all aged care decisions?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for the question. And firstly, can I extend my condolences to Mr Austin's family. As I said earlier in this week, it stands to any reasonable person's judgment that there's not a single person in this place who wants an older Australian to die while waiting for care. It's why our generational reforms of Australia's aged care system have been and continue to be so important. The Royal Commission looked into older people dying while waiting for care. And as I said earlier, at the peak of the aged care crisis in 2018, more than 16,000 older Australians were dying every year waiting for care. And of course, that Aged Care Royal Commission released a report that was mononymously titled Neglect. We, since being elected in 2022, have made the most significant investments in Australia's aged care system ever. We are overhauling the aged care system, whether it's in-home care, residential aged care, from the ground up. And the way that we drive down the numbers, and that we've successfully done so, is to reduce the wait times for older people to receive the care that they need. The latest data shows that we're well on our way to do that. Standard priority cases are waiting on average 3 months less. Medium priority cases are waiting 2 months less. High priority wait times are now just 1 to 2 months. And those assessed as urgent priority, as always, will receive their full funding within a single month. Assessment wait times have been reduced from the worst point, where the people were waiting up to 10 months, and the median wait time for comprehensive assessments is now well under a single month. Next year, the federal government will invest $47 billion.
The Minister will pause. The Chief Opposition Whip on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. Just on relevance, and I appreciate the tone of the Minister, but the question that Mr Austin's family particularly want to know about is the government's view in relation to the AI assessment tool and whether you will support the Coalition's bill to humanise these decisions.
That wasn't in the question. It was the interpretation of the question. The question was about Coalition policy and the legislation the Coalition has introduced. So I'll just draw the Minister back to the question regarding opposition policy, and I can understand he's outlined the government's policies, what the government's doing, but there was a part in that question about the opposition's policies.
Let me be very clear, Mr Speaker. There is no artificial intelligence in our aged care assessment system, and it is dishonest for any actor to pretend otherwise. The integrated assessment tool uses qualified human assessors to complete the clinical assessments, and that is then used to apply the aged care rules so that we have a system that is fair for every single Australian. We'll continue to make sure that Australians get the very best care. That's what they deserve, and you guys should have done it when you were in government.
Give the call to the order when the House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Communications. How is the Albanese Labor government working to strengthen Australia's world-leading social media laws to protect young Australians from online harm, and what is standing in the way?
Call to the Minister for Communications and the Minister for Sport.
I thank the member for Menzies for his important question. Last year, the member for Menzies and I visited the media students at East Doncaster College to talk with them about Australia's incoming social media minimum age. Their questions were thoughtful and nuanced, and we all agreed on the importance of holding—
The Minister will pause. No, we're not having those sorts of interjections, Member for Bowman. You are warned, and the Minister is 20 seconds in. We don't want those sorts of sledges across the chamber. I'm not having those personal attacks. Just asking everyone to just lift up a little bit today. The Minister has the call.
Their questions were thoughtful and nuanced, and we all agreed on the importance of holding social media platforms accountable for the harm they do to these students and their friends. This week, the Albanese government introduced a bill to Parliament to strengthen Australia's world-leading social media minimum age law. The bill has 4 pages of content. It sought to achieve 2 goals. The first goal, to empower Australia's online safety watchdog to compel documents from big tech companies in their investigation into systemic non-compliance with the social media law. The second goal, to double the fine for non-compliance from $49.5 million to $99 million. That's it. 2 changes to strengthen a bipartisan law designed to protect young Australians from the harms of social media. And last night, the Leader of the Opposition and the Coalition broke bipartisanship and sided with social media platforms over Australian parents. Last night, the Coalition sold out Australian kids to some of the richest, most powerful companies in the world, giving them at least 2 more months to sharpen their legal strategy, to get rid of documents and to continue to do the bare minimum to follow Australian law. They did a deal with the Greens political party to send a 4-page bill with 2 simple goals to a 2-month Senate inquiry, a bill that Australian parents implored this Parliament not to treat like a political football. Well, the Leader of the Opposition and the Coalition...
Member O'Connor. Minister.
Have treated those parents with utter contempt. Wayne Holsworth is a brave Victorian father whose son Mac died by suicide due to sexual extortion experienced through social media. We all welcomed him to this place on Monday. Here's what Wayne had to say last night after news of the Coalition deal broke. As every day goes by that we don't up the ante on tech giants acting irresponsibly, innocent kids are targeted by sex extortionists, and the kids will become anxious, depressed, have suicidal thoughts and take their lives. This is absolutely pathetic, and I want to meet Angus Taylor and look him in the eye and tell him the actual damage this will cause. His predecessor, Peter Dutton, was a leader with genuine compassion. This bloke has absolutely no compassion at all.
Minister for Climate Change and Energy. Give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Under Labor, aged care wait times have blown out to over a year. More than 200,000 Australians are waiting for care. Today, Labor was defeated in the Senate, which passed the Coalition's bill to put people back in charge of aged care decision-making. Why won't Labor support the Coalition's bill to provide human oversight of all aged care decisions?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I'll make 2 points before I ask the Minister to respond. The first is that the premise of the question is wrong. There is human oversight over all of these processes. And second is that for the party of Robodebt to actually have the hide to come in here and talk about these issues shows extraordinary gumption when we were left with an aged care system that was titled, summed up by one word in the Interim Royal Commission established under the former government, and that word was neglect. We have not engaged in neglect. What we have done is to actually have legislation that passed the Parliament, asked to be withdrawn.
There is an unparliamentary remark made. I'd like to assist the House for it to be withdrawn. I didn't hear the remark, but if there's been... Yeah, well, I didn't hear the remark because there was constant interjecting, but if the member for Goldstein has made an unparliamentary remark, I'm just going to ask him to assist the House to withdraw and we'll move on.
The House, fine. Withdraw. Sorry, I withdraw, fine.
I thank the member for Goldstein. Order. The member for Core will leave the chamber under 94A. When someone is withdrawing and to assist in the House under the direction of the Speaker, I want all members, on both sides, I want all members to remain silent to show the respect to the member who's doing the thing that I've asked them to do. Now the House has come to order. We'll hear from the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And the final point that I will make is that the aged care legislation that passed this parliament in the last term, which was the most significant reform of aged care this century by a long way, passed, to give credit where credit's due, with the initiative of the government, but with the support of the Peter Dutton-led opposition at that time. That was a good thing. And as a result of that, you have seen these changes flowing through from a period that was, frankly, in a state of collapse.
I'll invite the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors to add to the answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Let me be clear. Assessments are always conducted by qualified human assessors with clinical input documented from start to finish. And this is about delivering a system that is efficient, accurate and fair, so that no matter where in Australia someone lives or who does their assessment, they are treated equitably. Now, being a responsible steward of this system, upon which so many older people rely, means approaching changes in a careful and considered way. The government has been clear. It shares the intent of the private senator's bill, but we're concerned that in practice it would lead to inconsistent and subjective decisions and increased wait times for older people. This morning, I announced the government will itself, through legislation, establish a new legislated escalation option so outcomes of the aged care integrated assessment tool can be changed in extenuating circumstances. This means that in the small number of cases where a person's complex circumstances are not fully captured by the tool, under this new pathway, their assessment can be escalated to the Secretary of the Department and adjusted if necessary so they get appropriate care. Now, we'll take the parliamentary break to consider what specific form this pathway might take. We'll consult with older people and the sector, and we will, if people are willing, work across the parliament to get the best outcomes for older people.
Order. I'll give the call to the member for Petrie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. What has been the impact of the Albanese Labor government's world-leading social media ban for under 16-year-olds? And what is standing in the way of strengthening them so that we can better protect Australian children and back Australian parents?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Petrie for her question and for her passionate support of young people in her electorate there based around the Redcliffe region, but also backing of parents who have welcomed this legislation, who, as a result of the reforms that we have put in place, conversations are taking place in schools, in parents' groups, between families as well, but most importantly, between mums and dads and their children, being able to talk about these issues to make a substantial difference. We know that together we took action. We answered the call from the parents of young Australians who had taken their own lives. This was something that didn't arise from parliamentarians. It arose from people who had the courage to take what was personal tragedy and channel that into making a difference for others. And Wayne Holdsworth, to respond to an interjection from those opposite during the minister's comments, is absolutely a hero. Absolutely a hero. And he was here on Monday to support the change in this legislation, along with the Let Them Be Kids campaign and the 36 Hours campaign. They have responded as well, as the government has, to the call from the East Safety Commissioner to be able to have the powers to actually get documentation from these big global giants that are exploiting young people, that are motivated primarily by their profits rather than by...
Oh, no. Order. The Prime Minister is going to pause for one moment. Member for Cook, we're not going to have that behaviour with people just yelling out non-stop during an answer. So I'm just going to ask you to leave the chamber under 94A and ask all members to just reflect on their behaviour today. The member for Lengiara is warned. Asking everyone just to show some restraint today. Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. The E-Safety Commissioner has asked for the powers to be able to get documents from these big companies and also to increase the fines. That is what this simple legislation that was passed by the House of Representatives, with the support overwhelmingly across this chamber, will do. It's 4 pages long. It's really simple. But the Coalition doing a deal in the Senate to kick this off to an inquiry for months. The practical result of that is we are giving notice to these social media companies to clear out your documents, to clear out the evidence, to make sure that you can resist these changes. Now, Peter Dutton supported these laws, and the Leader of the Opposition can instruct his people, or some of them might stick to it, over in the Senate, to vote for this legislation today before Parliament arises. Because if not, there are real-world consequences of this.
The member for Riverina on a point of order.
A point of order and on indulgence, and I just didn't want to interrupt the Prime Minister, but I don't think anybody from the Coalition was questioning Wayne Holdsworth. They weren't. They weren't. I think it was the Minister, to be honest, Prime Minister. I think it was the...
Okay. All right. Resume your seat. Yeah. Order. Just going to follow the standing orders, and we're not going to have. This is the meeting of the Federal Parliament. We're going to follow the standing orders. Everyone. Okay. Before I call the member for Kooyong, I just want to do a couple of acknowledgements. I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are students from Barker College who are visiting as part of the work experience trip as guests of the member for Berowra. And I'm also going to acknowledge someone today. Whilst they're not here, they are watching us online at the moment, and that's Mr Stephen Smith, a long-standing and highly respected Comcar driver based in Melbourne. He will retire on the 10th of July next week after an extraordinary 44 years of dedicated service. We all know he's online watching. Comcars play an important role. I just want to make this quick statement to the House. Comcar drivers play a vital and valued role in supporting the work of Parliament. They ensure that members and senators can carry out their duties safely, efficiently and reliably, often working behind the scenes but always contributing to the smooth functioning of our democratic processes. Their professionalism, discretion and commitment are greatly appreciated by all of those who serve in this place. Mr Smith in particular will be a familiar face to many present in the chamber. For moreover than 4 decades, he has provided exemplary service to countless members. Mr Smith has asked me that I convey this message to all members today, and his words, that it's been an honour of a lifetime to serve members of Parliament for so many years. So on behalf of the House, I thank Mr Smith for his remarkable contribution to the Parliament, to the nation and democracy, and I give a shout out to all Comcar drivers. Give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you very much, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. It was reported today that the Australian Tertiary Education Commission won't advise on the reasonable cost of degrees until mid-2027 at the earliest, which means that the job-ready graduate scheme will continue at least until 2028. 285,000 students will next year pay more than $54,000 for arts, law and commerce degrees, $90,000 for double degrees. How can you justify this when you've acknowledged on many occasions that job-ready graduates isn't working?
Give a call to the Minister for Education.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and can I thank the member for Kooyong for her question and
for her passion in this area of higher education. Like me, like I think all members of parliament, you understand the power of education to change lives. And the truth is that we've got a good education system in Australia, but it can be better and it can be fairer, and that's what the reforms that we're implementing across early education, across school education and across higher education are all about. And particularly in higher education, we're driven by the recommendations of the Universities Accord. We've now implemented 36 of the 47 recommendations in the Accord in full or in part, and we'll continue to work through that report. And as you rightly point out, that makes recommendations about the Job Ready Graduate Scheme. I have said it's failed. I've said work on fixing it is unfinished business, and I have said, and you will know, that the Australian Tertiary Education Commission has also pointed out the work they're doing on the cost of teaching and learning that they will finalise next year. Now, they are the facts. What is also a fact is that no government has done more to cut student debt than this government and this Prime Minister. We have cut student debt by 20% for 3 million Australians, and by doing that taken $16 billion off the backs of young Australians. Something, by the way, that the Liberal Party described as profoundly unfair. Well, you said it was vote buying, did you? Yeah, they still don't get it. They still don't get it, but it sort of explains why they are over there and we're over here. The other point I'd make, is it's not the only thing we are doing to make our education system better and fairer, because there's also legislation in the parliament at the moment to invest an extra $3.5 billion into our system to help more kids get a crack at going to university, and in particular help more kids from poor families and from the bush and from the regions to get a crack at going to university. Something that the Liberal Party has just said they think is quote-unquote socialism. Well, I actually think it's fairness.
Order.
And I hope that my friends in the National Party, whose kids in their communities will agree, and do what they always do when they think the Liberal Party gets it wrong, and that is roll them and vote for legislation that will help kids from the bush.
Call to the honourable member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Can the Minister update the House on the operation in Weipa, and what other approaches to border security are there?
Call to the Leader of the House and the...
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I thank the member for Leichhardt, and I want to acknowledge the strong role that the member for Leichhardt has had in combating foreign fishing, and in particular in calling for the work of Border Force that's up there now in Operation Broadstaff. It's made an extraordinary impact, and some of those people who were trying to steal fish stocks from the locals up there in Leichhardt have discovered fairly suddenly that their vessels have been burnt, and have also discovered that those waters are there for the locals and not for those who are wanting to come from elsewhere. Some of those would have seen some comments from the opposition this morning. And let me start with this. Anyone who saw last night on the news that a number of people had tried to enter our country without a visa should know that by the time they woke up this morning, every single one of them had been removed from Australia. Every single one. Now, that simple fact did not stop members of those opposite claiming that the opposite was true. But the simple fact is every single one of those individuals who tried to enter Australia without a visa had been removed by morning, and those who had tried to assist them have been arrested. You know, there are two things. There are two things that the opposition right now is wanting to deliver for people smugglers that people smugglers would be tremendously grateful for. People smugglers want there to be footage of Australian voices claiming that people smuggling will work, and those opposite are providing it. And the second thing that people smugglers want is access to information. They want access to information about operations and surveillance, which is why I was surprised that only this week in the Senate, all three right-wing parties voted with the Greens to make sure that surveillance information would be made available to people smugglers. All three of them voted. For a long time it has been accepted that any information about surveillance contracts, any information about operations with Operation Sovereign Borders, that there were good national security reasons for that not being made public. But when different occasions have occurred and briefings have been sought in private, that has occurred. But instead, under this Leader of the Opposition, he thinks it's okay for the information that the people smugglers want to be made public and handed over directly to them. He's the friend they wanted that previous opposition leaders haven't been.
Give a call to the... When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the honourable member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Minister. Over recent weeks, shots have been fired at an Australian Border Force vessel from an illegal boat. We've seen the biggest seizure of cocaine in Australia's history, with police believing the drugs were imported by sea. And we've had 12 more illegal arrivals in far north Queensland who managed to have a frothy at the pub before authorities detained them. Why is the Albanese government so weak in protecting Australia's borders?
Call to the Leader of the House. Order. The member will resume his seat. He has asked his question. The member was heard in silence, and now we're going to wait for the House to come to order as I waited so that... We'll hear from the Leader of the House.
I am proud of our authorities when they intercept drugs. Those opposite see a drug interception as a problem for our authorities. Every time drugs are intercepted by Border Force or the Australian Police, we have pride in the people who wear that uniform, and we stand with them. When Border Force intercept,
Order.
you get a sense.
Member for Barker
you get a sense of the level of aggression in that question. The level of aggression from those who want to harm our borders and those who want to harm our country. And I am proud of Australian Border Force and Operation Sovereign Borders that even when people come with those sorts of weapons, we make sure that they are not successful. We make sure that their operations are not successful. There is something that I will pay credit to the previous government for. For the previous government I will pay credit for, because it's something that's continued. It has been more than a decade since there has been a successful people smuggling operation. More than a decade. And we give that message because it's true, and that's the message that people smugglers don't want to hear. But this character, this Leader of the Opposition, the guy who wants to bring all three right-wing parties together.
Order. No. The manager on a point of order.
I know that the Minister for Home Affairs has exercised. It goes to correct titles, Speaker. And
all right, resume your seat. I want to agree. I want to agree with the manager. He's made this point, and I 100% agree with him. I want everyone addressed by their correct titles, not any other terms. So I'm just going to ask the Minister.
At 2:30 on the 2nd of July, he's the Leader of the Opposition, and I refer to him as the Leader of the Opposition. But let me say, the Leader of the Opposition, I noticed they took issue with the title but not issue with the accusation. No issue with the accusation at all, because he is giving the messages. He is giving the messages that people smugglers want.
Order. The Minister for Climate Change, the Minister for Infrastructure, the Manager on a further point of order.
It goes to relevance this time, Speaker. There was nothing about the opposition in this question. It was about them drinking frothies before they're arrested.
Okay, that term wasn't in the question, but order. Order. Mr. Scott, just over 1 minute remaining. Here's the call.
So you go through all three examples they gave. One, drug interception, successful, good. Second, border force intercepting and following on, even in the face of gunfire. Even in the face of gunfire. And instead of standing with those Australian officials, you want to mock them. And thirdly, what happened in Weipa, clearly a question they wrote before they realised every one of those individuals had been removed from Australia. If you want to show that you care about the borders, stop providing the information for people smugglers. I never thought. And a hint on border protection. If the key question for the Leader of the Opposition is, do you get your senators to vote with the Greens? Warning. Warning in terms of where that leads. I understand on border protection. I understand on border protection that those opposite. I will never understand, though. I will never understand wanting people smugglers to have access to surveillance information.
Order. The House comes to order. We're going to hear from the member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, my question is to the Treasurer. How is the Albanese Labor government helping to ease pressure on Australians and to help first home buyers into housing? How does that compare with other approaches?
Good question.
Call to the Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I acknowledge the member for Gellibrand and thank him especially for his work on Asian capability and the big report that he's just released as the chair of the Education Committee. Mr Speaker, today is obviously a very important day. It's the 10th anniversary of your election, as I understand it, the class of 2016, but also the last day of the budget session of the Parliament. Now, we have spent every day of this session delivering cost of living relief and delivering real change for Australians. We know, despite welcome progress in the Middle East and lower prices for oil, lower inflation and unemployment in the most recent data, we know that Australians are still under pressure. They have legitimate concerns about where they fit at a time of accelerating change and intensifying global and generational pressures. We don't just acknowledge those challenges, Mr Speaker, we are addressing them. And that's why we are delivering more tax cuts for Australian workers, more pay rises for people on awards and the minimum wage, a fairer tax system for first home buyers. It's why we're delivering more help with the cost of fuel, more paid parental leave for mums and dads. It's why we're delivering super on payday, a permanent instant asset write-off for small business. It's why we're delivering our ban on excessive pricing at the supermarket. It's why we're delivering smaller deficits and less debt than the trajectory that we inherited from those opposite. It's why we're delivering the lowest average unemployment of any government in this country in half a century, Mr Speaker. It's why we have delivered and are delivering an ambitious budget defined by reform and resilience and responsible economic management, Mr Speaker. We've been delivering for the Australian people while the member for Hume has been destroying the Liberal Party. Mr Speaker, we've been delivering for Australians. He's been destroying the once great Liberal Party, Mr Speaker. And there's a very simple reason for this. The three right-wing parties in this country, they seek to capitalise on the real pressures that people are facing while they vote to make those challenges worse, not better, Mr Speaker. All three right-wing parties share this divisive, anti-worker, anti-housing agenda, and you can see that in the way that they vote, Mr Speaker. So as those opposite leave the House at the end of this budget session, they should reflect on why the Liberal Party is circling the drain on the member for Hume's watch. It's because every time the Australian people need them to vote to help them with these real pressures that they face, they vote to make things worse rather than better, Mr Speaker. They leave this parliament today more divisive and more divided than ever, we leave this parliament today delivering for the Australians who sent us here.
Call to the honourable member for Parks.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Twice in this parliament, the Prime Minister has been directly asked to guarantee housing prices will not tank. Twice he refused. The Prime Minister keeps claiming his budget is helping first-home buyers. Can he tell the House whether the number of first-home buyers has actually increased since the budget and by how many?
Order. Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I'm asked about house prices and I'm asked about first home buyers, and I'd really thank you for the question. When it comes to house prices, the Shadow Minister for Housing has made some comments about this. He has said this on just the 1st of July. I think these are blips and bumps. He went on the day before, in case you think there was an accident, in other markets, speaking about Sydney and Melbourne, I note there is still price growth. Then he says there may be some short-term hiccups as a result of interest rates and the like. And in case you're wondering, whether that was an accident, he said this way back in May. I can tell you as Shadow Housing Minister, I think house prices are too high. Now, when the Shadow Minister for Housing says that, who's been appointed to be the housing spokesperson for the Liberal Party and the National Party, then one would assume that that is all of their position. I assume that has been through the Shadow Cabinet and that that is their position.
Order. I want to hear from the Manager of Opposition Business.
Goes to relevant, Speaker. The Prime Minister has been speaking now for 1 minute and 20 seconds, and all he's spoken about is the opposition. Apologies, I'll just the interjection. You're right. 1 minute 11 seconds. He has spoken about the opposition. He wasn't asked about the opposition. He was asked about twice being asked about negative equity.
Resume your seat. I mean, yes, the Prime Minister was asked that question. He was reading a comment from the Shadow Housing Minister about housing prices to reinforce his point about the topic. He was Co-Leader of the Opposition. We don't need your assistance at this juncture. So the Prime Minister's using that. Well, I haven't finished what I was going to say, but okay, just everyone, it's okay, I can see what's happening. If the Prime Minister is going to use any quote from industry, from the Parliament, from a Shadow Minister or from a Minister, he's got to make sure it's directly relevant. And I have rulings here about previous speakers allowing comments to be made. He can't talk about opposition policy. He wasn't talking about opposition policy, he was talking about the government's policy and what the Shadow's response was. And that is within the standing orders, and there are examples where that happens. So just make sure, if the Prime Minister is using a quote, he's got to be directly relevant to the question. All right.
And I'm
all right. We're
absolutely allowed to. Yeah. So
order. No, we're going to do this. Order. We're going to do this properly, where all managers of opposition business have been entitled to raise subsequent points of order and to speak on points of order. That has been consistent when the Leader of the House was in that role. We're going to give the manager his due respect as well.
Thanks, Speaker. And I just referred to a quote from Speaker Smith, and I know that you and the House respect Speaker Smith, and you've followed on many of the traditions. In doing that, he needs to address the question that was asked, not just deal with the material that is on this policy topic. And I just want to add that part, for it's very important.
I agree with the point you made, and the Leader of the House might want to give his point as well and allow him to do so.
Mr Speaker, I won't, simply for the reason that the procedure is meant to be the points of order are raised, and once you've given a ruling, that's it.
Yeah.
And we've got a practice now that you're giving the ruling and then it's effectively being contested, which is contrary to standing orders. And once a ruling's given, I get that a point of order will be asked beforehand, but this business of getting up 2 or 3 times is not what's ordinarily happened.
Yeah. Order. No. That's okay. Member should not recontest points of order. So the Leader of the House is correct. So I was in the middle of answering his point of order and he wanted to jump up again when I was finishing my answer. So maybe I finish my answer before jumping up in future. Yeah. Member for McEwen, just order. I don't know, we're just going to remain silent in that corner of the parliament for a little while. The Prime Minister is able to use a quote. He's got to be directly relevant to the policy he was asked about, not about. He wasn't quoting opposition policy, so he's within order. Does the Prime Minister wish to continue his answer?
What the question was now. It's hard to remember what the question was, Mr. Speaker. I've got to say.
No, resume your seat.
But I do know that the manager there has got his noggin on TV a few times, so congratulations. Well done. Well done. Mr. Speaker.
Order.
I do find it astonishing that a question about housing, when quoting what the Shadow Minister for Housing has said yesterday, the day before and the month before, that they object to that. They object to that. But that says it all about the chaotic rabble that are opposite. I'm asked about first home buyers buying homes, Mr. Speaker. Well, can I say that the member for Robertson's constituent, Gina, emailed him just today for being brave enough to try to thanking him for being brave enough to try and fix the property market to make it a fairer system. I have 2 grown-up children trying desperately to get into the property market to just be outbid by investors. So much so they have all but given up. We have noticed a drop in investors bidding in recent. Hopefully now all our young people may have a better chance of purchasing their first home. In the electorate of Tangney, according to the agents, Von Mikulich, a family bought a home, 4-bedroom home. They'd been renting. They were looking to have more kids and needed a yard and finally got into their first home. In Tweed Heads, in the electorate of Richmond, according to real estate agent, they're a nice local young family moving for a unit into their first home.
Order.
Right around Australia, this is what is happening and this is what will continue to happen.
The call to the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Social Services. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to strengthen paid parental leave, and how is it supporting families? What are the risks to this?
Call to the Minister for Social Services.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks so much to the member for Cunningham. I know that she is out and about in her electorate all the time, and she knows that over 1,800 parents benefited from paid parental leave in her electorate just last year. Mr. Speaker, last week I met baby Zoe and her mum and dad, and baby Zoe is number 3 in a family of 3. And what Zoe's mum Anne told me is that each time she got paid parental leave, she got more time off and more money. The last 2 times because of the big changes that we have made since coming to government in 2022. And you know, if Anne and Dad Chris decide to have number 4, they will get more time off, the full 6 months. They'll get more money at the higher rate of over $1,000 a week now. They'll get more flexibility, more time to take off together if they wish. And of course, they are also part of the larger group of people that are eligible now because we've increased thresholds. Thanks to our changes, families now get around $30,000 of paid parental leave. That's more than double what it was when we came to government. But it's not just about paid parental leave. We've also increased family tax benefit. For example, a family with 1 kid over the age of 13, about $1,500 better off in a year since we came to government. And families are benefiting from higher wages, from lower taxes, from 3 hours of free power, from a stronger Medicare system. And of course, we're helping families get into a home of their own as well. But none of this is safe if those opposite have their way. The Liberals have never supported paid parental leave. One Nation hates it. Senator Hanson said in 2017 that women just get pregnant for the money. She said in April, she said, listen, love, you have the equipment, that's what you're here for. If you don't want to interrupt your career, don't have a baby. And at the press club recently, she said the gender pay gap's all smoke and mirrors, women take time off and they're not paid their wages because they're not working. Fair enough, she said. But this is typical. One Nation pretend they're for working families, but they're not. They're for lower wages. They say that workers are lazy, they should be easier to sack and they're paid too much. Fits right in with the Liberal Party, who say that low wages are a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture. Mr Speaker, on this side we know what we're for. We are for higher wages, we are for lower taxes, we are for stronger paid parental leave, we are for a stronger Medicare system, we're for free TAFE and lower university costs. We are for working families. Those opposite are all whinge and all pretence.
Call to the honourable member for Cowper.
To the Prime Minister, I refer to another mean-spirited act by the Prime Minister to cut the private health insurance rebate for Australians aged over 65. The CEO of National Seniors Australia, Chris Grice, has said, and I quote, "The cuts could push people to downgrade their cover, potentially leaving them underinsured when they need it most. At the same time, this will add pressure to an already stressed public hospital system." Prime Minister, how many older Australians will be worse off under this broken promise?
Call to the Minister for Health, the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for his question, which is a question I've answered before in this place since the budget. As I've said on a number of occasions publicly and in this chamber, the additional support that over 65s have received since about 2004 for their private health insurance premium is something we did revisit, given the significant pressure on our aged care system and the need to find additional funding to deal with the demand that has been the subject of some discussion in this parliament over the course of this week. Let's be clear. The additional premium on the rebate has meant that households next to each other on the same income, on exactly the same income, have been receiving a different level of support for their private health insurance based solely on
the Minister will pause.
their
The member for Cowper, there are consequences for actions. You've asked your question. You were heard in silence. I made sure the House heard your question. I want to hear the Minister's answer as well. We showed you respect. I'm asking the Minister to be showed respect. Two-way street. Minister, in continuation.
Thank you, Speaker. And at a time, as I said, when we need to lean so heavily into the need to find additional capacity in the aged care system, that was not a use of taxpayer funds that we felt we were able to continue. Now, to the question that I was asked or referred to by the Prime Minister, our modelling indicates that this will lead to a change of about 44,000 people in the health insurance system, or about, I think, 0.4% of the health insurance membership. Set that against the fact that health insurance membership has been climbing by 2% per year on a very consistent basis over the last several years. Health insurance will continue to grow.
Order. When the House comes to order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Defence Industry. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering the largest reforms to defence in over 50 years? Why is this important for protecting our national interests and keeping us safe?
Give a call to the Minister for Pacific Island Affairs, the Minister for Defence Industry.
State of South Australia for his question. Since 2022, the Albanese government has undertaken the biggest peacetime increase in defence spending in Australia's history. We're making this investment because the strategic circumstances we face demand it, and because we're committed to ensuring that the men and women of the ADF have the capability they need to protect our national interests and keep us safe. We're also doing this because investing in our defence building our self-reliance and defence industry represents the progressive patriotism that is at the heart of the Albanese Labor government. But with this record investment comes a responsibility to ensure that every dollar delivers value for money for taxpayers. That means ensuring that defence has the structures, the focus and resources to deliver the right capability projects on time, on scope and on budget. And that's why we're undertaking the biggest reforms to the Department of Defence in 50 years. Because the truth is, Mr Speaker, the system is not fit for purpose, and it hasn't been for well over a decade. One project that occurred under the Liberals when they were in government involved Navy setting requirements that breached the laws of physics, Defence then asking the defence industry to breach the laws of physics, and then a defence company contractually agreed to breach the laws of physics. And then, surprise, surprise, a few years down the track, no one could agree on what had gone wrong. Well, the good news is, Speaker, we fixed it, but it's a symptom of a system that is broken. We've got committees that are meeting for hours on end without actually making any decisions. So things have to change because these projects matter. We're talking about multi-billion-dollar capability projects integral to the defence of our nation and to peace and stability in our region. Speaker, let me be crystal clear. This is not the fault of the highly skilled and experienced public servants in the department. Defence personnel are some of the hardest working, smartest, most committed in the game, but the systems were broken. A catastrophic mistake was made under those in 2014 when they abolished the project management organisation and outsourced it to the private sector. At the same time, they cut the defence budget by $20 billion, continuing the tradition that began under Menzies. The truth is, they're big on rhetoric, Speaker, but weak on action. Through our reforms, we're making sure that Defence is developing the capability projects we need, we're setting them up for success, and we can respond more effectively to the emerging threats to support Australia's national interest. That's why you can only trust Labor when it comes to defending our nation.
The call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. More than 400 Australians die by suicide linked to gambling every year. That's more than 1,000 lives lost since the Murphy report was handed down. The government has ignored key recommendations from the Murphy Gambling Inquiry, including establishing a national regulator and ending gambling inducements and advertising. Prime Minister, why has the government chosen to protect the profits of gambling media and sporting companies instead of implementing all the inquiry's recommendations in order to save the lives of Australians?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks. I thank the member for McKellar for her question. And the legislation that was introduced into the parliament today follows on from the previous work that my government has done. More work than has been done by any government to crack down on gambling since Federation. And this legislation will make an enormous difference. It restricts advertising of gambling. It makes sure that people can opt out of receiving gambling. It addresses online issues of gambling advertising as well. It addresses the issue of overseas and international companies and makes sure that they can be excluded. It addresses also issues that have never been addressed, such as, I forget what the member for McKellar or the member for Warringah, to give Manly Warringah home turf. The ground there at Brookvale Oval, as I call it, was of course sponsored by a gambling company, so that every time there's a game on there and every time around the ground, you see that constant advertising as well. What our legislation will do is to make sure that future contracts can't be entered issue over things such as advertising on jerseys, advertising on grounds. We have sat down as well and we have worked constructively with the anti-gambling sector. We've worked constructively as well with the commercial broadcasters. We've worked constructively with sporting organisations as well to make sure that we can minimise harms, to make sure that reforms are practical. That's what governments have to do. is to receive appropriate advice. This is good reform. This is a major step forward, and the Parliament should vote for it. If they don't, then you do have the option of the status quo. You do have that option. But what we will do is we have taken the strongest possible action that any government has taken in history.
The Minister for Employment and the Minister for Infrastructure will not be interjecting any more during question time. The call to the honourable member for Braddon.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering a stronger Medicare for all Australians after a decade of cuts and neglect? Are there other approaches to the trusted Medicare brand?
Give a call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member for Braddon, part of the mighty Tasmanian Labor team, Mr Speaker. A bit like South Australia, Tasmania is a little older than the national average with a higher rate of most chronic diseases, and that makes a stronger Medicare there even more important. And the member for Braddon and her colleagues never miss an opportunity to talk up the interests of their beautiful state when it comes to health, Mr Speaker. And this government is delivering. Yesterday, Tasmania's hard-working public hospitals were finally freed of the shackles of the substandard Morrison-era hospitals agreement, Mr Speaker. Under that deal, their funding would have been capped at just $750 million this year, but under ours they'll receive an increase of more than 20%, or an additional $160 million in this year alone, which means more doctors, more nurses and better care in Tasmania, Mr Speaker. And we're also taking pressure off those hospitals with urgent care clinics in Burnie, in Devonport, in other parts of Tasmania, and a revival of bulk billing, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to report to the member for Braddon that bulk billing in her electorate is up 12% because of our investments and now sits over 93%. For pensioners, it's over 97%. For people without a concession card, it's increased by a whopping 25% because of our investments, Mr Speaker. The sort of real change you get from hard-working Labor members like the member for Braddon, Mr Speaker. But now, earlier today, we were all in here voting on the latest instalment in the member for Lindsay's ongoing but thus far unsuccessful campaign to rebrand the Liberal Party, Mr Speaker. Even while we were reading about the opposition's leaders giving his party room a tongue-lashing about rebranding, the member for Lindsay was moving a motion promoting the Liberal Party as the party of Medicare, Mr Speaker. The Liberal Party as the party of bulk billing, Mr Speaker. And I say to the member for Lindsay, in broad terms, good luck. In broad terms, strength to your arm, but the Australian people know what the Liberal Party has always thought about Medicare. They remember John Howard describing Medicare as the Hawke government's greatest failure. They remember John Howard describing bulk billing as an absolute rort. They remember Tony Abbott trying to abolish bulk billing altogether, Mr Speaker, and they lived through that infamous decade of cuts and neglect, Mr Speaker. Australians know if they're interested in Medicare, the Labor Party is the party to deliver the real change and a healthier Australia.
Give a call to the honourable member for Forrest.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and my question is to the Prime Minister. Aussie legend Joseph Dowd spent $17,500 of his own money on billboards telling the Labor government to drop their ambition taxes. He's paid up again, winning an auctioned tennis match at the Lodge to get the Prime Minister's attention. The Prime Minister told the Australian people before the election that his word was his bond. So when Joseph gets to the Lodge, will the Prime Minister tell him why his word on negative gearing and capital gains taxes was broken, or will Joseph be served up another Labor tax hike?
Look, that question was barely within the standing orders. It was about order. So, yeah, that was a very, very, very broad question about the responsibilities of the Prime Minister. So I'm going to be clear with everyone. I think we're going to get a very broad answer. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, the first thing I'd say is congratulations to the Press Gallery Board, to Jane Norman and her team in raising money for charity last night. The second thing is, if I was someone on that side, led by this Leader of the Opposition, I wouldn't be mentioning last night. I would pretend it was all a bad dream.
Order.
Stop digging.
Because, Mr Speaker, I'm sure you were there and many were here, and we're not supposed to talk about it, in spite of the fact you just came in and asked a question about it. The geniuses in the Tactics Committee. You know, there's a lot of chatter. There's a lot of chatter about the member for Canning, but who's insisting he's running again, and good luck to you. And certainly, if it's you or One Nation, I'm for this bloke. Let me tell you, that's where I come from, and good on you for standing up to them. But I suspect there's another bloke having a go over here. The bloke who stands up whenever a question's asked and moves 2 or 3 points of order, make sure his KPI is reached of getting on the TV 10 times every day, because why would you ask that question, Mr Speaker? Why would you ask that question? Because... I'll make this point. When it comes to this gentleman, and I don't know who he is, obviously, the Leader of the Opposition mentioned him in his speech, and he's obviously a mate, and they think it's very clever to do all this. And I'm quite happy that more money is going to charity. I'll make that point. But let me make this point as well. If it's a choice between someone who's in the sector somewhere and who's got enough money to buy billboards and spend all this, or first home buyers struggling to get into a home, I'm for the first home buyers. I'm for the first home buyers. I'm for the people who have nothing to give but their time. I'm for the people who work hard. I'm for the people who have a right to have the security of a roof over their head.
Order.
And let me tell you this, the more they go down this road, the more aces we will serve up.
Order. The House comes to order. The member for Spence. The House will come to order. Order. We'll hear from the honourable member for Bass.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing. How is the Albanese Labor government helping more Australians build a future where their dream of home ownership can be achieved? Are there any risks to this work?
Great call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Thank you so much, Speaker. What a great question from the member for Bass, Speaker. And as we come into the end of question time for today, what a stark contrast this draws from the question that was just asked by those opposite, Speaker. A hard-working local member who comes into this parliament week after week to advocate for her constituents, and especially those who aspire to their own home, Speaker, because her community, as mine, understands that there is no greater aspiration in this country than owning the home that you live in. This is a place you build your future. It's where your family can thrive, and that's exactly what Labor's Homes for Australia plan is delivering. Speaker, I want to tell you about Christy and her beautiful family from Tasmania. Before buying their home through Labor's 5% deposit scheme, they were living in an isolated area outside Campbelltown. When they found out they were eligible for this program, Christy said they were over the moon. They've been able to get into their own home. Now they're living much closer to town. Their 10-year-old son no longer has a long bus ride to school. He gets to ride his bike instead. Speaker, they live around the corner from the skate park, and Christy says owning her own home has brought their family even closer together. Speaker, now this beautiful family is planning renovations and they're making this home truly their own. Speaker, this is what home ownership is about for Australians. It's not just about buying a house. This is about security, it's about opportunity, and it's about giving your kids the future that they deserve. Now, Speaker, I'm asked about alternatives, and the three right-wing parties of the Liberals, the Nationals and One Nation, they have opposed every measure that our government has put in place to support first home buyers, Speaker. And I wonder what those opposite would say to Christy and her family, who in all likelihood would still be renting if it were up to those opposite. Would they tell that family just to be happy, stuck in lifelong renting outside of town? Would they tell her 10-year-old son that it's better for him to be taking that long bus ride than riding his bike to school, because these are the kind of consequences that their policies lead us to? Speaker, remember, those opposite have opposed the expansion of the 5% deposit program, something that's got 260,000 Australians into a home of their own. They want to scrap Help to Buy, which helps 10,000 people a year into their own home, and they want to double down on taxing every person in this country to subsidise investors to outbid first home owners in every auction in this country, Speaker. Now, as we come to the end of the budget sitting, Speaker, this is becoming abundantly clear. We have a party over here, the last people left in our country, who cannot see our broken housing system, cannot see the pain this is causing, and continue to defend the status quo. Speaker, our government wants to realise the aspiration of families like Christie's. That's why we're delivering real change for Australia's first home buyers.
Give the call to the honourable member for Farrer. Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Veteran Affairs. The Minister quoted on Tuesday, 1 in 10 veterans may go over the $5,000 cap for allied health services. 1 in 10 is circa 30,000 veterans. If the Minister knows that the 30,000 of our most injured veterans will be subject to the stress of reapplying for more assistance, why not do the right thing now and carve them out of the cap, $5,000 cap, immediately?
Call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank the member for the question. Clearly, as we've articulated, the purpose of the cap is to replace the current existing treatment cycle system where veterans are going back time and time again after every 12 referrals to a GP in order to access allied health services. We're replacing that with the $5,000 allocation, which means around 9 in 10 now won't be going over that allocation, won't be having to continue to go back to GPs. For the 1 in 10, what we're trying to do here is engage properly with those veterans to make sure that they're getting the right level of health care to meet their allied health needs, but also where there are other needs that they may need to provide them with the best overall wellbeing outcome, whilst maintaining the integrity in the system. The proposal you're making would make the entire system a nullity, which is not what we want to do, because we're actually trying to provide better outcomes for our veterans overall, in terms of overall wellbeing. And another key part of this, what we're doing here with these changes, is in making the biggest increase in fees that are paid to allied health professionals in 2 decades. Because we've heard from the veterans, we've heard from the allied health professionals, that if we don't pay them more, they won't be servicing our veterans, and we can't allow that to happen. We want to improve the access for our veteran community to allied health services, and that's what these policy changes will be delivering. Thanks.
Give the call to the honourable member for Gorton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering real change? What is standing in the way?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, as we wind up the budget session here, I thank the member for Gorton for her question. And this is a budget that delivers real change for Australians. We don't defend a status quo that doesn't work for people, nor do we pretend that the answer is to tear it all down and walk away. We do the hard work of building Australia up. We choose progress over protest. We choose action over anger. We choose outcomes over outrage. We choose real change to make a real difference for Australians. Not just identifying issues, but taking real action. Not simply occupying the space or just passing the time, but making a positive difference, delivering change that people can see and that they can feel. And that is why, just this week, the increase in the minimum wage, the decrease in taxes, the support for paid parental leave, the super paid every payday, all of these changes making a positive difference to people's lives. And whilst Australians can rely upon the Labor Party to deliver real change, they know that the three right-wing parties, the axis of grievance over there, will oppose all of the positive measures. We want higher wages. They actually argue for lower wages as a key part of the economic architecture. We want lower taxes. They go to elections arguing for higher taxes for every working Australian. We want more first home buyers. We saw through the last question who they want to represent and who they want to defend. That's their priority. We back Australian aspiration. They undermine it. The three right-wing parties just offer grievance and division, nothing more. Labor backs every single Australian and backs their aspiration because Labor is the party of aspiration. Aspiration for all, not just for some. And we're a party absolutely committed, each and every day we're in office, to delivering real change. And on that note, Mr Speaker, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
The Manager of Opposition Business.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member from Ronning from moving the following motion immediately. That this House censures the Minister for Defence Industry and Minister for Pacific Island Affairs for comments made today at the National Press Club. What?
Yeah. Just pause. Just pause your. Yep. Resume your seat. The leader of the House. The leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, well, I'd move under. Just
Order.
I'd move, Mr Speaker.
Order.
Can I move that the issue? No, do I have the call? Do I have the call?
Order.
Do I have the call?
The manager will resume his seat. Order. Order. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Order. The member for Petrie. The House is not going to do anything until it comes to order. The manager was on his feet. The Leader of the House is entitled to make a point of order when he requires, as has happened before. So we're just going to ask everyone, I know this is an important issue for the manager, but we've got to follow the norms of the House as well. And the decorum of the House is important. I know everyone thinks that. So as the manager, I'm just going to invite the manager, and I want the House to deal with this in a sensitive and appropriate way under the rules. So the manager is seeking to suspend the House. He has moved. Order. Well, unfortunately, as has happened before in many times, this is probably disappointing for the manager, but this is allowed under the House. This is what occurs. This is not new. This happens on a regular basis. It's happened since I've been in Parliament. The Leader of the House
now moved the motion. That's what he's doing. He read it out and moved it. He hasn't given his speech.
Order.
I'm allowed to ask the question. I'm asking the question
Order.
about where we're
We'll just deal with that. So the Leader is seeking, the member for Wright, the Leader is seeking has the motion be moved and that... All right. We're just going to get the manager to move the motion so he gets that entitlement under the rules.
Thank
Okay?
you. Yes. Hear, hear.
But there was a lot of noise for that to happen. So for him to successfully do that, I require the House to listen to what the manager is saying.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that so much of the standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent the member for Wannon from moving the following motion immediately. That this House censures the Minister for Defence Industry and Minister for Pacific Island Affairs for comments made today at the National Press Club wherein the Minister called former Prime Minister Sir Robert Gordon Menzies a Nazi appeaser. Now, Speaker, this is an utter disgrace.
Okay, resume your seat. The manager has now, under the provisions of the House, has moved his motion. I'll now call the Leader of the House.
And then there'll be no further heard.
The manager's moved his order. 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 The motion before the House now is moved by the Leader of the House. The member no longer be heard. I put that question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Oh, and also Tony. The minister's going to. The member for Riverina. The member for Riverina. Just going to ask you to assist and the minister to cease interjecting as well. Okay, I'm just asking all members while the division is on, because I'm now calling for the doors to be locked. To assist the tellers, I'm asking everyone to remain in their places quietly. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. And I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 41. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call. No, you don't have the call. Yeah. Give the call to the Leader of the House. No,
under Standing Order 45C, I move that notice number 3 be brought on immediately.
Order. All right. Before I deal with that, I'm just going to allow order.
For the order of the House, for whoever made that comment that Menzies was a coward, please stand up and
you don't have
withdraw it.
No, just resume,
you did exactly the same there.
Resume your seat. Just resume your seat. Resume your seat. We're following the procedures of the House. Order. The Leader of the House has moved that the order of the day be brought forward. I'll put that question to the House. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. It's fine. Order. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. The Leader of the Nationals. Lock the doors. The question is order of the day number 3 be called on immediately. The ayes will pass the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 90, noes 42. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment. Third reading.
The call to the Minister. No, we're in the middle of. Well, I'm giving. Yeah. Order. No, the Treasurer will cease interjecting. We've just moved that we deal with an item before the House. The House has voted on that. The Clerk has brought down the item as resolved by the House. I'm now going to give the call to the Minister because the House has decided to deal with this matter. The Minister has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those
the question be put.
Yeah. Yeah. We are dealing. No. In proper language. No, you don't. Look, just everyone resume your seat for a moment, please, Leader of the Nationals. I'm going to ask everyone to remain silent while I'm dealing with this. If people have made unparliamentary remarks, we can deal with that, but when the House has made a decision to do something, I will follow the will of the House. We're not interrupting a decision that has just been made by the Parliament of Australia. We're dealing with the National Disability Insurance Scheme Amendment Securing the NDIS for Future Generations Bill 2026. I'm putting the question. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I will call the Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an Act to amend the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act 2013 and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that so much of standing and sessional orders be suspended as would prevent 1. A minister moving a motion granting members leave of absence. 2. A minister moving a motion appointing participating member of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. 3. Discussion of the matter of public importance, then commencing immediately and continuing until 4:30 p.m. 4. Any variation to this arrangement being made only by motion moved by a minister.
I'll put the question moved by the Leader of the House. Those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order. I'll deal with the Leader of the Nationals. Just the Leader of the House pause for a moment. We have made a decision, but yep.
It's to do with the question of unparliamentary language. Earlier today, the Shadow Treasurer assisted the House by withdrawing, and I invite the Prime Minister to withdraw his unparliamentary language.
Well, the Prime Minister is not in the chamber. Yeah. Yeah. All right. To the point of order. To the point of order. To the point of order. The manager is entitled to raise.
This is unusual, but during the attempted suspension motion with regards to Sir Robert Menzies, the member for Gellibrand said that Menzies was a coward. Now, I would ask that the member for Gellibrand withdraw that for the good dignity of this place. I know that Sir Robert Menzies is dead, but it would help the House if that was withdrawn.
The member for McEwen on a point of order. The member for McEwen has the call.
The Speaker has ruled, as the House of Reps practice clearly shows, that a person that is not a member of this House doesn't have the protections that we do in here. And as has been shown under Speaker Bishop on multiple occasions, there's no need to have this.
Look, for the dignity of this House and given the severity of this issue, and I can understand there is strong views, I've made it clear during this fortnight I respect the dignity of this House and the institution. Therefore, I'm going to ask the member for Gellibrand to assist the House and withdraw that remark.
Thank you, Speaker. I withdraw.
I thank the member. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
I move that leave of absence be given to every member of the House of Representatives from the determination of this sitting of the House to the date of its next sitting.
For the information of honourable members, I present a schedule of the status of government responses to committee reports as of June 30, 2026. The Leader of the House.
I ask Leader of the House to move a motion for the appointment of a participating member to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters.
I'll put the question. Oh, sorry. Is leave granted? Sorry, Manager.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
And in moving, I will also table the documents granted, circulated earlier today, and move that Mr G be appointed a participating member of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters for the purpose of the committee's inquiry into the 2025 federal election.
The question is the motion be agreed to. Yep. All those, I'll just put the question, the motion be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Yeah, but the manager is also seeking the call now.
Mr Speaker, I have a question for you concerning the administration of the House as it relates to today's matters of public importance. Can I begin my question by stating that I am in no way challenging or dissenting?
I just want to explain to the House what's happened here. Things have moved quickly as a result of the suspension that the manager tried to do, so we had to deal with that, and then we've dealt with a resolution of the House, and the House has made a decision. So that time for asking me a question has now passed because we've done 4 things. The House has passed the resolution with 4 things. So we're going through those things now, and we're at the stage, if we are going to variate that, it'll have to be moved by a minister, and the House has voted on that. So I can appreciate what you're saying, but we're past that in time due to the actions that the House has taken and voted on. So I've received letters from the Honourable Member for Ryan and the Honourable Member, the Deputy Speaker, proposing that definite matters of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion today. And as required by Standing Order 46, I've selected the matter which, in my opinion, is the most urgent and important. Now, the Speaker cannot be required to give reasons for choosing one proposed topic ahead of another, but before I give the call to the member for Newcastle, I just want to explain that today's selection on the MPI topic was a decision I did not take lightly because of the compelling nature of both proposals. Both are critical issues to our community, but the issue of online safety is one that I believe holds the most important public matters for our parliament today. Just for benefit of members. So, as required by Standing Order 46, I have selected the matter which, in my opinion, is the most urgent and important. That is the proposal by the Honourable the Deputy Speaker. Namely, the urgent need to hold big tech companies to account and keep our kids safe online. I therefore call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Speaker, and it will be of no surprise to you why I would regard this as a matter of public importance and great urgency to be before the House today. Indeed, the work that you pursue internationally, that this parliament has led around the world, where we see now 20 countries following the efforts of the Australian government to ensure the safety of children everywhere, is something to be commended and something the Australian Parliament should be incredibly proud of.
Hear, hear.
Not just that 20 countries are also looking at us to implement similar laws, but really that the Australian Parliament, at least until yesterday, and I'll come to that, had the courage to stand as a collective in a multi-partisan way to ensure that we stood up to the one challenge that was asked of us by more than 120,000 families across Australia that pleaded with this parliament to show leadership, to put our differences aside, to put children first.
Hear, hear.
That was a simple ask of this parliament.
And it should indeed not be beyond us to put children first. This parliament had, until yesterday, done the right thing, and that's why I stand with such utter dismay at the results of yesterday. That the coalition decided to block and delay urgent legislation that only hours before they had supported and passed through this House. They decided to block and delay that urgent legislation up in the other place. That's the very legislation that we need to hold big tech to account, to make sure that kids are not left fending for themselves against these giants that have never, ever displayed an intention to change their business model, to do the right thing, to be as has been constantly asked of them. I don't think the Prime Minister or our Minister could have made the serious nature of this any clearer. Since day one, the message to the big tech guys has been very clear. It is, if you want to conduct business in Australia, if you want to have a social platform in Australia, it comes with social responsibility. They have shown every resistance at every step of the way, and that does not surprise anyone on this side of the House, and I don't think it surprises anyone in this parliament. We knew the fight we were up for. There was never going to be an easy pathway. But we're not here to make easy decisions. We're not here to do the simple work. I chaired a committee 2 years ago in this place, a joint committee, a select committee on social media in Australian society, and it was when this parliament first started taking a serious look at the impacts that this social media was having in our communities. We took a lot of time to undertake this inquiry. We had people from across all parties, from across both houses, who heard the stories from parents about the unrelenting attacks they felt on their children. Okay? These were kids that were way too young to be making those calls for themselves about what was going to be, appropriate material online for them. These were families that begged us to ensure that we put our differences aside, as I said up front. They knew that this was going to be a challenging moment for the Australian Parliament. They knew full well. They knew the arguments they were having every day in their kitchen tables and in their lounge rooms about kids spending so much time just doom scrolling. But they also knew it wasn't the fault of their kids. They knew straight up that they were algorithms designed to do harm, that there was a business model that in fact ensured the continuity of harmful practices online. Now, I'm not going to go into all that detail, but those submissions were made, parliamentarians heard the evidence loud and clear, and we were begged to act. And this parliament rose to that occasion. That ban on under 16s on social media was world-leading. Just in the way this Australian Parliament led the world on the tobacco ban, the banning of advertising on tobacco. That was not an easy decision back then. And we know what happened. We know the litigious nature of big tobacco, of big tech, and that's why this is so damn critical right now. That is why every parent in Australia is like, how can this be happening? How is it that the coalition stood here in the morning and backed this in, knowing full well we needed to give the E-Safety Commissioner powers? We needed to deliver additional powers so she could enforce the will of the Australian Parliament, the will of the Australian people. She needed that, and she is on record of exactly why that was required. So it's no surprise to anybody in this parliament. But the parents, you know, they need us to stand up. They haven't gone away. That pain and trauma that we asked people to go through again when they gave evidence to our committees, we asked them to open up. These are parents that lost their kids, okay? These were kids who were victims of addictive design features in social media that led to self-harm, that led to extreme levels of anxiety, depression, eating disorders, body image harm, cyberbullying, misogyny, radicalisation, mis and disinformation. None of these are things that you want your children ever to have to live with. We heard from those families. I see the member for Fisher sitting in the room, the only member of the coalition. Sorry, I am to be corrected there. But I am pleased to see his presence in this chamber because he sat on that committee. He heard that evidence firsthand, and I can only imagine what he feels right now, because we know how important it was. Member for Flinders also. You know what's at stake. So how a decision to support those extended powers that the E-Safety Commissioner has asked us, has made very, very clear she needs this to ensure that enforcement actions are taken. The doubling of those fines. You know, these are not companies that want to see these laws enacted, okay? We have to be up for this fight, colleagues. We have to be up for this. Australian kids are relying on us to deliver this. Australian families are relying on us to deliver for this. We have a request to strengthen that enforcement framework that underpins that social media minimum age ban, and we've got a request that we cannot deny. And yet, that is exactly what happened in the other place, just hours later. You know, like, what the hell happened there? That's what parents are asking today. What the hell happened there? And I'm going to quote the E-Safety Commissioner herself, because this was an office that was stood up by the former coalition government. We backed you every step of the way, but she says any delay in proposed enhancements to E-Safety powers will also delay enforcement of the social media minimum age and the improved safety protections for Australian children it is designed to provide. That is what the delay is putting at risk. I honestly cannot believe that you did this backflip in a matter of hours between this place and this place, and I don't know on what on earth happened in that time. But you've got to change your mind. You have to come back and offer that bipartisan support to put children first again.
Member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Barara.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The first duty of a government is to protect its citizens, and in particular its most vulnerable citizens, our children. In the course of my service in this place, I've met with people on the front lines of child protection work in various guises and sought to advance their work. People like the International Justice Mission, people like ICMED. I've met former AFP officers who've spent day after day having to watch child sex abuse materials online. I think of colleagues like the member for Fisher and the member for Flinders who've been at the forefront of debates about online child safety. I think about people like the member for Fairfax as well, who with the member for Fisher have supported Bruce and Denise Morecambe and the Daniel Morecambe Foundation. I think about the experience of the members for Wide Bay and Latrobe, sworn police officers, and hearing the stories of the member for Wide Bay, particularly in going to child sex abuse cases and having to confront some of the worst people imaginable. I've repeatedly raised issues of child protection and child safety in this place. In the recent budgetary consideration in detail, I raised in the Federation Chamber, not in a political way, but a series of questions about whether, under the current implementation of the Hague Convention in this country, we are sending Australian children into harm's way to be abused, questions that the Attorney-General did not answer. When I was the Shadow Attorney-General, along with the member for Fisher, as we were Shadow Attorneys in succession, we moved private members' bills to increase the penalties for child sex abusers in the wake of scandals of paedophile rings in childcare centres and of people getting off with too light sentences for multiple child sex offences. So we moved a bill to address that, to have mandatory minimums for first child sex offences. And yet the government voted against bringing on that bill for debate. That's not because the government has brought on a subsequent bill to protect children, but it was because they didn't like the fact that it was us that were raising the issue. A Shadow Attorney-General in August last year, along with the then Shadow Minister for Education, I called on the government to, within the year, implement the National Working with Children check, because they said, no, it would be implemented in a longer period of time with that, and it just didn't seem right. But still we're waiting, and the National Working with Children check has not been implemented. So we on this side of the House are not going to take a lecture from those on that side about child safety. It was our side of the House that came up, that devised the National Centre for Countering Child Exploitation. It was our side of the House that's been the leader in relation to online safety. We built the global model for it. Every major protection that Labor now relies on was legislated by the Coalition. In 2015, we had a world first. We created the Children's E-Safety Commissioner, the first dedicated online safety regulator anywhere on earth. The world didn't lead us, we led the world, and other democracies are still copying the Coalition's model. In 2017, we dealt with image-based abuse. We built the world's first scheme to force platforms to take down intimate images shared without consent and hit perpetrators and non-compliant platforms with real financial penalties. In 2021, we introduced the Online Safety Act, the most comprehensive online safety regime in the nation's history. We codified the basic online safety expectations and created an adult cyber abuse takedown scheme and slashed the time platforms have to strip illegal and terrorist content from their feeds. That's not rhetoric, that's a record. That's the record of the Coalition in government. Now, Deputy Speaker, we support the social media ban. The social media ban was our idea. It was born of Coalition conviction that childhood is worth protecting. I mentioned my friend the member for Fisher. In several committees he pursued these issues. I've mentioned the member for Flinders. It was Peter Dutton when he was leader of the opposition, and it was David Coleman that first, as the Shadow Minister, that first suggested these ideas. In November 2023, a Coalition private members bill forced age verification onto the agenda. Labor knocked it back, then bowed to pressure and funded a trial in the 2024 budget. In June 2024, we pledged we would deliver an under-16 ban within 100 days. Only then did the Albanese government try and play catch-up. The 2024 ban passed with our support because we'd been calling for it all along. But this is the issue. We have seen Labor's social media ban in place and we've seen it not be effective. What Labor is asking us to do now is not to subject the bill to the ordinary parliamentary processes. I sat here for the first 6 years of my parliamentary career on that side of the House, and again I heard Labor members standing on this side of the House calling on the then government to deal with legislation in the ordinary way and to subject it to ordinary parliamentary scrutiny. That is all that is proposed here. And the reason it is necessary in this case is because the Labor Party had fumbled the ball so badly in relation to the first tranche of this legislation. We need to have another go. We need to hold Big Tech to account, but we need to make sure that the measures that have been proposed are actually the right one. The E-Safety Commissioner's own March 2026 compliance update finds that 70% of children are still on social media. A landmark British Medical Journal study finds that 85% of under-16s are still logging in. Its verdict is that there's been limited implementation, incomplete compliance and substantial circumvention. It's in these circumstances that we cannot just simply wave a bill through, but we need to use the processes of the Parliament. We need to do our job as legislators and apply the ordinary scrutiny, the scrutiny that we are all paid to provide to legislation, to these important bills, bills which I believe are very important. I think the social media ban is obviously important because it protects young, vulnerable children from the scourge of child sexual abusers and pedophiles and those people that would seek to prey on those children. But as the Shadow Education Minister, I have another reason for supporting the social media ban. The challenges that the world faces today will require our children, the next generation, to use all their brain power available, to have strong concentration spans, to ensure that they can address issues of global conflict, of economic insecurity, of AI. We're not going to be able to address that properly if we have young children addicted to social media, which ruins their concentration spans. It's why we've been so strong over the years on things like banning mobile phones in the classrooms, about reducing the use of technology in the classrooms, because we know that this has a very negative effect on children and their learning and their capacity. It's why we support the social media ban, but we are not going to wave things through carte blanche, given the record of this government and this minister and the failures of the first attempt here. The E-Safety Commissioner herself called the original ban a very blunt force approach, thrown together very quickly, with very thin scaffolding, with no potent powers. In her words, taking on the world's biggest tech companies is not like sticking a pink parking ticket on a windshield. We want to make sure that we've actually got the right powers to take rapacious big tech on and to make the penalties stick. That's the important thing here. That's what we are trying to do on this side of the House by doing our job, by doing our duty as parliamentarians to subject the bill to the proper scrutiny, to hear from the stakeholders, to hear from people who are advising big tech about what they think of this bill, in order that we can plug any loopholes that might be found to make the scheme safer. We don't want to be back here in 6 months patching up the scheme again and again and again. We want to get this right this time. It's already failed once because we have a minister who's fumbled this, and we have a government that has not taken these issues with all seriousness. Instead, we have an opportunity to get this right, and that's why we are sending these matters to a Senate committee. These amendments are a confession. They're a confession that Labor should have done the job right from the very beginning. Not in the way they've done it, not in a way that was broadly criticised, not in a way where instead of focusing on the bill and focusing on the detail, the minister was focusing on selling the bill in her $100,000 New York trip. What we needed to do is to make sure that we focused on the very detail of the bill, and that's what this opportunity gives us. So it's sad today that we are having the matter of public importance on an issue which there is broad agreement on. There is agreement that we need to protect the safety of our children. We need to protect our children. No one in this place doesn't believe that we need to protect our children. But we on this side believe that we won't get a third go at this. We've got to get this right. We've got to demonstrate there's proper safeguards in place. We've got to demonstrate that this law is absolutely right, and the way to do that and to put it beyond doubt is to have the Parliamentary Committee look at it properly.
I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the early scenes in the 2010 movie The Social Network depicted young women at Harvard recoiling in disgust as they discover a website created by one of their peers that allowed male students to compare them based on their so-called hotness. The website was a precursor to what would become Facebook. It's a scene that reminds us that right from the very beginning, these platforms were not necessarily designed to inform, to educate, or bring out the best in human behaviour. They were designed to attract attention, drive engagement of any kind, and keep users hooked at all costs. Back then, it wasn't just harmless fun. It was harmful, hurtful and damaging. And 20 years later, the platforms are bigger, more sophisticated and more powerful than ever before, and so too are the harms. And that is why keeping children safe online should be a bipartisan issue. When the Albanese Labor government introduced the social media minimum age of 16 last year, we did so because we listened to parents, educators, experts and young people. We recognise that while social media can offer connection and opportunity, it can also expose children to bullying, harassment and harmful content in ways previous generations never experienced. Last December, I visited Moriarty Secondary College in my electorate of Sturt with the Minister for Communications and the South Australian Premier to discuss the social media ban. And what struck me most was how thoughtful and insightful the students were about it. These are young people who've grown up online. Social media is a part of the world they have always known, yet they were remarkably forthright about its downsides. They spoke about algorithms that keep them scrolling, the pressure to seek approval through likes and followers, and the impact social media was having on their confidence, self-esteem and mental health. They understood something that the big tech companies seem reluctant to admit, which is that these platforms are not simply passive products. They are designed to keep people engaged and capture attention. They were not designed to protect our kids, and that is why we introduced the world-leading social media minimum age. But 6 months into the operation of these laws, it's clear that some of the world's largest tech companies are barely bothering to comply. The eSafety Commissioner has identified serious compliance concerns and is actively investigating 5 major platforms due to their non-compliance. All the Albanese Labor government is seeking to do is to give the eSafety Commissioner stronger information-gathering powers so she can obtain the evidence needed to investigate non-compliance and take enforcement action. The Commissioner herself has said that any delay to these powers delays enforcement of the social media minimum age and delays the improved safety protections Australian children deserve. We also intend to double the maximum penalty for non-compliance to almost $100 million. And these are some of the richest and most powerful corporations in the world. And if penalties are to act as a real deterrent, they must be significant enough to get their attention. But we need action from the entire Parliament, in this place and in the other place, for that to happen. And I call on all members and senators to walk together to take this action. I do that because this issue is also deeply personal for me. In my first speech to this Parliament, I spoke about my own experience of bullying at school. As a shy young girl who moved schools a lot, I was an easy target. School was not always a good place for me, but I could escape from it to a degree at home. Now, bullying no longer stops when the school day ends. Children endure it before school, after school, on weekends, because of social media. And the harassment is public, relentless and impossible to escape. A cruel comment can be shared instantly. An embarrassing image can spread to hundreds of people. What once happened in a classroom or playground can now follow a child forever. No child should have to face that alone. No parent should be expected to fight some of the biggest companies in the world on their own. And that is why I call on those opposite: please put Australian children and families ahead of big tech and support this important work.
I give the call to the member for Casey.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think it's really important when we have this discussion that we separate the intent versus the outcome. Now, it's clear the intent is to make sure all those under 16 do not have access to social media. As a father of a 10 and 12-year-old, as someone that visits many schools, I don't want anyone under 16 to be on social media, and that's not in doubt on this side of the House. But intent is one thing and outcome is the other. And intent without outcome being delivered is irrelevant. And the reality is this legislation has not worked. 6 months later, we are back again because it has not worked. And those opposite ask what has changed From yesterday and the day before when we supported it in the House to the Senate, it's the government guillotine debate and wouldn't have an inquiry into this legislation. They weren't prepared to look at the detail and understand. So let's look at history. Let's look at history. This legislation was introduced on Monday this week. This government are wanting to ram it through the House on Thursday. But let's look at December, when this first legislation was brought in December. The government rushed a committee through that allowed 4 hours of public hearings on the social media ban for under 16s in December last year. They rushed this process through, would not have debate and engagement, and understanding that this is a technical decision to get right. They rushed it through in December, and we are back here again looking to make amendments because the legislation hasn't worked. They are doubling down on making the same mistake. And the Coalition is saying, let's take the time to have an inquiry, to do the work, understand really why it has failed and why we can get it right the second time. Because as the member for Barara said, we don't want to be back here in 6 months' time having to amend it again. The detail was wrong the first time. Let's get it right. Well, let's get it. Why not? Why don't we get it right the second time? The minister is happy to fly to New York, claim mission accomplished like former President Bush did, and we have not succeeded. We have not succeeded. I will not take moral lectures from those opposite that think Mark Latham is fit to be leader of the Australian Labor Party. I will not take moral lectures from you all. And I understand it's a little bit of a nerve from those opposite. You spend a lot of time rushing legislation through this House for political means. Doing your job is getting the legislation right. This legislation is not working. How is it not working? I will explain to you if you stop interjecting and listening. Young children are still on social media. They deactivate their accounts and create new accounts. Your minister failed. Your minister rushed this legislation through the House, and we need to get it right. We need to get this legislation right. It was wrong the first time. 6 months later, we are seeing that. There was no proper inquiry into this legislation in December, and this government are refusing to have a second inquiry to try and clean up their own mess. And I understand it is a sore point for them. We see it time and time again that the backbench have to follow orders. They can't get what they want on gambling reform. They have to take the sandwich from those. They have to follow the Prime Minister's lead on a bad budget, and they have to continue to follow the minister that is failing when it comes to social media. The intent is correct. The intent is correct. The outcome is wrong. And we know that the outcome is wrong because the minister is back here trying to fix up the mess that the minister made. If the minister had got it right the first time, we wouldn't be back here the second time. And the real question is, why is the minister not prepared to actually have some scrutiny on the legislation? And the reason is because the minister knows that they failed the first time, they have failed again the second time by not doing the process. And the reality is, as the member for Barara said, we don't want to come back and have to do it a third time in 6 months' time or 12 months' time. Let's let the experts have their say. Let's get it right so we can protect young Australians.
I thank the member for their contribution, and I give the call to the member for Brisbane.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Protecting big tech, protecting young children, easy choice. Those opposite have the wrong priorities for this country, and we see it time and time again, whether it's keeping Australians locked out of the housing market, not supporting wage increases, voting against higher taxes and not acting on climate change, Deputy Speaker. And now they have the chance to come together in this parliament to protect our children. And what have they chosen? They've chosen the interests of big tech ahead of keeping our children safe with the red herring argument, Speaker. On this side of the House, we make no apologies for keeping our children safe from social media. And that's why last year we introduced some of the most significant and controversial technology reforms in Australia, introducing that minimum age of 16 for social media use. Now, since the introduction of those reforms, we have seen over 5 million accounts belonging to under-16s deleted off social media. That's an outcome, Member for Casey. This is a very positive development. However, we know that kids are still getting through, and it's clear that big tech companies just aren't doing enough to keep children off the platforms. And that's why this government is stepping in to get things done and to do more. We announced this week that we will double the penalties for tech companies and give more powers to the regulators so they can investigate what's going on within those big tech companies. It's a pretty simple bill. Deputy Speaker, why did we decide to act? We heard from the member for Newcastle why it's so important. But social media really truly has transformed how we communicate. Platforms such as Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, X, they're all central to our modern lifestyle. But while they're great opportunities to learn, to be creative, to connect, they also expose young people to significant risk. And I'm going to make a point here. There is research behind this. There are facts that support this. Research has linked excessive social media use with increased rates of anxiety, depression, body image concerns, cyberbullying, sleep deprivation and reduced attention spans, especially amongst teenagers. Many young people, too many, compare themselves to unrealistic online standards. And algorithms, as we know, prioritise and push sensational or emotionally charged content to keep the users engaged, to keep our kids scrolling. They can create endless cycles of that. Now, parents and teachers and mental health professionals have increasingly expressed concern that social media companies have prioritised engagement and profit over children's well-being. And in response to that, this government has acted and, importantly, has tried to take a bit of the effort away from parents and put it where it belongs, with tech companies. Deputy Speaker, there are potential benefits in these reforms, and again, the data is there. The first is improved health, teenage mental health. Teenagers are still developing emotionally and psychologically, and removing this constant exposure to bullying, addictive algorithms, all that we see online can reduce stress and anxiety. Second, there's the benefit for increased face-to-face interactions, participating in sports and hobbies and having conversations with families and friends. Third, better sleep. Fourth, greater protection from online predators, scams and harmful content. And finally, the reforms send a strong message to the technology companies that child safety should be built into platform design rather than treated as an afterthought. Yeah. Deputy Speaker, Australian parents and carers have called on this government and those before to act and to look after our young people, and we are. And despite what the member for Bowman says, by voting against this bill in the Senate and turning and pushing it away, they are walking away from protecting our kids online. Increasingly, governments around the world are asking tech companies to accept greater responsibility for products they create and profit from. Australia's reforms are already world-leading, and we've got plenty of countries that are following us. I'm pretty proud that the government is standing strong against big tech, because that's what we need to do. We went out alone, but there are 16 more countries that are coming in behind us, which is pretty important. Now, that's pretty strong contrast to those opposite who have chosen big tech over Australian kids. I really do feel like it's climate 2.0. When those opposite are presented with facts and research, instead of taking note and showing leadership for change, they fail Australians. They're putting politics over people, ideology over safety, and they're not helping our kids.
The member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Wet lettuce. That is the official verdict of this government's attempts to prevent harm to Australian kids via social media regulation. Wet lettuce weren't the exact words that the e-Safety Commissioner used to describe the reforms a month ago in an interview with the Sydney Morning Herald.
The member for Flinders will pause while I hear from the point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Point of order. The standing orders clearly they apply to both sides of the House. We sat here in absolute silence while the last speaker gave her contribution, irrespective of whether or not we supported it enough. We obliged by the standing orders. Our speaker is a couple of seconds in to a gaggle from the other side. I just asked you to enforce the standing orders.
Okay. There we go. I give the call back to the member for Flinders.
Deputy Speaker. Julie Inman-Grant compared the government's mechanism for banning social media accounts for under 16-year-olds as the equivalent of sticking a pink parking ticket on a windshield. In March, the Social Media Minimum Age Compliance Update report from the eSafety Commissioner reassuringly told us that 4.7 million age-restricted accounts were removed or restricted from the designated platforms as at mid-December. Not bad, given that we only have around 1.5 million 13 to 16-year-olds. But talk to any parent and they will tell you that the ban's implementation has been far too hit and miss. The University of Newcastle carefully studied the ban's implementation, following around 400 people between the ages of 12 and 17 in the period when the law came into effect. And what did they find? That more than 85% of adolescents under 16 continued to use the restricted social media platforms, predominantly via their own accounts. Two-thirds may have encountered an age verification test that was easily passed by a self-declared age or uploading a selfie. What else did the study find? That this government's attempt to ban social media accounts for under 16-year-olds, which we had supported in 2024 in good faith because, after all, we had been the original proponents of the ban, but that had largely and unacceptably failed. During question time today, the government members, led by Huffer and Puffer in Chief, the Minister for Communications, were outraged about the simple act taken by the Senate last night to
The member will pause, and I give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
I ask the member refer to members by their appropriate titles.
Thank you for the reminder, Chief Government Whip, and I remind the member to refer to people by their correct titles. The member for Flinders has the call.
The Minister was outraged by the simple act taken by the Senate last night to refer the legislation to a standing committee on the Environment and Communications for investigation with a reporting date in August. A 3-month inquiry, acting like we were working with their bedfellows the Greens, have personally put Australian children at risk because we dared to demand a modicum of scrutiny for this legislation. We dared to demand an investigation into whether the flimsy measures contained in the bill will in fact do what we all want to see: meaningful barriers between young people and the most dangerous aspects of social media, to mitigate its negative effect on mental health and well-being, to close it down as a means of transmission for child sexual abuse material, and to block it as a vector for extremism. A few days ago, I gave my second reading speech on the government's strengthening bill, and in it I provided a brief history lesson for those on the other side, reminding them that they failed repeatedly to pick up and act on our determination to do something about the harm social media was doing to young Australians. Harm I had raised in my maiden speech in September 22, harm which is detailed repeatedly in the books of Jean Twenge and Jonathan Haidt and by local researchers like Brad Marshall, harm which the then Leader of the Opposition committed to investigate back in April 24 and then to act on a few days later, harm the Premiers of New South Wales and South Australia had agreed would act on by mid-2024, frustrated by this government's failure to actually act. And when the Prime Minister did finally relent and agreed this government would act, the draft legislation was introduced into this place in such a rush, and the Senate was given 4 days to conduct an inquiry. 4 days. And now this government dares to throw a hissy fit because the Senate demands a 3-month inquiry. Trust us, the government says, trust us. We failed the first time, but this time we won't. You don't need an inquiry. You don't need to test the efficacy. Well, guess what? Trusting you didn't pay off last time. Australia ended up with a legislative framework that didn't do the job.
The member for Flinders will pause. I give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd ask you to remind the member to address their remarks through you.
Thank you, Chief Government Whip. I remind, time has expired. So we'll move on to the next speaker, and I give the call to the member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support this profoundly significant matter of public importance put forward by my friend, the member for Newcastle, not least because this is an issue that matters to so many people across our great country, but so many parents in my electorate of Banks. It is also pertinent to the many young children we have up here in the upper gallery today. Deputy Speaker, my sister and I are raising our own families in the area where we grew up, but times have changed a lot since then. While each of our children are still a little too young to understand social media fully, they deserve to grow up without the constant, pervasive pull of social media. And when I'm speaking to locals in my community, parents share the same concerns with me. They are worried about the type of content that is out there online that their children could inadvertently be exposed to. They want to see greater protections for their children online. Keeping Australians safe online, particularly children and young people, is a top priority for this government. Our social media ban for under 16s is aimed at delivering the protection our parents want to see and our young people need. It is a world-first initiative, and it is lighting the way for other countries to follow, with Brazil, Indonesia, Malaysia and the United Kingdom among 20 other implementing legislation or announcing plans following Australia's lead. We have seen progress. Already more than 5 million social media accounts have been removed, deactivated or restricted. Unfortunately though, Deputy Speaker, in March of this year, the E-Safety Commissioner published its first compliance update, which contained some unwelcome news. The Commissioner had serious concerns about compliance and the practices of some of the platforms in the tech industry. The E-Safety Commissioner made it very clear that while they are actively investigating the compliance of 5 different platforms, when considering potential enforcement action in response to this non-compliance, they required stronger investigation powers. The government made it clear at the outset that we would not hesitate to take further action to ensure the effectiveness of these reforms and hold big tech to account if we need to. And this is what we are trying to do. As the compliance update demonstrates, the need exists, and the legislation passed by this House earlier this week is the consequence for big tech failing to respect Australian law and uphold the standards Australians expect. Deputy Speaker, the legislation ensures that e-safety has every tool available with stronger information gathering powers so that big tech can't avoid providing the information needed to assess important compliance. Additionally, the bill doubles the maximum civil penalty for non-compliance with the minimum age obligations to $99 million, strengthening deterrence and aligning with recent changes to other consumer law. The compliance update shows that big tech is trying to get away with doing the bare minimum and failing to meet their obligations to our communities. Let's be clear, Deputy Speaker, if these companies want to do business in Australia, they must obey Australian laws. It is important to note, Deputy Speaker, the legislation passed by the Parliament to institute this ban was the beginning and not the end of this reform. And the same is true of the legislation passed yesterday. Being the first in the world to institute these reforms means we have to create our own roadmap to success. So taking on tech giants means we have to be responsive, we have to be adaptable, and this is exactly what we are doing. When the need to hold big tech accountable and keep our children safe online arises, this government is not afraid to take action, unlike some others. Which is why it is inexplicable, Deputy Speaker, that those opposite are seeking to delay the important legislation, not by days, not by hours, but by months. And I'll let them explain to Australian parents this choice of theirs.
The member's time has expired, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 3rd of January 2018, Dolly Everett passed away, aged 14. She was a young woman, a young lady, who had been bullied mercilessly. And sadly, she took her own life as a result of that bullying which she encountered on social media. That happened not long into my parliamentary term into this place. And as a result of Dolly's passing, I travelled down to Sydney and I held a meeting with all of the social media companies that were presently in existence, or the main ones anyway, including also Google, Microsoft. And I walked away out of that meeting with the express understanding that I had just spent the last 2 hours or so with Big Tobacco in the late 2000s. These companies gave me every reason under the sun why they were protecting young lives, which was all rubbish, and we all know that. And based on that meeting, I worked pretty closely with the then Shadow Communications Minister, David Coleman, and with the member for Newcastle, I was the chair of the Social Policy and Legal Affairs Committee when we held an inquiry which was called Protecting the Age of Innocence. Some of the recommendations of that inquiry called for the age restriction for pornography. The member for Newcastle would remember this well. For pornography and also for gambling. It was a well-respected inquiry. Fast forward to November 2023. David Coleman, the then Shadow Communications Minister, we'd lost government by that stage, introduced a private members bill requiring the government to conduct a trial for age verification technology on pornography and social media platforms. That bill was not supported by the government. Later in June 2024, then opposition leader Peter Dutton pledged a coalition government would implement a ban on social media for under 16s within 100 days of taking office. The Labor government did not introduce a bill to protect social media, to protect under 16s, until 12 months after we introduced our private members bill. 12 months. The Prime Minister was dragged kicking and screaming to introduce, well, you can shake your head, you probably weren't even here then, kicking and screaming to introduce a bill. 12 months later. Now, the Prime Minister's made a big fanfare and those members opposite try to rewrite history. But the reality is that history has always been on the side of the coalition when it comes to the protection of children. We established the Australian Centre to Counter Child Exploitation. It was the coalition that has consistently led the charge on the protection of children. We actually set up the E-Safety Commissioner. And what we now know from the E-Safety Commissioner herself is that 70% of children are still on social media as a result of this government's flawed legislation. So you will excuse us if the opposition says, well, we don't trust the government to get this next tranche right. That's why we are saying that this legislation just needs to follow the usual course. It just needs to go to a Senate inquiry because we don't trust that Labor have got this right. You stuffed it up last time. The government stuffed it up last time. Chances are it will continue to stuff it up again.
The member's time has expired, and I give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Deputy Speaker, I understand how difficult it is for those opposite. having voted in support of this legislation, they've seen their vote overturned by their Senate colleagues in the other place. I understand that they're disappointed. To the children in the gallery, to the families that are with us today, we're debating something today. We call it the matter of public importance, and it really is today a matter of public importance, because we are debating why the Senate has voted to prolong or delay the enactment of this piece of legislation, which is an addition, if you like, to our world-leading legislation, the Australia's world-leading bipartisan legislation that was designed to make big tech companies responsible for enacting...
Order. I'll just ask the Chief Government Whip to pause. The member for Riverina on a point of order.
I'm sorry, Chief Government Whip, but I draw your attention, Deputy Speaker, to the State of the House.
Quorum is present and the Chief Government Whip can... Let's just do a quick count. Do we have quorum? No. Okay, quorum is not present. We will ring the bells.
I know I'm compelling, Michael, but that's unbelievable.
Okay, quorum is present and I give the call to the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is the legislation that those opposite are suggesting is really difficult and needs a 3-month inquiry. Front cover, table of contents. It's a 4-page document, that does 2 clear things. It gives the E-Commissioner something she has asked for. She has asked for law that will allow her to compel documents in her investigation as to why big tech companies are not complying with the laws set by this country, set by this House and the other House. She's asked for that. It does one other thing. It raises the fines for big tech if they're found guilty of being non-compliant with Australian law. This is world-leading legislation that had bipartisan support, driven for a long time. This is not rushed. Nothing about this has actually been rushed.
Order.
There was a joint inquiry.
Order. It being 4:30, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is the motion that Labor just tried to stop me talking about, the need for essential public services to return to public ownership. Instead, Labor replaced it with their own topic. I've never seen this happen before in the entire time I've been here. Clearly, they desperately don't want to talk about how Australians are being ripped off on their phone bill, energy bill, internet, even mortgage. They're being ripped off because Labor and the Liberals, both major parties, have been privatising public corporations and essential public services for decades. Just one example, according to the Australia Institute, in 2024 AGL made $755 in profit per customer per year for household electricity. You're not just paying for these essential services, you're paying for the price of privatisation on top. It's no wonder that they want to stop me talking about it. They don't have the solutions. The real solution is staring us in the face. We have to end 40 years of privatisation and corporate rule. And if you're out there in the real world listening to this, I just want to say something. We can win a tax on gas corporations, but not if we leave it to the politicians. Let me explain. In 2024, we won 50-cent public transport fares in Queensland. We didn't do this by doing political deals. We did it by organising. In 2020, the Greens announced a free public transport policy. We were laughed at the time, but then hundreds of everyday people door-knocked tens of thousands of voters. We talked about free public transport among other bold policies. We terrified the major parties because they knew it was popular and they were going to lose votes if they didn't do something. So they caved. Both Labor and the Liberals committed to 50-cent fares permanently. In 2022, we won bigger taxes on coal corporations in Queensland, same method. We announced our policy, we campaigned on the ground, we won the argument. Labor were forced to go much further than they'd planned. We also won a far bigger build of publicly owned renewables in Queensland, same story. Last term in federal parliament, we won an extra $3 billion for public and community housing. Same approach again, organising. These politicians in the major parties, they're not leaders, they're followers. They follow the line set for them by their corporate donors and lobbyists, unless they're forced to follow the people. That's why I reckon we can win a gas tax, but only if we organise. Eventually, we know the people in Labor and the major parties are still too close to big corporations to really put everyday people first, so we'll have to replace them. But you know how we replace them? By getting organised. Lastly, I just want to talk about what happened in the House yesterday. We were speaking to and voting on the government's heinous NDIS bill. We saw the two old parties lining up together to support a bill that will destroy lives. Seeing them all there, ganged up against the most vulnerable Australians, with many backbenchers who I'm convinced didn't know what they were voting for, was horrendous. It was soul-destroying. During what should have been a serious and critical debate, there they were, chattering amongst each other, laughing and joking about going to the midwinter ball that night, what they're going to wear, how much they would drink, how late they would party, while voting for one of the most appalling pieces of legislation brought before this House. Straight after their vote to remove basic human rights for people with disability, they went to the ball to party with the likes of Sportsbet, arguably another vehicle for destroying lives. I just felt a pox on your house. I didn't go to the ball. I went home to, frankly, have a little cry. I had a little cry of despair. But I woke up this morning fresh, not hungover like a lot of people here today, I've got to say, with fresh resolve to keep fighting for vulnerable Australians, even as their government seems lined up against them. Thank you.
I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, yesterday didn't just mark the beginning of a new financial year. It marked the next step in this government, the Albanese Labor government's crusade to ensure that cost of living relief is delivered to everyday Australians. And it sits in stark contrast to what we've seen from those opposite this week. Because what we've just seen in this place is an opposition blocking reforms designed to protect children. And the members across can sigh, but there's no quorum count this time. It's an important reform. And it's a reform that they've ganged up with the Greens to block. This is something that we've seen before. So in reality, it should come as no surprise. We've seen it on climate. We've seen it on housing. And what we've just heard during the MPI was every excuse that they could think of, every obfuscation that came to mind every reason to not back reform that protects our children in this parliament. And the news I want to give to those opposite is this: we will not lie down when it comes to ensuring that Australian children are safe. We will not go away, and we will not rest. Because the sacrifice that those parents who have lost their children have had to endure should not be in vain. And this government will do everything to make sure that that sacrifice is not in vain. And Deputy Speaker, I do want to address briefly what the member for Griffith has just said, because as a Queenslander, I'm very proud of a number of the reforms that the member just mentioned. But I will note that these are Labor reforms, because it was Stephen Miles who introduced 50-cent fares, which go to making sure that people can have relief when they tap their card at the bus or to get on the train. And it was many energy workers coming together to make sure that publicly owned renewables could be back in state government hands. And those reforms which were about making sure that Queenslanders have relief that they need when it comes to hip pocket issues, when it comes to the cost of living matters that are impacting on families every day, those are echoed by what the Albanese Labor government has done this week. And that is to roll out critical reforms and real change, positive changes that will improve the lives of every Australian. Changes that help workers, that help families, that support healthcare and help with the cost of living. And it is important to remember that yesterday marked a tax cut, the 5th from this government, for every Australian tax-paying worker. It is important to remember that this government, unlike those opposite, backed in minimum and award wage increases which came into effect yesterday. It's important to remember that from this moment forward, if you're getting paid superannuation, it's getting put in your balance when you earn it. It's important to remember that a Labor government didn't just deliver paid parental leave, we're now expanding it. 26 weeks, at a time when it is most important to spend more time with our littlest Australians. Deputy Speaker, 137 Medicare urgent care clinics rolled out across the country. Oxley Urgent Care Clinic in my local electorate on Brisbane South Side is proud to have had over 33,000 visits. An extra $25 billion into public hospitals and banning supermarket price gouging. Our government is focused on delivery.
I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've recently been spending a lot of time thinking about what moral government is and what type of government seeks to divide citizens, feed corruption and break trust within the community. And the short and sharp of it is it's an immoral government. And I want to make this clear, Deputy Speaker. It is now a moral imperative to remove the most immoral government in Australia's history, the Albanese government. And I don't say this lightly. Right from the moment it was first elected, it sought to divide Australians. It sought to have a referendum based on the social solidarity of our most marginalised population. I fully respect the fact that it had a right to do that by putting the voice to the Australian people. What's immoral about their choice is that they knew it would fail, and the idea that you would put the social solidarity of our most marginalised section of the community on a ballot paper, knowing it would fail, is an abrogation of leadership and responsibility, and something I do not think that this Prime Minister will ever be able to shake, because he took not just the social solidarity but the reconciliation to bring our nation united to move forward together. and made sure it would fail. And even in the days leading up to that referendum, the complete failure of moral leadership we saw as the events of the 7th of October 2023 unfolded. On the 8th of October 2023, we had protesters saying despicable and horrific things on the steps of Sydney Opera House. And this was a moment where we needed leaders to stand up and call out anti-Semitism and speak to the type of character and country we wanted to be. And through the silence that we heard from our Prime Minister and our national leaders, every step of the way, it led to horrific incidents, like on the 10th of November, the protests out the front of Central Shul in Caulfield South, in the Goldstein electorate, and led eventually to the most horrific terrorist incident on the beach, our most famous national beach. That is an unforgivable failure of leadership, an immoral failure of leadership by this government. But it didn't just end there. What we've seen at every point is this government has been prepared to eat into the equity of the spiritual nature of our country, eat into the character of who we are for their own political survival. You just need to look at what they did in the lead-up to the last election. I know the Labor Party is used to branch stacking to be able to achieve an outcome they seek. But to engage in citizenship stacking, where they deliberately went around and targeted electorates and got people to become Australian citizens on the eve of a national poll, is absolutely disgraceful. Not only that, we've seen the minister has brought in people from overseas, from conflict zones, and bypassed identity, health and security assessments as part of the pathway to bring them into Australia, without any proper measure of who people are, whether they are unsafe for the Australian community and whether they pose a threat to the rest of us. It's not a debate about the individuals, it's a debate about government policy. It was an immoral act by this government. And now we see even more immoral leadership as the Prime Minister and his ministers refuse to audit whether federal money has found its way into the hands of organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. The reality, Deputy Speaker, is that we have public money finding its way into the hands of organised crime, and there's a complete disinterest from this government. Even worse, we saw the Prime Minister say 50 times over before the last election that he wouldn't introduce a suite of taxes that he then went to introduce once he had secured his victory. An immoral government is one that builds trust, works with the community and seeks to achieve an outcome to improve the whole of the nation. We presently have an immoral government that is focused on how it divides the Australian community and leaves us in a weaker position to save their own electoral bacon. There is hope, Speaker. We can have moral government again that's focused on uniting Australians and building trust and taking Australia forward together. But the only way we can do that is by seeing a change of government and the end of the Albanese government. Because whether it is dividing Australians on the basis of race, and we need to acknowledge this Prime Minister has overseen the greatest spike of racism in Australia's history, whether it is stacking the electoral roll or bringing people into Australia without security assessments or facilitating corruption from the CFMEU or breaking promises on the budget, this government has broken its promise to the Australian people.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Speaker, and congratulations on your 10 years in the Parliament that you and the class of 2016 are celebrating today. I want to highlight some of the changes the Albanese Labor government has delivered from 1 July. We are completely focused on helping Australians deal with cost of living pressures. We know that people have been doing it tough, with rising costs from the servo to the supermarket. So we're helping people earn more and keep more of what they earn. From 1 July, every Australian taxpayer received their third tax cut thanks to the Albanese Labor government. The combined impact of our tax cuts has left the average working Australian up to $2,800 better off every single year. At the same time, the 1st of July saw 3 million workers receive a well-deserved pay rise, with modern award wages increasing by 4.75% and the national minimum wage going up by 6%. We have advocated for increases to the minimum wage at every annual wage review since we came to government. As a result, for 5 years in a row, these workers have seen increases in their pay, with the national minimum wage now $12,000 higher a year and above $1,000 a week for the very first time. That's more money in the pockets of cleaners, of care workers, of workers in hospitality and retail and more. We know that one of the most important foundations for a comfortable and secure retirement is a healthy super balance. At the moment, there is about $6 billion a year in unpaid super. This disproportionately affects younger workers and those in insecure work, who are often lower paid and vulnerable. They are also the people who can least afford to miss out on retirement savings. That's why I am so delighted that as of the 1st of July this year, superannuation must be paid within 7 business days of payday instead of every quarter. This means that workers will start earning returns on their super sooner, reducing the risk of unpaid super and ultimately leaving them better off when in retirement. We're also helping all Australians to get a fairer deal at the checkout, with our ban on supermarket price gouging now law. From the 1st of July, if supermarkets are doing the wrong thing, if they're charging prices that are not in line with what it costs to stock their shelves, they will pay the price. The ACCC has the funding and the power to seek penalties for supermarkets of up to $10 million per breach of our new laws, or 10% of their annual turnover in the previous year. It's just one of the ways that we're working to keep supermarkets competitive and fair for customers. We're also making the Food and Grocery Code mandatory, tackling shrinkflation with stronger unit pricing rules and funding choice to give shoppers more information on supermarket prices. I've personally always been a big supporter of local fruit and veg shops. Our changes are also backing them in with $2 million in grants to help fresh produce suppliers to get the skills they need to take on the big supermarkets. More competition strengthens the grocery market. It keeps prices down and it gives everyone a fairer go at the checkout. Speaker, something I am particularly excited about as of 1 July this year, Australia now has a National Environment Protection Agency, a national environmental watchdog with real powers, a clear set of rules, a clear mandate to monitor and enforce those rules, and big consequences for doing the wrong thing. In my electorate, along the beautiful Illawarra coast, we have one of the most beautiful natural environments you will find anywhere in the world. And we're a regional city that is growing. So ensuring the rules around what you can and can't do are crystal clear actually supports everyone. It protects our precious environment and it helps us to get on with building the critical infrastructure we need in housing and energy, in the right places, in the right settings, with consistency, transparency and integrity. The National EPA will be a modern and effective regulator, enforcing the rules we put in place under the reformed Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act. Speaker, there is a long list of changes that have now come into force. Far too many to cover here, but I am so proud that our government is getting on with the job of delivering the change that our communities need. We're helping people with the cost of living, lifting wages and giving everyone a fair go.
The question is the House do now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Speaker, and I too acknowledge your 10 years and each and every other member who was elected in 2016. And I well remember that election campaign. It was very cold. It was a very cold winter. It was a very long campaign, but the Parliament was made better by the people who came into that place, and I think we all come to this Parliament with a view to making our communities better. For a start, to making our society better, to making our nation stronger. That said, I think standards are also important in the federal chamber. I think it's good that the winter recess is now upon us, because I think we all need to take a deep breath and reflect upon those standards over winter. And there's been a bit of faux outrage, a bit of confected indignation today, but I was disappointed with the the Minister for Defence Industry in relation to his comments at the National Press Club. I've given speeches at the National Press Club, and like the Parliament, you need to have the right tone. You need to have the right message. You need to have the right narrative. And to suggest for a moment that former Prime Minister Menzies was anything other than a patriot, I think is a step too far. And I don't think in the national debate is right or just at the moment. At any time, the Prime Minister has for some months been telling us to bring the temperature down. And I don't disagree with the Prime Minister in those sentiments, because we all need to reflect upon our language. We are leaders in this nation, and our messages are important because they reach a lot of people. And there are a lot of Australians out there at the moment who are very angry. And when there is anger, there is unfortunately a race to the bottom when it comes to healthy debate. And we don't need, or I don't need, to remind the House about the sovereign citizen movement and what that can do to Australia and the nature and discourse of debate. We've seen all too often our police being shown utter disrespect. And when we as leaders make comments about former Prime Ministers, and we can go through each and every former Prime Minister's tone and language, but we're in 2026 and we need to be better than that. We absolutely do. I think we are also in the midst of an anti-Semitism Royal Commission, and I think whatever we say in here and outside is really important, given what some of the harrowing evidence has been said at that particular hearing and inquiry. And I note the member from McNamara's presence in the chamber, and I note too his comments before that inquiry and in other motions before this place and in the media about the need to ensure that people in Australia feel safe. And it's really, really important that Jewish Australians who have contributed mightily to this nation over many, many decades feel safe in this country. It is not right that children going to a childcare centre have to have additional security, that children going to cricket practice in Melbourne have to have additional security, quite frankly any security at all, that people worshipping at their synagogues have to have armed guards outside protecting them coming in and out of that particular place of worship. We have to be better. We know that one of the darkest chapter in history was the Nazis' extermination of 6 million Jews. Yeah. And we must never, ever forget that. We must never, ever fall into a society that allows anything about Hitler, about the Nazis and about their evil regime and the Holocaust to be forgotten. But and I just think that the member for Shortland is better than his comments that he uttered today. It's unfortunate that he made them, and I think given the fact that he also made them in this Parliament previously, I think he needs to really curb his language and just be mindful of what he is saying and the people who might be affected by that sort of narrative, which is so unnecessary. And with that, I wish everybody a very good winter.
Question is the House now adjourned to give the call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, it could go a bit rogue. I'm not exactly sure what's about to happen, but we're going to go through it anyway. And I wanted to speak this afternoon at the end of a long sitting period before the winter break about the changes that came in yesterday about paid parental leave. But in doing so, I wanted to reflect on my own personal journey, because this year I took paid parental leave, or not paid parental leave, I took parental leave from this place in Canberra. And it was a decision that my partner and I discussed about how we would make it possible. My partner is a member of the Victorian Parliament and she's exceptionally hardworking. We won't go into the political situations in our particular household, Speaker, but I am constantly in admiration of how hard my beautiful partner Georgie works and how incredibly smart and dedicated she is to her job. And we made the decision that I was going to take 2 months off coming to Canberra in order to help raise our daughter Lila, who is very busy at the moment and probably, oh goodness, and yeah, exactly, yeah. Point of order, Speaker. And so it was a 2-month period where I didn't come to Canberra. I still worked for the people of McNamara because this is one of those rare jobs where you feel like you can't waste a day. But in saying that, I also didn't want to waste and not see a moment of the precious first few months of our amazing daughter's life, and how quickly she grows and how quickly she develops, and how privileged I was to be a part of that. And what I saw was 2 things. One is that the standards are frankly different for men and women when entering into those circumstances. You know, I announced that I was going to take a couple of months off coming to Canberra, and the responses I got were, great work, good on you, you know, well done. It's about time Dad sort of, you know, stepped up to the plate. And yet my partner Georgie, who's also a member of Parliament, she could not win. If she brought our baby to work, she was criticised for bringing her to work. If she was at work without our baby Lila, then she was a neglectful mother and, you know, choosing to be at work over her family. And what was unfortunately so starkly pointed out to me as a father was how different the treatment is for mums and dads and for men and women still in 2026. And for paid parental leave, it's not just about being able to survive and support your family. It's actually about families making decisions about what works for them and encouraging families to have those discussions so that it is possible to share that amazing period in your child's life. And if it's, you know, one of the parents making the choice to be at home, then that's amazing. If the other parent decides that they're going to go back to work, then that's okay. Whatever's right for the family is right. Needs to be possible. I'll wrap it up soon. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm getting the wind up, Speaker. And so I think the changes that came in yesterday about paid parental leave are really so important. They build on the extension of paid parental leave. They obviously are resulting in more money each week. Ooh, that sound could be one of a few things, Speaker. And so with the extra funds, obviously that makes it more possible for families to have support. But the other big change that came in yesterday was that superannuation would be paid to parents as well. And I think that, you know, when you're in this period where you're choosing to have kids, or you're fortunate enough to be, you know, thinking about all of these really hard but rewarding decisions, you don't want to be in a situation where your retirement is potentially going to be affected by the fact that you're taking some time away from work, or your career for that matter. And unfortunately, for too long, that's happened, and that's fallen onto mums to have those sacrifices, to put a pause on their career and to lose out on superannuation. And that's just not right. It's not right that it's not possible. Try and... Might be... we're almost there. It's not fair that it should be sort of systemically burdening women in their careers or in their retirement. And these changes are really just another step forward to make it easier for families and to make it less of a burden just on mums to miss out on such important parts of their working life. So, Speaker, I feel very blessed to be in this place at the end of a sitting week with my daughter here with me. And I know that I'm very lucky compared to so many others. But I am also proud of the reforms that we've brought in to make it easier and more possible for families and for fathers and mothers to take this time away to be with their beautiful kids.
Thank the member for McNamara, and welcome to Lila. It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 11th of August 2026 at 12 noon.